Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mated to the Vampire Kings by Charlene Hartnady. Narrated by Tatiana Sokolov. Chapter 1. Hot, hot, hot! This baby was a little furnace inside of her. Tanya fanned herself with one hand and pulled at the neckline of her dress with the other. She almost laughed out loud at the action, but not because she was amused. Oh no, more like mortified because she'd referred to the garment as a dress when a tent was a more apt description. Looking down, she huffed out a breath when she realized that she couldn't see her feet, not even the tips of her toes. Not freaking fair. Her feet were the only part of her body that she could still call her own. By now, most women had swollen sausages for toes. She still didn't. At least, she didn't think so. Impossible to tell from this angle. She looked at herself in the full-length gold-gilded mirror. Real freaking gold. Tanya had been with her kings for going on a year now, and she still had to pinch herself at times. Her glaring reflection brought her back from her thoughts. Boobs about the size of overblown balloons. Her hips and thighs were definitely more pronounced. Tanya moved to the side and let out a small moan. Her butt was much rounder, and her stomach? Ooh, boy. It was a doozy. The only small consolation was that it was to be expected. Aside from the obvious reason, namely a bun in the old oven, Brant and Zane were just so freaking huge that it stood to reason that their son would be hefty as well. Son. Her lips curled into a smile, and she couldn't help but to rub her belly in a big lazy circle. As if in answer, her little boy gave an almighty kick that had her breaking out into an all-out grin. Her butt, her thighs, the stretch marks that were sure to follow as she entered the last few weeks of her pregnancy, none of it mattered, not even just a little tiny bit. The growing life inside of her was the most important thing ever. Right now, though, she wiped a hand across her damp brow, her little one might just cause his mom to self-combust. Tanya peeled the tent dress over her head. Note to self. She was so going maternity shopping for more sexy attire. So what if she was big? Her boys still loved each and every curve she had. Whoever said a heavily pregnant woman couldn't be sexy had lied. She might not really feel sexy right now, but what was that age-old saying? Fake it till you make it. Her new motto until she got her body back. Moving closer to the open window, she sighed as the cool breeze caught her skin. Just as she began to think about taking a nice cool shower to really bring her temp down, the door creaked behind her. This was followed by a long, deep rumble that had goosebumps rising on her skin, and her toes curling into the thick woolen carpet under her feet. His voice was so damned sexy. She loved it when Zane growled at her like that. His deep baritone, thick with arousal. The growl was followed by another louder, grittier version that came out sounding menacing instead of arousing. She swung around to take in his tense shoulders and deep frown.
You shouldn't be standing at the window half naked. Any of the males could look up and see you.
Her lip twitched. He was so cute when he was being all possessive. No one is going to look up, and even if they did, it's not like a heavily pregnant woman is anything worth looking at in the first place. There was another rumble from somewhere deep inside him as his eyes slid over her.
That's where you are wrong, sweetness.
He shook his head and licked his lips.
There is nothing more arousing than my female ripe with child.
His eyes were heavily hooded. She could see how his pupils had dilated.
From the roundness of your belly to the heavy curve of your breasts.
Her nipples tightened as his eyes moved from one breast to the other. If her nubs grew any harder, she was sure that she might just poke his eyes out, even though he was still standing on the far side of the room. Zane bit down on his lower lip as his gaze moved to the juncture of her thighs.
Best of all, my little Isnar.
Her panties felt damp, and she found herself squeezing her thighs together to try and quell the growing need that resonated from deep in her core. Yes, she found herself whispering when he paused a little too long. Her big male inhaled deeply through his flared nostrils, and his eyes actually drifted shut for a moment in what looked like pure rapture. When he opened them, they were burning with need. For her. Crikey freaking Moses. How had she gotten so lucky? His mouth curled up ever so slightly at one corner as he exhaled, still sounding like he was in heaven.
I'll tell you, sweetness, the best part of all is your pussy.
Her breath caught in her lungs, and her damp panties got a whole lot damper. This time he made a growly sound of appreciation.
As you grow fuller with child, your folds become more and more swollen and oh so wet. Your scent's enough to drive me insane.
He grit his teeth for a time.
It is all I can do not to think of you, of what I want to do to you. Sweetness, you are a vision.
His eyes were locked with hers. There was no doubting that he spoke the truth.
And carrying my child only makes you that much more lovely.
He grinned.
I should be at a training session right now, but I had to come and see you.
A few strides put him toe-to-toe with her, although belly to rock-hard abs was a better description. Zane put his hands on her hips, or what was left of them, and squeezed lightly. His eyes darted across her face. He looked pained, aroused, and highly frustrated. When his gaze finally settled on her mouth, he flashed his fangs on a silent snarl.
"To fucking hell with it,"
he whispered, managing to sound menacing. His mouth ground against hers, instantly demanding that she give him everything. Absolute surrender and nothing less. How could she refuse? Moaning, her hands fisted the front of his shirt, dragging him closer. Zane took a hold of her ass in his large hands, squeezing her globes in a move that stimulated her female bits. Her desperate moan was swallowed by his mouth. Another firm squeeze, and he pulled away. His eyes were hard, his jaw tense. Zane lifted her like she weighed nothing, and in 3 strides she was on her back on the bed.
"On your hands and knees, sweetness. Do it now,"
he growled. Her heart raced and her clit throbbed. As her pregnancy had progressed, she'd only grown more and more horny. She did as he said, moving so that she was on her elbows. This way, her belly came to rest on the bed. It was the only way they could make love at this point. The good news was that during doggy style, her G-spot just so happened to receive a lot of extra love. Tanya was pretty sure that that particular part of her anatomy was also pretty darn swollen. God, she needed him so freaking badly. He palmed her ass with one hand, and she heard the noise of a zipper being lowered. The sound tore through the silent room. It made her heart race faster, and she was panting with anticipation. There was a hard pull and a tearing sound as Zane shredded her underwear. Really, she didn't know why the hell she bothered trying to be civil when she was mated to the vampire kid. The thought died as she felt the head of Zane's cock at her entrance.
"So fucking wet for me."
On a low growl, he pushed into her. His hands tightened on her hips as he sank to the hilt. Tanya bit down on her lip to hold back a moan, lest he think she was in pain or that he was being too rough with her. Using deep, easy strokes, he began to move.
"You feel fucking perfect,"
he growled. It was impossible not to moan at this point. So good, so much so that she wasn't going to last long at all. Her breasts rubbed up against the mattress, her lacy bra braiding her overly sensitive nipples. Zane caged her with his big body, his chest over her back, his hot breath against her skin. Mostly silent, except for the odd little grunt that told her he was enjoying himself just as much as she was. Adjusting his angle, he fucked her even deeper, his granite shaft rubbed up against her sweet spot all the more. Oh, yes. Her clit throbbed, and that heaviness settled down deep in her belly, moving through her limbs. Her muscles began to tighten, and her pussy walls began to flutter.
"That's it, sweetness,"
Zane grunted, sliding his big hand over her belly for added support. His thrusts were still even and rhythmic. They left her teetering on the edge. All it would take was a harder thrust or a bit more pace, and she would be there. Tanya held her breath. The hand on her hip slid between her thighs, or a flick of her clit. Oh, yes. The little bundle of nerves in question throbbed harder in anticipation. Tanya grit her teeth, more ready for this orgasm than she had ever been for one before. She ached, she hurt, she freaking craved.
"What the fuck is going on?"
Brent's snarl had her heart leaping to her throat. Zane stopped moving. Stopped. Just like that. No, keep going. Move, damn it. Her internal muscles clenched around him, and he made a pained noise.
"Unacceptable."
Another growl.
"Fucking unacceptable."
They both turned their heads at exactly the same time. Brent slammed the door shut behind him. Oh, shit. Holy macaroni. Her mate looked calm. The only thing that belied his rage was a muscle that ticked in his jaw.
"Get your cock out of our female this second, or so help me."
He took a small step further into the room. She could see his muscles bunch beneath the cotton fabric of his shirt. Zane sighed.
"Our female was on the verge of an orgasm that I assure you she needed. Very badly."
His muscled chest heaved against her. It was the only movement he made. Brandt's eyes narrowed.
"It was my fucking turn next with our female. Mine,"
he snarled. His eyes moved to hers for the first time, and they softened. There was one consolation in all of this. At least he didn't blame her. It was a little bad of her to think such a thing, but oh well. She gave a mental shrug of the shoulders. They knew her feelings on this whole arrangement, so as far as she was concerned, Brandt would have to deal. They both would.
"Our female needed me. Who was I to deny her?"
was Zane's casual answer. Absently, he rubbed his hand over the top part of her belly in the most loving way. If it weren't for his thick cock throbbing inside her very achy channel, she might feel emotional about his show of affection. Who the hell was she kidding? She did feel emotional about it, and slid her hand over his.
"Who were you to deny her an orgasm? Who were—"
Brandt muttered under his breath.
"You should have called me. You can't be the biggest dickhead, Zane. You already had your turn this morning, damn it."
Tanya had to roll her eyes. Here we go again. This had become typical behavior as of the last few weeks, ever since they put their stupid rules into place. Brandt shook his head while running a hand through his hair in clear frustration.
"I'm sure you planned on keeping this a secret. You do realize that you are putting my child at risk?" "Our child,"
Zane growled. His chest rumbled against her before he pulled his body upright, planting his hands on her hips. His dick stayed firmly inside her. Brandt clenched his jaw for a few beats.
"You know what I mean. You would have put that child," he pointed at her midsection, "our female,"
his voice turned thick for a moment,
"at risk. It's unacceptable, and I should beat you for—" "Stop fucking talking for a second, please."
She could hear that Zane had said the last through clenched teeth.
"I would have told you about this. I would have given you my next turn."
Brandt shook his head, looking away for a short while. Although he didn't seem to fully trust Zane, the tension that tightened his whole frame seemed to ease up just a smidgen.
"I'm inside of Tanya already, and ask that you let me finish. Our female needs this."
Brandt flashed hard, dark eyes on Zane. As it stood, she could see that this wasn't going to end well. "Wait up." Her voice was surprisingly calm and clear, considering she had Zane's enormous cock, balls, deep inside of her. Especially considering that she had been just about to come moments before, and from the feel of the moisture that trickled down the side of her thigh, she knew that she still wasn't too far off. "Don't I have a say in all of this?"
"Of course you do, Isnar."
The hard edge left Zane's voice as he spoke to her. Brandt gave her a half-smile. He was dressed in suit pants and a white dress shirt, complete with tie. Good God, he was handsome. The fabric stretched tight over his chest and around his heavy biceps.
"You always have a say, Sainwen."
Good to hear. She looked up at Brandt from under her lashes. "I would love for Zane to finish." Zane's hands tightened on her hips, and his cock twitched inside of her. Brandt's eyes turned stormy, and the tick returned. He looked away for a few seconds before sweeping his dark eyes back to her. "Wait, that's not all. I want you to take me afterwards, Brandt. Please." The large bulge in his pants had her licking her lips. "Don't you dare say—"
"No."
Both males growled. She pushed out a frustrated sigh.
"We refuse to put either of you at risk,"
Zane said. Tanya twisted around so that she could see him as he spoke. His face was filled with such tenderness, such concern.
"It's too much, Sainwen."
Brandt drew her attention back to him. His eyes were filled with emotion that had a lump forming in her throat.
"We can't expect you to handle both of us. Not right now. Once the baby comes. Brent is right."
Zane's hold on her hips eased up.
"We don't mind taking turns, do we, Zane?"
Although Brandt looked relaxed, she still noticed how tense his shoulders were, how dark his eyes had become. Tanya could hear a faint growl in his voice.
"We don't mind at all, Isnar."
Zane pulled out of her about halfway, and she was tempted to back up, to demand that they give her what she needed. Both of them. The problem was that they were acting this way out of concern for her and the baby. How could she fault that? Their concern was so strong that they refused to listen to any arguments from her side, when normally they would always take her views into consideration. It was so sweet. It was infuriating. Brent pulled on his tie so that it wasn't quite so restricting. Then he flicked open the top button on his shirt. When he unbuckled his belt, her mouth became a little dry.
My poor little Sainwin.
His eyes had filled with desire, so much so that she felt mesmerized.
I'm going to give you what you need. I'm going to make you come. Hard.
His eyes moved to Zane, turning hard as they did.
I suggest you leave, unless you want burst fucking eardrums.
Zane gave a feral grin that lacked any type of humor.
On the contrary, my little Isnar's screams of pleasure are like music to my ears.
Zane pulled out all the way, and she almost wept from the loss. Tanya had learned not to get between them when they got like this, though. There were some things they needed to sort out themselves. As the birth neared, they were becoming more and more irrational, more and more possessive, liable to be set off by the smallest of things. It had taken them a long time to find a friendship with one another, though that friendship was still somewhat strained at times. This was one of those times.
I wasn't joking.
Brent flashed Zane a fang while moving to the bed.
Our female needs an orgasm, and I plan on making good on that need. I also plan on ensuring that it is the best fucking orgasm that she has ever had. If you're staying—
His eyes narrowed, making it clear that he would prefer it if Zane left.
Then I would suggest earplugs. This I have to see and hear. I doubt I'll be impressed. By you, that is.
His hard glare stayed on Brent for a few beats before moving to her. Tanya felt everything in her tighten.
You always impress me, sweetness.
There were major perks to having two dominant males for mates. They tried to show each other up all the time, mostly to her benefit. Mostly. On a frustrated groan, Zane moved away, making room for Brent. The big male sat on his haunches to the one side of her. The bed dipped towards him because of his massive weight on the bed. Something in her eased when he winked at her.
Enjoy the ride, sweetness. I know I will.
You're not angry?
He shook his head. Unfortunately, it is Brant's turn, giving him every right. Besides, watching you find completion is my second favorite thing in this whole world. It would never make me feel angry.
What is your favorite thing? She could guess, but it would be nice to hear him say it. Brent placed a soft kiss on her temple before moving in behind her. There was a sound of a zipper being lowered. It had her breath catching. This was followed by a rustling of clothing as Brent lowered his pants.
I can't wait to be inside of you, Sainwen.
His voice was husky, belying his need. Zane moved a little closer to her while looking deep into her eyes. He cupped her chin.
My favorite would be making you come hard, sweetness.
Zane's grin pulled tight as Brent thrust into her in one bold move that had her whimpering.
You are so fucking beautiful,
Brent growled from behind her. The way Zane's hand pulled on his cock had her mesmerized.
I'm going to imagine that I'm inside of you, sweetness. A low growl, that your tight sheath is squeezing me. Impossibly tight, so fucking snug I can hardly breathe. Can you feel me?
Yes, she cried as Brent picked up the pace. She followed the word of affirmation by groaning Brent's name. He felt so damned good inside her. His movements were less deep, but he fucked her much faster. Already she could feel the steady build, not far off from where she and Zane had left off. That feels so good, she groaned, urging Brent on. His hands slapped down on either side of her as he caged her in with his big body. His hot breath fanned her ear, sending shivers down her spine.
I love being inside you. I love you so fucking much, Sainwen.
On and on he pumped, leaving her so close to coming that it had her crying out in need. Flesh slapped against flesh. The sucking sounds her body made as he slid in and out of her had her blood turning even hotter in her veins. All the while, Zane continued to pump his fist up and down his shaft in easy strokes. His expression was pinched, his jaw clenched. A light sheen of sweat covered his brow. His eyes moved from where Brent was fucking her to her face and back again.
How does our female feel?
He growled, his eyes flashing to where Brent's face would be. A low, rumbling vibration left Brant's throat.
Being inside our human is the best. So good it actually hurts. From trying not to come. From being squeezed so fucking tight.
His voice was so thick and husky. On a low growl, he moved back, gripping her ass as he did so, that she opened up further for him. Tanya moaned loudly, feeling her pussy flutter with the start of her orgasm.
What do you need, Sainwin?
Brant was panting hard.
Harder? Deeper? Should I touch your clit?
Tanya could only whimper at this stage. She bit down on her lip. A couple more thrusts was all it would take. She didn't need anything else. Watching Zane's face grow taut, seeing his muscles bunch under his soft leathers, hearing his ragged breath breathing just enhanced the whole experience.
Do that thing our female likes,
he growled, fisting his cock harder, moving quicker up and down his long, thick shaft. Her pussy fluttered more severely at the thought. It wasn't something she ever thought she would like. Boy, was she wrong. As soon as Brant's finger breached her back end, a thick squirt of cum erupted from Zane's shaft, and he groaned. Tanya sucked in a deep breath, holding it in her lungs as she felt her orgasm move through her in a shocking jolt that had her groaning through clenched teeth. Then Brant was over her with his fangs in her neck, and her orgasm intensified, causing her hands to dig into the bed covers and her eyes to roll back as she tipped back her head. Her mouth fell open on a silent scream. Only once the initial shockwave passed through her was she able to expel her breath in an all-out scream. It was another thing that her boys loved about her. She was expressive during sex, so she didn't bother trying to hold back. Brant made a grunting noise as his semen filled her in hot bursts that had him jerking inside of her. Another hard suck on her neck had her racing back up to the pinnacle and crying out, sounding more like a wounded animal than a woman in the throes of utter ecstasy. There was a slapping noise, followed by a meaty thud as Brant was yanked away from her. Tanya fell face first into the mattress. Her arms and legs didn't work very well as she was still coming down from her orgasm, which had drained all of her energy. With effort, she pulled herself up and moved so that she could see what was going on behind her. Her mate lay sprawled on the floor with a pissed Zane standing over him. Both of them had their pants down to mid-thigh. Both of them still sported semi-erect cocks. This was growing tiresome. If it weren't for the situation, she would laugh.
I drank from our female this morning,
Zane growled, the sound so menacing that Tanya wrapped her arms around herself and pulled her bottom lip between her teeth.
I promised our female the best orgasm, and I always deliver on my promises. I hardly took anything from her. Fuck you, Brant. I should beat your ass. You dare call me a dickhead? What kind of dickhead move was that?
Zane's hands had curled into fists. Brant jumped to his feet in a graceful move that had her heart, and if she was really honest, her lady bits, fluttering.
I did it for our female, not for myself. Just like I was pleasuring my Isnar earlier for her, not for myself.
Zane beat a tight fist against his chest.
I agree with you that we can't risk our son or our female. That's why I moved away and let you finish. Yet, in a dick move, you contradict yourself by taking blood from her.
Zane snarled, flashing a set of distended fangs that would terrify the most hardcore person, vampire or other. Yet Brant didn't so much as flinch. He flashed a set of fangs just as panic-inducing.
You should not have been here in the first place.
Brant put a finger in Zane's face. This was about to become ugly. Tanya put a protective hand over her belly. Stop this. You are upsetting me, which is not good for the baby. I wish you would both stop with the possessive shit already. Two sets of dark eyes landed on her. They were both still seriously pissed. She shook her head. Don't you see? I can take frequent sex. With both of you. I can take it if you both take blood from me as well, just as long as you give me some of yours in return. Both Becky and Selena agree with me. Her mouth watered, and her own little fangs burned with the need to extend. She ignored the urge, for the moment. What I can't handle is this constant arguing. It's like you're about to go at each other's throats at any second, and I don't like it one bit. I thought we had moved past all of this. Zane looked down at his feet for a beat or two, and Brant's eyes drifted to the far side of the room. Both of them looked distinctly sheepish when their gazes returned to her. Zane toed the carpet with his heavy boots. He pulled his leather pants up till they rode low on his hips, but didn't try to close them. Brant still wore his expensive-looking dress shoes. His pants were at mid-thigh, and his fancy white shirt was a little rumpled where he had pulled it up in the front, in his haste to be inside of her. She loved that she still had this effect on them, even now, especially now. She could so do without the drama that came with it, though. Brant's almost black eyes softened up, and he ran a hand through his hair.
I'm sorry, Sainwin. It's just that the need to protect you, to provide for you, it's riding us both so hard right now.
Zane made a choked noise.
It's our ingrained instinct, very difficult to override. It doesn't help how attracted we are to you, just adds to the tension.
Hearing it explained like this made her feel good, but it also worried her. They were still a few weeks away from the birth, and right now that felt like a very long time. Maybe too long. Pulling a sheet around herself, Tanya licked her lips. I understand when it comes to outside dangers. They both growled at an unknown, non-existent foe belying just how severe these instincts were. It felt really good to have them protect her like this, but it could also be stifling and right now, downright freaking irritating. You can't turn on one another, though. The three of us are a team. Zane nodded and repositioned his still hard member so that he could close his pants. It took a while longer, but Brant finally nodded as well, while pulling his pants up over his hips.
Anything for you, Sainwin.
That's just it. It's not just for me. It's for us as a family. Our lives are about to change drastically, and I need the two of you on board with that.
Zane stepped forward. We are, sweetness. Don't ever doubt that.
Brant closed the distance between himself and the bed. He put a knee on the mattress and leaned down to brush her lips with his.
Brant will feed you first, Zane growled. He's already late for a meeting, so you will need to hurry.
Brant looked at his watch and gave a soft curse.
The humans can wait, he growled. Take what you need.
He winked at her before sitting and removing his shirt.
Take your time, Sainwin.
Brant slid his arm around her as she kneeled at his side. The burst of rapture on her tongue had her crying out as she sank her fangs into his neck. Zane growled, just as Brant moaned. Her eyes locked with Zane's. They darkened up a whole lot. Her mate folded his arms across his chest. A muscle ticked in his jaw. Just a few weeks. May as well be a lifetime. Chapter 2. The female stretched her back, and if he really tried, Zane was sure he would be able to see her pussy. Her dress was short and so tight that he could make out the outline of her breasts, including her pebbled nipples. He wasn't in the least bit interested, and was sure to keep his eyes on hers in order to convey that. There was nothing she had that he wanted to see, especially with the thought of his female's lush curves still at the forefront of his mind. His attraction to Tanya grew as she ripened with child. It was becoming harder and harder to stick to the pact he and Brant had agreed to, especially since their human didn't agree. They needed to do what was best for their mate and unborn child, even if it killed them. Looking at him from under long lashes, she touched his arm. "You look like you are hungry, my lord," she purred. "Would you like to come back to my room? I'm sure that the queen will understand." He took in a deep breath, trying hard not to smile. There was no way in hell his little human would understand. Tanya would have his dick and both his balls if he even thought about being with another female, in any way, shape, or fucking form. Zane loved that she was so possessive. Arching a brow, the female obviously took his silence as permission to continue. The hand that had lightly touched the side of his arm closed over his bicep, and he found everything in him tightening, and not in a good way. "I will make you feel so good," she purred some more.
"No, thank you,"
Zane growled a little too harshly. Not liking how forward she was. It felt like she was slighting the queen.
"I am a mated male."
"You have needs, my lord." She took a small step towards him, and he had to work not to step back. The queen is in no position to satisfy those needs. Not right now. He made a noise of frustration, one she misinterpreted as need. "I'm ready for you." He could scent her arousal. It irritated him. "I know you are busy. We could be done in minutes."
"I said that I wasn't interested."
He moved away, intent on leaving. "That tells me different." She pointed at the bulge in his pants, the one he sported since leaving Tanya. A hand job just wasn't the same as the real thing, even if he had watched Tanya find her pleasure while fisting his cock. It might have been the next best thing to full-blown sex, but it still wasn't nearly enough. He would fucking deal. There would be no female taking his Isnar's place, not now and not ever.
My dick being hard has nothing to do with you. He decided to be blunt. My female is the cause, and my female will ease me.
She giggled. Why are you walking in the opposite direction to her chamber, then? There was no malice in her voice. She was simply stating the obvious. Have you told our queen that you are permitted to take other females while she enters her final stages of pregnancy?
Zane shook his head. That is none of your business.
Oh, my king, she tisked. Both you and Brent are too virile to abstain for any length of time. You are alpha males of the highest order, vampire royalty. There is just no way. Gritting his teeth, Zane had to work hard to keep the growl from his voice.
We will not need to abstain. Our human is strong.
Again, the female laughed, cocking her head to the side as she looked up at him. You know where to find me when you change your mind. Your sentiment is sweet, but not sustainable. She shook her head. I am not an emotional female. I understand that you love your human. If you need a warm body, I am more than willing. She winked at him. You need to let your human know what the rules are, though, before she finds out from someone else. You would be well within your rights to take me up on my offer. Do take any of the many unmated females to your bed. This will be the first of many offers, and you know it. Speak with our queen. If she loves you and puts your needs first, she will understand. I sincerely hope that she will be respectful of our vampire ways, respectful of both you and King Brent, my lord. She briefly bowed her head before flashing him a smile, which exposed a long ivory fang. Turning on her heel, the female left before he could set the record straight. Zane cursed under his breath. The thing was, the female was right. It was one of those ancient bullshit lores that said that vampire royalty and their elite could rut with substitute females, while their mates were too heavily pregnant to accommodate them. There were those that evoked the lore, but it was rare for a male to go against the wishes of their female, especially during such a precarious time. Zane felt his lips twitch at the thought of how his Isnar would react when she found out about the lore. His little human would have a meltdown. She was the most possessive female he had ever known. At one time, he would have thought that such a trait in a female would irritate him. Yet the opposite was true. Unless, of course, her possessiveness was brought on due to a lack of self-confidence. Zane shook his head as he made his way to the front of the castle that led to the main doors. The best course of action would be to have a discussion with Brent, to make sure that they were united in this. His jaw clenched at the thought of Brent hurting their female. He had better fucking be on board, or so help him. From there, they would need to gently break the news to Tanya while assuring her that neither of them would ever actually evoke the lore. His hand could cramp and his balls could burst. It wouldn't change anything. His little human was everything he needed. Brent closed the door behind him. The human lawyers rose to their feet, 3 of them. He motioned for them to take a seat.
I'm sorry I'm late. Something came up that needed attending to.
The humans would not be able to scent that he had just rutted his female. By now, he had met with these males countless times, so he was beginning to become reacquainted with their human shortcomings. It had been almost a year since they had mated Tanya. Thank the gods, her senses were much more developed, and she was so much stronger than she used to be. Being with these humans reminded him of just how far his mate had come. They were puny and clueless, and he looked forward to a day very soon when the contracts would be wrapped up and such frequent meetings would no longer be necessary.
Here is the final contract for the trials.
The oldest of the 3 males pushed a document across the wide mahogany table towards him. Brent stretched the rest of the way and took the thick contract. The male was one of the partners at a law firm. His helicopter was parked on the lawns outside. The much younger male next to him was his associate. The 3rd male was from Sweetwater. His suit was cheap and off the rack, but his smile was genuine. Brent was much more inclined to trust the latter male than the other 2. His only concern was that the human scented of alcohol now and had on every other occasion they had met as well. He knew that the substance was addictive to humans, and that it at times impaired their ability to think rationally. The only consolation was that the scent was never overpowering, and that the male had never seemed affected. Brent didn't like having to involve humans in vampire affairs, but since they planned on integrating human females into their coven, they had no other choice. Brent flipped through the document.
Are all the loopholes taken care of?
He kept his eyes on the older male, Eugene Carlyle. The male nodded.
Yes, we may need to make amendments once you roll out the program.
Brent made a small growling noise, and all three males flinched. They were so damned weak in both stature and mind.
I don't want comebacks. I certainly don't want dealings with your human law.
Eugene sighed. He threaded his fingers together, resting his elbows on the table in front of him.
Please understand that a contract will never circumvent the law. The best way to ensure that this breeding program of yours, he wrinkled his nose, runs smoothly is to ensure that the rules are followed and that the risk is minimized. There cannot be any major incidents. I'm curious. You don't seem to like the idea of our program. Why is that? Since we will soon begin advertising the trial positions in the local paper, I am interested in hearing your views.
Eugene smiled. The expression didn't reach his eyes.
I am a married man, Mr. Brent. The thought of propositioning women so that your men can have sex with them is crazy to me. The idea that random strangers would have sex in the hope of them pairing up for the purpose of having offspring just doesn't compute.
Brent felt his brow crease.
To clear things up, the idea is that your human females will mate with our best males in the hope of offspring. It's not quite as crude as what you are making it sound like.
His face wrinkled in disgust.
Yeah, but before they pair off, they would have lots of sex with one another. They would be expected to test the waters with various vampire men. Humans are monogamous. We don't hop from bed to bed. It's just not done. Our women in general are even more opposed to the idea.
Brent frowned. Although the male was right to a degree, none of what he was saying made any sense.
They wouldn't be expected to do a damn thing. If they don't want to have sex, they don't have to. It would be strictly up to the human women, and not the other way around. The human females would be in the driver's seat, though I certainly do hope that the interaction will result in matings and offspring, as that is the whole purpose of the program.
He felt his frown deepen as the male turned his nose up. His mouth was set in a grimace.
Tell me, Eugene, you say that humans are monogamous, yet you had sex with a female just this morning. From her scent, I would say that she is much younger than you.
He sniffed in Eugene's general direction, not caring for the moment that humans disliked such gestures.
From the scent of the female, she was intimate with another male hours before you. So you're not as monogamous as you are making out to be.
Eugene's mouth dropped open, and he made a strangled noise.
Last week you had sex twice, and I could scent that both females were not your mate. You seem to fuck random strangers regularly. You are not monogamous. Why does the thought of this program disgust you? I do not fuck around. The male's eyes were the size of saucers. I would never cheat on my wife. You don't know what you are talking about. I'll sue you for defamation.
Eugene began to stand.
Sit down, Brent growled. I sometimes forget how private, fucking deceptive, humans can be.
His dislike for the male grew. Thing was, he'd come highly recommended as the best, and in this instance, they needed to ensure that their asses were covered. They didn't want incidences of any kind. If one of his males so much as left a scratch on one of the humans, or female laid charges against them, it could spell disaster, and not just for the program.
I apologize.
It was hard for Brent to say the words.
I must have been mistaken.
Like fucking hell. This male fucked a whole bevy of women. In fact, in all the time he had known Eugene, he had only scented that he had rutted with his actual mate on him once. What a complete asshole. A hypocrite in the first fucking order. If he wasn't so far down the road with this agency, he would fire him on the spot. As it stood, his hands were tied. The male in question finally nodded, giving Brent a tight smile.
Apology accepted. It's not wise to throw around such statements without facts to back them up.
Brent flashed a fang at the male who cringed back in his chair.
I am a vampire, Eugene.
He had to work to keep his voice even. Sam cleared his throat.
If you don't mind me chiming in?
Thank fuck. He was liking this kid more and more. Way to diffuse a sticky situation.
Brent nodded. All the focus has been on the women that you plan on bringing into this program, which is understandable. He swallowed, licking his lips. Know that this type of program is not the norm for human women. You explained that it is standard within vampire society to have sex with many different partners before a partnership is established. It's normal, for example, for a vampire to have sex with more than one partner on the same day, for your men to share the same woman, and for that woman to be completely on board. What I'm trying to get at— He took a sip of the glass of water on the table in front of him, despite anomalies. He cleared his throat. Brent felt his mouth twitch. It was clear the young buck was referring to his boss, who turned a bright shade of red. The fact of the matter is that we are very different, Brent. Women entering this program need to fully understand your ways, what the rules are, and what is expected of them. They will be fully briefed, and will need to sign these. Brent touched his hand to the contract. Sam nodded. The same needs to be true for your vampire men. They need to understand the ways of human females. There need to be rules in place that will protect the women, as well as your men from future comebacks. The male was right. Brent nodded his head. We need a human to design the program. They must train my males in the ways of human females. He had to suppress a smile. They are certainly different to our females. Your women are breathtaking. The associate let his eyes drift shut for a half a second. If you ever design a program in which you need men for your women, I am so on board. That's not very professional, Ryan, Eugene said sternly. Brent found himself laughing at the young male. Our females would eat you for breakfast, young one. The male groaned. A guy can only wish. Brent laughed louder, especially since Eugene's face turned stony. You might wish differently when wrapped in thighs that could crush you, nails that could turn your back to ribbons. Ryan shook his head. I would jump at the opportunity and die with a smile on my face. Just like our males, our females know exactly how to please a partner, so you are probably right. You're killing me here. Ryan chuckled. I've kind of hit a dry patch, working too damned hard. Brent nodded. The male was telling the truth. He hadn't been with a female even once in all the weeks that they had been meeting. How he managed to survive was beyond Brent. There had been one occasion when his female had withheld sex for nearly 2 weeks, and he'd nearly gone crazy with need. The only thing that sustained him was that he had deserved his fate, and in fact still felt terrible about the way he had treated Stephanie to this day. It was a wonder his friends still spoke to him at all, let alone forgave him for being such a prick. After all their years of friendship, she knew him well, understood that the front he put up wasn't always a true reflection for what he was feeling inside. This was something he himself had only recently become aware of. I'm sorry, Ryan. There are no males required at this stage. He actually felt disappointment on behalf of the youngster. You'll call me if that ever changes? Ryan grinned. Brent nodded. I'll be sure to do that. In the meanwhile, you should really get out sometime. I don't know how your balls haven't exploded. Eugene made a choking noise. The male from Sweetwater chuckled. Ryan almost fell out of his chair, he laughed so hard. I might end up with carpal tunnel syndrome. He rubbed his wrist. But I will survive. Brent shook his head. He couldn't help but to smile. He didn't know how humans did it, depriving themselves of a basic need for days, months, sometimes even years. Fucking insane. Chapter 3. His personal assistant nodded once. I will ensure that the ad is in the next edition of the local paper, as well as advertised online. A male candidate would be preferable. Brent folded his arms across his chest. Allison raised her brows. I take it that you don't agree? He raised his eyebrows, interested to hear what she had to say. She scrunched up her nose in thought. If you want the males briefed on the ways of human females, maybe a human female would be better. It makes logical sense. Brent sighed. I am sure that males of the species have a good enough knowledge of their females to be able to give an overview, as well as to brief our males on the rules of conduct during both the trials, as well as when the actual program kicks off. Allison shrugged. I hope you are right. If the males are incorrectly briefed, it could put the whole program in jeopardy. It is my experience that males do not always understand the females of their species. At least,
Not nearly as well as they think they do.
Brent thought this over for a few beats. A human female in amongst a whole group of our males? I don't like it. She will need to brief them on the rules pertaining to sex. I wouldn't want to put a human woman into the middle of all that testosterone. He shook his head. Advertise for a male. He must have the necessary credentials.
As discussed earlier, I agree that a psychologist is probably the best bet for these types of requirements. The female pursed her full lips as she made a note in the book in front of her. Once she finished, she put the end of the pencil in her mouth for a second before turning her green eyes on him. Please don't forget that you have an 8 o'clock appointment tomorrow morning with Sweetwater Security. The company would be assessing the rooms needing closed-circuit television cameras to be installed in them. Brent nodded. I won't. His assistant put the pencil back between her lips, sucking on the tip before knocking the end against her bottom lip once or twice. Selena will be checking on your female's progress at 10 sharp. I'm sure you'll want to attend. Her eyes locked with his. Brent couldn't help but to smile. Make sure that you leave my schedule open from then until lunchtime. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Tanya's appointments had recently moved from bi-weekly to weekly. Excitement at the pending birth rose up in him. The child was his. He had never been more certain of anything in his life. It was a gut feeling, and he was rarely wrong. It's all so exciting. A royal baby. Allison smiled broadly. Am I right in saying that the Queen is now entering the final stages of her pregnancy? Brent's smile only grew wider as he nodded. It won't be long now before my heir is born. His PA swiveled in her chair until she faced him. Her moss-green eyes were wide and twinkling. Her final stages, my lord. She raised her eyebrows, looking expectantly at him, like that was supposed to mean something. Brent shoved his hands into his pockets. In just a couple of weeks, I am going to be a father. It was still sometimes difficult for him to believe. When he thought about his Zainwen, warmth rose up in him. His teeth clenched with the almost overpowering need to protect her and his unborn son. Are we done? I don't remember there being anything else on my itinerary for the day. A look at his watch showed that it was already after 5, and the need to see his female rose up in him with such urgency that he was tempted to leave before she could reply. Allison threw him a coy half-smile as she rose to her feet. It was only then that he noticed that she wasn't wearing her normal suit jacket. His assistant usually wore a business jacket and shirt buttoned all the way up to her neck. Her dark shoulder-length hair wasn't in its normal bun at the base of her neck, either. Today, her hair was loose and tousled about her shoulders. Another first. He hoped he didn't need to bring up business etiquette with her. Normally, he wouldn't care either way, but right now, they were meeting with many humans, and they were strange about such things. Brent felt his brow knit as a scent of her arousal hit his nose. Cinnamon and spice. What the fuck? She sucked her full bottom lip into her mouth. Her final stages, my lord, she repeated in a husky voice that had him taking a small step back. Brent actually felt his mouth gape open, and for the first time in his long life, he felt at a total loss for words. His PA was coming on to him? No fucking way. The female took a small step forward, her scent becoming all the more pronounced by the second. That means that you're free to rut with me. As your personal assistant, I'm here to take care of your every need. Holy fucking hell! Swallowing hard, he finally managed to pull himself out of the shocked state he found himself in. No, thank you. That won't be necessary. The words sounded choked and unsure, even though he had never been more sure of anything in his life. His little human was everything he needed in a female. There was no way he would ever evoke that crazy lore. It hadn't even crossed his mind, not even for a second. In fact, he had completely forgotten about its existence. Unfortunately, Allison took his hesitation as an opening to try and change his mind. One of the things he really liked about this female, the main reason why he had hired her in the first place, was for her ability to get straight to the point and to get the job done no matter how difficult the task. Right now, it was about to backfire on him. Big time. Allison clasped the hem on her dress. Don't do it. In one swift move, she removed the garment. Even more unfortunate was that his fucking eyes dropped to take in her nakedness, and a groan escaped. Not because he was aroused, but because he was going to have to fire the first brilliant PA he had had since Stephanie left. His assistant cocked a narrow hip and widened her stance so that he would get a better view of her bare pussy. She wore heels, stockings with suspenders, and nothing else. There was nothing wrong with her, per se, except that she wasn't his sane one, wasn't Tanya. Not his human. There was no fur, no lush curves, no mischievous glint in her eye or a smile on the face he'd come to love. In short, she wasn't his. And therefore, he wasn't interested and would never be.
"Put that back on right now," he growled, sounding much more in control.
Back in the driver's seat, where he belonged. The only person with any type of control over him was his mate. Period. Her face clouded momentarily in confusion before she pulled her shoulders back and took another step towards him. "I'm only doing my duty, my lord. You would be well within your rights to take what I'm offering."
Brent shook his head. "I know that you consent that I was with my female not so long ago. She is all that I need. Now please put the dress back on. I think it would be
fucking perfect, as in this couldn't get much worse." Allison's hands curled around his biceps. Brent had to work hard not to shove her away from him. "You are a male in his prime. Not just any male, but the king. You have needs a human would have a hard time meeting. Especially when said human is so heavily pregnant. Don't deny yourself this. I am duty-bound to ease and take care of you. Let me do my duty." She pushed herself up against him. "Please, my lord."
Brent clasped her arms, intent on peeling her off of him.
The last thing he wanted was to hurt her, but this had to fucking stop. Although completely out of line, she was not a bad female. Her reasoning might be flawed, but she didn't deserve to be manhandled.
"You cocksucking motherfucker!"
Zane roared from behind him as the door slammed. Allison gasped, putting a hand to her chest. Brent used the opportunity to move away from the female.
"It's not what you—"
Zane didn't wait for him to finish. Using 2 big strides, he closed the distance between them and punched Brent square in the mouth. He felt his head snap back, his lip split, a tooth loosen, and tasted the metallic tang of blood. The other male didn't give him any time to recover. He head-butted him together with a hard right to his abdomen. Pain blossomed in both places as he flew back, landing hard on the paper-covered desk. There was a crunch, which he assumed was the laptop computer, and more pain exploded in his back. Thankfully, he hadn't heard the telltale signs of bones cracking, which meant that he was good, at least for now. "Please stop," Allison cried. "Don't hurt him." She was sobbing. Zane towered over him. His jaw was clenched and his face was red. In short, the male was totally pissed. More pissed than Brent had ever seen him, and that was saying something. A hand clamped around his throat, successfully closing off all air supply.
"This will fucking kill our female if she ever finds out."
Zane's voice was a low growl, barely audible.
"I'll tell you what's going to happen."
The hand around his throat tightened, and if Brent had been able to, he would have moaned in pain. Unfortunately, the other male was using his whole weight to hold him down. If it had been any other opponent in any other situation, it would never have gotten this far in the first place. Brent would have taken the fucker out before he could land the first punch. Fuck. But he was getting soft, especially where Zane was concerned. The last thing he wanted to do was to hurt Zane, even though the idiot deserved it. At the end of the day, the male thought that he was protecting their female. Couldn't fault him for that.
"It looks like I managed to stop this in time,"
Zane growled. His eyes lifted to where Allison was standing.
"She goes, and I won't fucking tell our female. Don't think for a second that I'm doing this for you, though. I'm doing this for her and our unborn child. If I hear of anything, see anything like this again, I will kill you. Are we clear?"
Zane released him, not waiting for a reply. He picked up the dress and threw it at the female.
"You have half a minute to dress and leave."
She whimpered in response. There was a rustling noise as she dressed. It took at least that long for Brent to get enough oxygen into his lungs and for his voice box and throat to sufficiently heal so that he could actually talk.
"It wasn't like it looked," It came out sounding rough and gravelly. "It was exactly like that, and don't you dare fucking deny it."
Zane pointed a finger at Brant. The muscles on the sides of Zane's neck corded. His face was still contorted in rage. The male was barely holding it together.
"I am so fucking disappointed in you. I told the female to stop. I told her I wasn't interested."
He looked Allison's way. His assistant had just finished dressing and was just grabbing her purse from under her desk. Her eyes were wide, and her skin was pale.
"You weren't trying very fucking hard. She was draped all over you. If I hadn't walked in—"
Zane clenched his jaw so tightly that he heard a cracking noise. He shook his head.
"I thought you loved our female. It wasn't fucking like that. Listen to me."
Brant gripped one of Zane's arm, trying to get the male to pay attention, but Zane shook him off with a hard twist of the shoulder. "It's true." Allison's voice was shaky. Her hand was on the door handle. "I was propositioning Brant, trying hard to get him to listen to reason, but it wasn't working. He wasn't interested. Rubbing myself up against him was a last-ditch effort. I'm sorry." She turned her eyes to him. "Would you like me to pack up my desk? Should I even come back tomorrow?" Brant cursed under his breath before running a hand through his hair.
"You weren't going to take her up on her offer?"
Although Zane growled the question, the tension had eased from the other male's body, and his eyes were no longer glowing.
Brant shook his head. "You know I would never hurt our female like that. Tanya and this child mean everything to me."
He had to work to keep the emotion from his voice.
"You won't try pulling this shit again?"
Zane turned to face Allison, who shrank back against the door. She shook her head. "I swear." She sighed. "But you must know that every unmated female will be vying for both of your attention. It's just not right that two virile males, our kings, should suffer." She licked her lips. "After being in this room and seeing the two of you, I understand that you would never accept the advances of another. But try and tell that to the hundreds of females that will be knocking on your doors." It was Zane's turn to curse, a string of hard words that left his mouth in a growl.
"We need to speak with our female before she hears of this. You know how she can be."
Brant nodded. Their little human had been hurt by a male before. It had taken its toll on her confidence. She didn't always trust that she was enough for them, even though they had told her time and time again. It had taken a long time for her to see herself as the beautiful, ravishing creature that she was. Now that she was so heavily pregnant, both he and Zane had never been more attracted to her. Yet she sometimes found this hard to believe as well. They would just have to do everything in their power to make her feel even more loved and treasured. Everything. Brant nodded.
"Let me get cleaned up."
He wiped his face, looking at the congealed blood smeared on his fingers.
"I'm not apologizing."
Zane's mouth twitched.
"I didn't say you had to."
Brant shook his head, feeling his mouth pull into a small smile. If the tables had been turned, he would have done the same. It wasn't that long ago that he had been the one swinging his fists when he thought that Zane was cheating on their human, and would do it again in a heartbeat. He turned to look at Allison.
"Be here at 7:30. From here on out, your clothes stay on."
She gave him a tense smile and nodded. "Yes, sir. I promise not to try that again. Thank you for giving me another chance."
"You can go."
Brant gestured to the door. Once the female had left, he turned to Zane.
"What's our game plan? How do we break this to our female?"
For the first time ever, the big male actually looked afraid. Zane shrugged.
"Carefully. I don't want her hurt or upset,"
Brant growled.
"Me neither. I'd also like to keep my balls."
Zane grabbed a hold of his dick. Brant choked out a laugh, and Zane actually managed to crack a small smile. It was the first time in weeks that they were actually getting along. How fucking bizarre. Chapter 4. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? Tanya was sick of watching Brant and Zane be overly polite to each other, of having them dote, even more, on her than normal.
"All I asked was if you wanted a foot rub."
Brant reached for the pumps on her feet, but she pulled her legs away, tucking them under herself. "Out with it." She narrowed her eyes at Zane, who looked away. "What's going on? What are you two keeping from me?"
"You are nearing the end of your pregnancy."
Zane sat down next to her on the sofa. Brant moved his haunches in front of her, putting his big hands on her thighs. Even though she was worried about whatever the hell it was that had gotten these two so rattled, she still felt excitement swell. Selena would confirm tomorrow for sure, but it looked like there were only 3 weeks left of this long-ass pregnancy. Maybe even less. She rubbed her belly. There was a part of her that would miss this, feeling her son move inside her. The connection between unborn child to mother was huge. It made a lump form in her throat just thinking about it.
"Not long now,"
Brent growled. She swallowed down her emotion. Look, I know you guys have protective, instinctual feelings and are worried about what could go wrong, but you need to know that I'm perfectly fine. Zane put his arm around her, while Brent slid his hands up and down her thighs, massaging gently.
"It is normal for males to become a little tense at this time. Please try not to get upset with us."
Brent squeezed her flesh softly.
"We nearly lost you early on in this pregnancy, which only makes it worse,"
Zane said, as he ran a finger down the side of her cheek. Tanya sighed. I know. I do understand. None of the tension dissipated, not even a tiny bit. There's more. She took her time looking at each of them in turn.
"There is something we need to tell you."
Brent looked up at her.
"It's not something you are going to like."
Zane's big chest vibrated as he spoke. I'm not accepting any more of your rules. I'm not going to break. You both need to realize that. She tried to push them away so that she could stand up. It would be easier to prove a point if they weren't both coddling her. Neither of them budged, not even a tiny bit, so she was forced to remain pinned firmly between two big bodies.
"You know that we both love you very much,"
Brent growled. His eyes moved to Zane and then narrowed for a split second.
"You are everything to us,"
Zane growled, ignoring Brent. I know that. She managed a small smile. Out with it. What's going on? They were beginning to irritate her.
"It is important that you know, Isnar, that you are the only female for us."
Well, I should hope so, considering I'm your mate. Now they were beginning to worry her. Please just spit it out already.
"We find you highly attractive."
Zane's eyes heated as he dipped to her breasts and enormous belly. At this point in the pregnancy, she was sitting with her legs slightly apart to accommodate its heavy curve.
"I would rut you 3 times a day."
His eyes flashed.
"Or more, if I could." "Not fucking helping,"
Brent snarled. His eyes softened as she looked down at him.
"You are so incredibly sexy."
His eyes filled with emotion and love. I'm starting to get worried. She clasped her belly with both her hands, looking from one male to the other. What's going on? Zane sighed heavily, just as Brent ran a hand through his hair. Both of them looked tense. She would even go so far as to say that they looked extremely nervous. She felt her own heart rate accelerate.
"When a female enters her final stages of pregnancy, a royal or elite male is permitted, by the lores, to take other females to his bed. It is important that you know that this is something we would never do."
Zane's dark eyes bore into her.
"We don't want any other females. This is a lore we would never evoke,"
Brent growled, looking angry. There was only one thing that she could do in a situation like this. Tanya laughed. This time she clasped her hands protectively around her belly because she was shaking so hard as more and more laughter bubbled out of her. She caught the confused look on both Brent and Zane's faces. Shaking his head, Brent grinned broadly, looking distinctly relieved.
"Thank the gods. We thought you would be angry. Upset at the very least. Yeah, maybe even a bit worried,"
Zane chimed in. A beautiful smile stretched across his handsome face as well. Her laughter finally subsided, and she used her hands to wipe away the tears. I really thought it was something serious. She gave Brent a smack on the side of his arm. You scared me half to death. She turned her head so that she could lock eyes with Zane. I know you wouldn't evoke such a silly lore. The possessive streak inside of her flared up for a moment. Besides, if either one of you was to so much as touch another woman, there would be hell to freaking pay.
"It will never happen,"
Brent said, looking deep into her eyes.
"Females may try and sway us, but they will be wasting their time. They can try, but they will fail. We don't want anyone else."
Zane leaned in and kissed her. Using his mouth, he showed her that she belonged to him. She responded in a way that told him exactly who he belonged to right back. Although the kiss lasted mere seconds, she was breathless by the time he moved away. Putting his hands on either side of her, Brent leaned forward and kissed her with such ardor that he had her digging her fingers into his muscled back. She moaned as he pulled away. "Now," a breathless sigh, "all I have to do is get the two of you to agree to have sex with me more often. Can't wait to be with both of you at the same time again. This back and forth is driving me crazy. I forgot how irritating it could be."
"Just you wait, Sainwen."
Brent's eyes flashed amber for a few seconds.
"We're going to have to plan an escape to Zane's cabin once the little one comes. If we stay here, we'll end up cracking the castle walls. The entire North Tower might even crumble. That's how loud we plan on making you scream. We're going to both take you."
Zane's deep octave had her insides quivering. "As in both of you? Or one at a time, both of you?"
"Which would you prefer?"
Brent tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear.
"We would be more than happy to deliver on all accounts."
Her heart raced. Her best friend, Becky, had gushed on more than one occasion about how sex with both her males was unbeatable, like nothing she'd ever felt before. She'd gone on to say that she was addicted, ruined for life after having them both at once. Although Tanya had laughed, there was a part of her that was jealous. She also wanted to know what it would be like. Of course, her males had refused, saying it was too dangerous during her pregnancy. Their unborn child meant everything to all three of them. It was one of the reasons she had never pushed for more. If anything were to go wrong, she would never forgive herself.
"I believe Brent asked you a question, Sweetness."
Zane actually licked his lips, his dark eyes on her. Tanya took a deep breath. Her voice broke, so she cleared it before continuing. "I want my vampire sandwich," she whispered, feeling her cheeks heat. Silly. Next month she would be mated to these two for a whole year, yet they still had the ability to make her feel embarrassed, to heat her blood like no one else could. They were a force to be reckoned with, especially when they worked together. Zane made a growling noise of approval.
"They say that newborn babies sleep most of the time. We will need to make the most of it."
Zane cupped one of her breasts, squeezing lightly. Tanya moaned, enjoying his big hands on her. Her nipples instantly hardened. Brent's nostrils flared.
"I think it's time you had a nice bath. I will massage our mate's feet while you take care of running the water."
He glanced at Zane before removing her pumps, using infinite care.
"Someone has swollen feet."
Brent smiled across at her. Tanya pulled a face. "Oh, no." Brent clasped her foot between his big, warm fingers.
"I think they look cute."
He bobbed his eyebrows up and down. She couldn't help but to groan. "It's official. My body has been completely taken over."
"By my son."
Brent nuzzled his face into her belly before releasing a contented sigh.
"Our son." Zane growled. "You need to stop this my bullshit once and for all." "Slip of the tongue," Brent growled back. "You don't have to be so damned touchy."
"Please don't fight. Let's just have a quiet evening. I like the sound of a bath." She smiled up at Zane, who was already standing, "and a foot massage." She looked down at Brent, who had her feet in his hands, and they were swollen, very swollen. Tanya groaned, shaking her head. "Now, no more talk of silly lores or whose baby this is. Let's just be together." Zane smiled. He nodded.
"Thanks for putting us in our place, Isnar."
He pointedly looked at Brent. His eyes darkened with each passing second. Brent finally gave a half-smile.
"You just sit back and relax. Let us take care of everything."
"Everything?" She leaned back against the sofa. Her back ached. His eyes heated.
"Don't tempt me, Sainwen."
"I wouldn't dream of it since it wouldn't work anyway," she grumbled. Brent chuckled, while continuing to work his magic on her feet. The man knew how to use his hands, regardless of the body part they were on.
"Only because we care so damned much."
The sounds of the bath spluttering to life could be heard from the next room. Next, the scent of lavender drifted across the space. In this moment, she felt like the luckiest girl alive. It was hard to breathe. Both Brent and Zane had an arm around her. Brent's was under her breasts, and Zane's smashed them. In short, she was being crushed. Her lips curled into a smile. Dying had never felt so freaking good. If it weren't for a seriously full bladder, she would stay like this all day long. The barest hint of light crept in through the curtains, which meant that it was still really early. Tanya tried to duck under their meaty arms, but Brent tightened his grip as soon as she moved. Zane moved in closer, putting his leg over her. His rock-hard erection pushed up against her thigh. Brent also sidled in closer, making an irritated noise, but he soon settled. His very hard cock dug into her back uncomfortably. She went from not being able to breathe to still not being able to breathe, only now she was being stabbed as well. It only managed to turn her on, though, as her mind went to all the wonderful possibilities. To hell with it. Her boys had come up with all these ridiculous rules. She planned on making them pay, big time. Wriggling her ass against Brent's erection, she simultaneously palmed Zane's cock, giving it a hard tug from base to tip. Both males groaned. Zane even flashed a fang.
I didn't realize you could be so cruel.
Brent nuzzled into the back of her neck. Zane made an agonized noise as she gave his dick another smooth tug, curling her fingers around his bulbous head. Next, she slid her hand down and cupped his heavy sacs.
You're going to kill me, sweetness.
Zane rocked forward as she took back his shaft. Brent ground himself against her ass.
You're so fucking lucky it's your turn.
She knew he was talking to Zane. Zane groaned, a deep rumble. His eyes were closed and he sucked his bottom lip into his mouth. He gave a taut smile.
You should have let me finish yesterday. It's your own fucking fault. Fuck you,
Brent growled as he rubbed his ridiculously hard member along her slit. Tanya gasped. Another slip and slide of his cock, and she felt her already slick opening fill with her juices. Both males sniffed. Zane made a growling noise, and Brent cursed under his breath. I could help you with that. Keeping Zane's dick in her hand, Tanya turned slightly so that she could just make out Brent's glowing eyes. He gave her a tight smile.
Not happening, sweetheart.
He kissed the side of her head.
Big day today. I'd better get into the office. I'm meeting with Sweetwater Security.
He looked over at where Zane was lying next to her. The male propped himself up on one of his elbows.
Make sure that all the angles are covered. We'll need to closely monitor the trial phase.
Tanya felt like covering her ears. All they'd done was talk about their blasted breeding program for months. At first, she had been excited about the prospect of human women mating with the vampire elite. She would be able to make new friends. The whole purpose of allowing vampire males to take human mates was so that they could reproduce, hence calling it the breeding program. She just wished that they would stop talking and preparing and actually get on with it already. Brent got up off the bed and stretched. She would never tire of looking at him, at both of them. Tall, well-muscled, a six-pack that would put most bodybuilders to shame. He had those muscles at the insides of his hips that tapered to his jutting cock. Her mouth filled with saliva at the thought of tasting him. Are you sure I can't help you with that? It would be my pleasure. Brent gave a shake of the head.
I might be an extra few minutes in the shower, though. I'll think of you, my beautiful queen.
He bobbed his eyebrows. Shaking her head, Tanya giggled. Suit yourself. Brent turned to face them, running a hand over his stubbled chin.
The trial phase holds the most risk, hence the closed-circuit cameras. All rooms at all times, no exceptions. That way, if any of the males has bloodlust, we'll know about it. I hope that the human females who make themselves available for the trial phase are signing a waiver agreeing to being monitored.
Zane pulled her closer, groaning as she squeezed his thick shaft.
I'll be with you, or should I say inside you, in just a second, sweetness.
Brent rolled his eyes.
Of course. We will be able to run tests on them, monitor all activities. I might even station guards inside the rooms while the males drink. They will need to understand that there could be medical consequences to allowing vampire males to drink from them.
Tanya had to laugh, even though none of it was in the least bit funny. And by medical consequences, you mean death?
Brent visibly bristled. Hopefully not. It would shut down the entire program before we even began. I'm referring to injury. Even though the females we use during this phase are not the ones we plan on having the males mate with, we still don't want to see any of them hurt and certainly not killed. Not going to fucking happen on my watch.
You want to put guards in the rooms with them? She made a snorting noise. That's not going to fly. You know how drinking affects us. It would embarrass the hell out of them. Brent's eyes darkened and he clenched his jaw.
Rather embarrassed than dead.
Zane sighed.
I'm with Brent on this one. All parties will be briefed that sex is not permitted during trials, so there would be no need for embarrassment.
Tanya repositioned herself so that she was sitting semi-upright. Oh, really? I disliked you intensely when we first met, yet when you drank from me that first time, I had to touch myself. It physically hurts to have a vampire drink without any stimulation. It felt like my, you-know-what, was on fire. Zane put a hand on her belly and nuzzled up to her side. His cock dug into her.
You didn't dislike me.
I so freaking did. You were a bully and couldn't say please to save your life.
So nothing has changed, then.
She could hear that Brent was smiling, and when she looked his way, she was not surprised to find him grinning broadly.
I so can say it. Please, can you fuck off, so that I can have my turn with our female now? Unless you want to watch, that is.
Zane moved to lie on his back. His impressive shaft rose up from his body. He opened his arms.
I'm ready for you, sweetness. Come and sit on me.
Seriously, Zane. She couldn't help but to smile.
Now, sweetness, you got me hot for you. I want inside, and I want inside bad.
Brent is right. You are still a bit of a bully. She shook her head.
Please.
His eyes darkened and his nostrils flared. My point is... Rolling her eyes, she turned back to Brent. They will beg, plead, touch themselves, come seriously hard several times, and do so with 2 guards watching. I know I would be appalled after something like that.
It is perfectly natural. Nothing to feel ashamed about.
Tanya made a noise of frustration. We've been together for a while now. Haven't you learned anything? Brent shrugged. A frown appeared on his forehead.
Since they are not the females we have lined up as potential mates, they are being heavily compensated financially. This is because the trial phase is very risky, and I'm sure that decent money should make up for any embarrassment as well. Besides, our males won't mind. I know it's wishful thinking, but I seriously hope that none of our males have bloodlust. The guards need to be there, but they seriously won't mind a few horny females.
Zane said. I'm sure they won't, but the women will. It doesn't matter what you are paying them.
Okay, Sanewen. The CCTVs stay, but the guards will be positioned outside the door. No audience.
Tanya nodded. Thank you.
Your input is always appreciated, Sanewen.
Brent kissed her softly before heading to the bathroom.
Don't clog the drain,
Zane yelled after him.
Fuck you,
Brent growled back. Tanya smacked Zane on the side of his arm. The big oaf propped himself up onto his elbow. A lazy half-smile graced his handsome features. His eyes dipped to her breasts. The sheet had dropped, and was now only covering her belly. Her traitorous nipples pebbled. Sometimes she hated how easily he could affect her with just a look or a smile. Both were impossible to resist. Zane licked his lips.
Female,
he growled, causing her nipples to tighten even further, and her insides to quiver with need.
I could just eat you up.
Oh, really? I thought it was only big bad wolves that did the eating and not vampires.
He growled. Let me prove that little theory wrong. I would really like to stick my tongue deep inside your pussy. If I tried hard enough, I'm sure I could stroke your G-spot.
His well-muscled chest heaved. She could scent his arousal, could see how his cock jutted from his body. It was as if he sought her out.
Please, sweetness.
He smiled, looking feral and hungry. It made her pussy clench. Tanya swallowed hard, not trusting her voice for a second or two. She finally nodded. It's uncomfortable for me to lie flat on my back.
Stay just as you are, but open your legs for me. Wide.
He growled, his voice sounding deeper and deeper by the second.
Please.
His lashes were practically fused as his lids became hooded. Tanya pulled the sheet away, keeping her legs together. We really shouldn't. Brent will...
Fuck, Brent.
Zane growled, then immediately schooled his reaction.
I mean, Brent will want me to ease you. Open your legs, sweetness.
A hard growl that had her obeying immediately. His lips twitched.
Thank you.
Zane looked pained as his eyes settled on her pussy. Tanya felt a little embarrassed, knowing exactly what he would see down there. Zane pulled his fingers through her curls.
"I fucking love your fur,"
he growled while leaning in until she could feel his breath on her. Her cheeks turned hot. "I'm sorry. I can't see down there anymore, and you guys won't let me go into Sweetwater to see a beautician. It's a bit overgrown." Zane pulled her lips apart, being gentle.
"We must remember to warn the males who make the breeding program that human females have fur. I fucking love it."
He buried his head between her legs, raking his tongue over her swollen clit. Tanya cried out, clawing at the sheets. She threw her head back against the pillows that were stacked behind her, as Zane pressed his tongue tightly against the bundle of nerves. He licked her like there was no freaking tomorrow. When he nibbled at her, she groaned so loudly that her throat hurt. As he moved down to her entrance, she opened her eyes, catching Brant's intense stare. He stood at the door, his hands clenched tightly on either side of the jamb. He looked pissed, but she knew it was extreme arousal that made him look this way. By the look of his member, she could definitely say that he wanted her big time. Zane growled as his big tongue breached her opening. As promised, he slid it in deep, curling his tongue so that the tip hit her just right. "Ah," she moaned. One of her hands clutched his head in an attempt to get closer contact. His broad back tensed with each movement. His muscles rippled. His short hair was soft against her hand. His tongue insistent inside her. Brent growled. His eyes were glowing softly. His dick actually throbbed between his legs. When Zane sucked on her clit, she came apart on a guttural moan that left her shuddering and gasping for breath. When Zane finally released her, she fell back against the pillows.
"I'm just going to take another shower."
Brant's voice was so low that she could barely understand him.
"Don't use all the hot water," Zane growled. "I want to bathe with my Isnar."
He lifted his head so that he could see her over her belly.
"I really do want you to ride me, sweetness."
It was as if her orgasm had never happened. Everything in her tightened at the prospect. They had made love in the tub often, even all three of them, but she wasn't so sure it would be possible with such a pregnant stomach. "We could try, I guess."
"We will do more than try, sweetness, I assure you."
There was a loud snarl in the bathroom.
"Stop clogging the drains,"
Zane shouted.
"Fuck you,"
Brant shouted back. "This is my life." Tanya sighed before pulling the sheet over her head.
"You wanted 2 alpha males. Now you are stuck with us. For always."
She had to smile, once again feeling like the luckiest woman alive. Zane couldn't help but to growl as his female walked into the bathroom. Her breasts had become heavily curved, so much so that they rested lightly on the top of her rounded belly. Her nipples had darkened. They were plump and shiny. The areolas were wider. He was fucked if it didn't make him harder for her. Everything about his female was pure perfection. The fur at the juncture of her thighs was much thicker. It curled and was so soft to the touch.
"I don't want you to remove any of your fur, even once the baby is born. And for the record, I love you ripe with child. I plan on filling your womb as soon as you reach your first heat."
She scrunched up her face. "Too bad, Buster. I prefer a neatly trimmed bush. And don't get any ideas." Her eyes flashed in irritation. "I won't be getting pregnant again anytime soon, so don't even think about it."
"We'll see,"
he growled, deciding to drop the whole thing.
"I like your fur just like that. No, I lie, I prefer it wet with your juices. I love the way it tickles my face when I am between your thighs."
He could hear how deep and gravelly his voice had become. His dick throbbed beneath the bubbled surface of the water. His female laughed while shaking her head. "I swear that you guys have sex on the brain 24/7.
Vampire males have serious sex drives. We are way hornier than your human males. Selena often says that our blood is at least 1 part testosterone and 2 parts everything else."
"Since I drink your blood, it explains why I'm so freaking horny all the time as well." She sighed, making her way over to the tub. His hands itched with the need to touch her, to hold her.
"If you want to know how we feel, imagine your need amplified 3 or 4 times.
Tanya chewed on her bottom lip, clasping her hand on the edge of the tub. Zane got up so that he could hold her other hand and help her into the water. He would have preferred to carry her, but he knew she wouldn't have it. "You poor, poor baby," she said, as he guided her so that she was straddling his hips. She hissed as her sex connected with his cock. "I can feel how needy you are."
"I highly doubt that, sweetness."
Zane leaned back, making space for her. He kept his hands firmly on her hips. The little wench dragged her pussy along the length of him, making him grunt. "I'm too big to be on top of—"
"Shh, you are still as light as a feather."
To prove a point, he lifted her right out of the water. Tanya laughed and squealed, and laughed some more. She grabbed a hold of his biceps as he lowered her back down. "So damned big," she mumbled, and he wasn't sure whether she was talking about his cock or his muscles. It didn't matter either way. He loved her compliments. Fucking loved the way her eyes ate him up, looking hungry and desire-filled.
"Now be a good female and sit on my dick. Please."
He ground out the last as her hand circled his cock. "You can stop being so polite. It's weird." She kissed him softly. Her belly pressed tightly against him.
"I thought you preferred it."
He kissed her back, nipping at her lip. Tanya pulled back slightly, bringing them nose to nose. "It's not you, so you can stop doing it now."
"Sit on my dick, sweetness. Do it now."
He growled, using the gruffest voice he could muster. She smiled against his mouth. "That's better." Her voice was husky. Her little hand circled him, guiding his cock into her snug heat. Zane couldn't help but to groan as he breached her very tight opening. He would never grow used to how perfect she felt, how her wet velvet sheath devoured him, leaving him aching to come from the word go.
"You feel so fucking good, sweetness."
"I'm embarrassed to say that I won't last very long."
"I could come right now. Thank fuck for my years of experience in holding back."
He hissed as she pushed herself all the way onto him. "I thought I told you not to talk about your previous conquests during sex." Tanya's voice was thick. "I don't like it."
"All in preparation for you, Tanya. I swear."
His voice was so deep that he barely recognized himself.
"Now less talking and more fucking."
He thrust up into her, using his hands to anchor her in place. Zane snarled as he lifted her slightly, putting her in a better position to rut her from below. His female threw her head back, taking a hold of each side of the tub. Her jaw was slack as he pulled out. "I thought you wanted me to ride you," she moaned.
"The only thing I want you to do is come. Hard."
Even though he tried not to jostle her with each hard movement, her heavy mammary glands still bounced with each thrust. So fucking sexy. He felt his sacs tighten. "No problem," she moaned as her pussy tightened around his dick. She shouted his name, drawing it out as her channel held him so damned tight that his eyes actually watered with the intensity of his orgasm. His dick stayed hard inside her, throbbing, wanting more. He had to actually force himself to pull out of her and groaned in frustration when he finally did. "We can do that again, you know. In fact, I really want a round two."
"No, we can't."
It came out sounding gruffer than he intended, and he could see that it affected her. He clasped her cheeks.
"It's not that I don't want you, Tanya. You know that I do."
She nodded, chewing on her lip.
"Let's take a shower. I'll wash your hair. You can have breakfast in bed and maybe take a nap before we go and see Selena. You need to take it easy. It's not long now, Isnar."
"It sounds great. I just wish you would let me—" He shook his head.
"Brent and I will survive, I assure you."
"I do need to wash my hair, and I am pretty hungry." He noticed how her eyes dropped to his throat. Zane couldn't help but to smile.
"Take as much as you want, Isnar."
She looked a little crestfallen. "I'm hungry for you, and for eggs. No French toast, lathered in syrup." Her eyes fluttered closed, and she groaned before opening them back up. "I also want tomato soup. What's up with that?"
Zane chuckled. "You can have it all, starting with me."
He turned his head, giving her better access to the pulse at his neck, loving the gasp of pleasure his little human made as she sank her fangs into him. Chapter 5. The old healer moved her hands over her belly, poking and prodding, but mostly just using firm, easy strokes. Just like with vampires, her womb was impenetrable, and scanning to see the unborn child was not possible. Selena's face was neutral and completely unreadable the entire time. How often do you feel the child move? Regularly. Only he squirms more than he kicks. I don't think I have as much room anymore. She said while continuing to palpitate her abdomen. Have you had any bad back pain? Tanya shook her head. Stop that, she said, watching Brent pace up and down.
Zane squeezed her hand. We're a little anxious. It's normal, Isnar. It is our duty to protect you. But in this situation, he gestured to her belly, we feel helpless. How is she? Brent growled. His eyes swept to Selena. I haven't finished my examination yet, but you can stop pacing now. There's no need for that. The older female put her hands on her hips and backed the statement up with a hard look. Brent actually looked sheepish for a few beats before moving to stand at the other side of the bed. He clasped her hand while looking down at her with so much emotion that it brought a lump to her throat. Sorry, Sainwin. It's just that I couldn't stand losing you. For the first time in a long while, she felt worry seep into her veins. 100 different what-ifs accosted her, all of them ending badly. Stop being such an idiot, my lord. The Queen is perfectly fine. Listen to her heart rate. She shook her head. You've scared her. Males are such morons. I will never understand you lot. I can't help that I am honest. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to. His eyes were filled with such concern. I love you so damned much. Losing you would not fucking helping. Zane growled. Finish your examination so that everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Did you bring your medical kit? He looked Selena's way. The vampire female frowned. It's over there. Why? Another word from you and Selena is going to have to use it. His eyes narrowed on Brent, who clenched his jaw. Tanya squeezed Brent's hand tighter. The last thing she needed right now was to see them fly at one another. Brent had come home with blood on his shirt last night. He had quickly changed, but not before she had seen it. It had to be because the two of them were fighting. Brent dropped a kiss onto her forehead just as Becky burst into the room. I'm so freaking sorry I'm late. Her hair was tousled, and she smelled of sex. Tanya had to hold back a giggle when she noticed that her bestie's dress was on inside out. Was Ross happy to see you by any chance? She asked, noticing how Becky blushed. Her friend never blushed. It's not every day that I see him at work. He's so good with a sword, all that hard muscle and tight leather. You can't blame a girl, can you? Tanya realized that her friend was worried that she would be upset with her. Brent growled, looking distinctly unimpressed. Tanya gave him a dirty look. We don't mind at all, do we? She squeezed both of their hands, relieved when Zane chuckled. I don't blame him in the least. Ross was probably just desperate for some alone time. I'm sure that dog gets underfoot regularly. Brent choked out a laugh. The scent of flea powder must get old fast. Will you two please cut the shit? Becky glared at each one of them in turn. I'm so sorry. Tanya released their hands, feeling mortified. That is totally unacceptable. Roosh is Becky's mate. It doesn't matter that he is a wolf shifter. What the hell is wrong with you? Sorry. Brent tried to take her hand back, but she wouldn't let him. I'm also sorry. Zane held his hands up. It was in bad taste. Blame it on the nerves. Finally giving up trying to take a hold of her hand, Brent growled while putting a hand on her shoulder instead. His eyes were on Becky. We mean it, Zane said. Ross can take the day off. Feel free to explore the castle and the grounds. Ross's old room is still unoccupied. Go nuts. He added while smiling broadly. Becky nodded. No more wisecracks. I'm here as your mate's physician, even though I still think she should be dealing with an actual gynecologist. She widened her eyes at Tanya. A gynecologist would have no experience in birthing a vampire baby. You do. Tanya put a hand to her belly, still ignoring her mates. Just because I was there when Stephanie's babies were born does not make me an expert. It was one time. One. You've also delivered plenty of human children, Tanya added, and Becky nodded. I've delivered countless vampire young, Selena piped in. I think we will be fine. See? Tanya pulled a tongue at her friend.
Don't make me spank your ass. Just because you're pregnant doesn't mean you're exempt. Brent growled. It was so low that it almost wasn't audible. Stop it. Tanya hit the side of his arm. We're only fooling around. Becky is not going to hit me. Says you. Becky's eyes twinkled mischievously. I will so spank you if you deserve it. Opening the black bag on the floor in front of her, she pulled out some latex gloves and set them down on a nearby table together with a tube of lube. Happy freaking days. Tanya worked hard not to think about what those were for. Bex, Tanya said, nodding her head towards the table in question. Yeah? Becky pulled out a stethoscope. Neither of us can get any diseases or illnesses. Tanya kept her eyes on the gloves. Humor me, okay? Her friend arched a brow. Old habits die hard. Besides, I don't want to take any chances. I'm also not sure I like the idea of my hand inside your vagina without gloves. Tanya giggled. You're right. I'm not sure I want your naked hand in there, either. She made a snorting noise. Hell, I don't even want your gloved hand in there. A nervous giggle popped out, and she bit down on her lip to stop it. You are a big baby. Becky smiled, inserting the stethoscope ear thingies into her ears. After checking her heart rate and blood pressure, Becky moved to the foot of the bed. Now for the fun part. Is this really necessary? This would be her second exam down there, and she didn't like it much. Not at freaking all, really. Becky nodded, pulling the gloves onto her hands with a snap. Open up, Buttercup. I need to check your cervix. Tanya groaned. It hurts. Like a bitch, but she pulled off her underwear anyway. When Becky had checked her the previous week, she had had to use all of her willpower not to pull away and snap her legs shut. I'm sorry. Becky did look upset. I'll make it really quick. You are still a couple of weeks away from having this baby, so it is normal to have a tight cervix, which usually makes the exam a little uncomfortable. You'll find that as I check you each week, it will get better. She gave her a tight smile. Thing is, the baby is really low down in the pelvis. That, coupled with not being able to do a scan, it would be better to be safe rather than sorry. Selena made a noise of agreement. Vampire babies are rarely born before they are full term. From the check I conducted, I am certain he is weeks away from coming. The little one is still very much on the small side, and has a lot of growing still to do. Tanya felt her mouth drop open. You can't be serious. Her voice was a little high-pitched. Please tell me that you are joking. The vampire female shook her head. You will get much bigger, my queen. The time has come to rest. Do not overdo things. Even though you are stronger because you mated the kings, you are still a human carrying a vampire child. For a brief second, Selena looked a little worried. The emotion was gone before Tanya could really analyze it. This time, both of her males growled. When they grabbed a hold of her hands, she let them. I don't care how big I get. I just need my baby to be okay. It came out in a shuddery whisper. You are doing great. Selena smiled, and the skin around her eyes wrinkled. These last few weeks will be over before you know it. If you say so. Her palms felt sweaty, and her mouth had turned a little dry. Quit your whining and say, ah. Becky may have made a silly joke, but the deep V between her eyes belied her worry. Tanya opened her legs. Wider, honey. I'm a big girl. Becky moved between her legs, which she spread further. Holy freaking hell, sister. Somebody find me a weed eater and fast. This bush needs a serious trim. You bitch, Tanya gasped. You didn't just say that. You know I love you, right? Becky lifted her head till they locked eyes. Her bestie was smiling. Sometimes I wonder. Tanya couldn't help but to smile back. Brent sighed. I don't get you females, not even one bit. Don't worry, friend. Becky winked at her. I'll help a girl out. A quick trim and a wax and you'll be all sorted. I'll even throw in a free petty. Not a fuck, Zane growled. I like my female's fur just the way it is, and you won't touch it. Zane. Tanya tried to sound stern. It would just be a little trim. You do know that they are going to shave me for the birth, right? Tanya giggled at his horrified look. It'll grow back. She squeezed his hand. Becky squirted some lube onto the gloved hand and slid her fingers together to get them all well coated. I will never understand vampire males, so that makes us even. Becky giggled as she moved back between Tanya's parted thighs. Suck in a nice deep breath for me. This shouldn't be so bad since my hand is still smaller than their monster dicks. She nodded her head in the direction of Zane and Brant. Tanya laughed so hard that she actually felt tears run down her cheeks. All the tension drained right out of her. Even Brant's mouth twitched. Zane all out chuckled.
Better believe it,
he growled. When she finally got it together, Tanya used the back of her hand to wipe away her tears and sucked in a breath like Becky had asked. Aside from the invasion of another person's fingers inside of her, it didn't hurt. Not one bit, even though she had braced for the pain. Becky made a humming noise. She managed to sound both surprised and concerned all at once.
What is it?
Selena asked, taking the words right out of her own mouth. Her friend kept her eyes firmly on Tanya's. The V between her eyes was back, and Becky was chewing on her lip. You're already 4 centimeters dilated. Your cervix is soft and about 50% effaced. 4 centimeters? She gasped.
What the fuck does that mean?
Brant growled. Zane was squeezing her hand so hard that she was sure her fingers would break at any second.
It's too early.
Selena looked overly concerned. The lines around her mouth and eyes looked way more prominent. Becky removed the gloves and then threw them into a nearby waste bin. In my professional opinion, and please, she put her hands up, I have very little experience with this type of pregnancy.
Give it to us straight,
Zane said. Tanya could see how his neck muscles bulged. Tension radiated off of both males. This baby could come any day. I would be surprised if you lasted more than a week, although it's hard to tell with this type of thing. Becky turned to Selena. The infant should be fully formed and ready for birth. This would not be cause for concern in a human pregnancy. The child is too small. Vampire young are very strong, but an infant is an infant regardless of the species. We need to try and keep this baby inside of our queen for as long as possible. The female shook her head, her eyes wide in her skull. The only time we ever lose vampire young is when they are born prematurely, when the child is too small and weak, which I am sure this little one still is. Tanya could feel hot tears course down her cheeks. Surely one pregnancy scare was enough. This wasn't happening. It just wasn't.
It's our fucking fault, Zane roared. My fault, he added, sounding completely gutted. You were right. His eyes flashed to Brant. Male seed weakens the entrance to the womb. We should never have rutted so many times with our female. Twice a day was still too often. Brant snorted, sounding pissed, especially considering how fucking potent our seed is. I'm so sorry, Sainwin. I hope you can forgive us. Brant wiped away her tears with his thumb. The stricken look he gave her tore at her, making her feel even worse. Too much information, boys. Becky held up a hand. Listen up. During a normal pregnancy, sex cannot bring on labor. It's a proven fact. This had nothing to do with your seriously potent sperm, I assure you. Everybody calm down. Don't tell me to fucking calm down, Brant growled through clenched teeth. His dark, fearful eyes flashed to Becky. Thankfully, her tears were coming much slower now, so she was actually able to talk. Tanya reached up and cupped his cheeks. We need to listen to my doctor and healer. It's no use going off the rails. Brant closed his eyes and leaned into her touch. Speak. Zane was turned to face Becky. He growled so deeply that goosebumps popped out on her arms. Let's please calm down. Tanya reached for his hand and he took it. Easy. My bones can still break, you know. Sorry, sweetness. Zane eased his hold and kissed the inside of her palm. There are steps that can be taken to prevent labor. I'm going to order oral terbutaline. It is a drug used to prevent contractions. I am prescribing the treatment should you go into labor. It is very effective in slowing down and even stopping labor. She took a deep breath. I need you on full bed rest. No sex whatsoever. Becky looked up at Tanya's mates. It was fine before, but it isn't anymore. Your pregnancy is no longer considered normal, as you are dilating. She looked Tanya in the eye. No orgasms at all, for that matter. We can't ease our female?
Brant sounded shocked. Becky shook her head. When a woman orgasms, her uterus contracts. It could bring on labor in Tanya's current state. Sperm on a ripening cervix could cause it to soften further. Therefore, no sex and no orgasms. Oh no. Tanya felt her blood drain. I kind of had sex this morning. I may have had 2 orgasms. She held up 2 fingers. Her blasted eyes filled up with tears. Zane made an anguished noise. Becky glanced at Zane before locking eyes with Tanya once again. You weren't to know. Don't beat yourself up. I'll get my hands on the drugs right away. The key will be to administer the medication should you go into labor. I'm sure you'll be just fine. I'm seeing this as a precaution rather than as something to be concerned about.
We cannot be too careful where the royal heir is concerned,
Selena said in a schoolmistress voice. Becky gave her a dirty look before looking back at Tanya. The worst thing you can do is worry. Of all the precautions you should take, rest and cutting out stress are most important. High periods of stress followed by periods of calm are known to trigger labor.
Our female will have nothing to worry about,
Zane said, kissing her hand again.
We will take excellent care of her.
Brant did the same.
Do you have any other advice?
Brant's eyes narrowed on Becky. No hot baths or nipple stimulation. This is just as important as no sex, as it causes the body to release a hormone that brings on labor. There are others, but they're old wives' tales.
Tell us.
If Tanya didn't know any better, she would say that Brant sounded desperate. Sure, avoid spicy food. She winked at Tanya. Whatever you do, my friend, don't insert evening primrose oil capsules into your vagina. Tanya snorted. As if. Becky smiled. You're going to love this one. Stay away from laxatives like castor oil. The excessive diarrhea it causes could bring on labor. Although I'll be sorely tempted because there's nothing better than diarrhea. Tanya laughed, but it very quickly turned into a sob, and she felt her lip wobble. Oh, honey. Becky shouldered Zane out of the way and hugged her tight. You are going to be just fine. What about my baby? She pushed her face into Becky's shoulder, trying hard to stifle the tears and failing. This is strictly precautionary. Put your feet up. Take it really easy. I need to hustle back to Sweetwater to get the meds, just in case. You are both going to be just fine. Becky spoke in a soothing voice. It had the desired effect. Her friend also stroked the back of her head.
Bring your wolf and move into the castle. The 3 of you can stay in Ross's old room.
Brant spoke carefully. Tanya could hear that he was trying to keep the growl out of his voice. Becky tensed, pulling away from Tanya. I don't think that's necessary. If Tanya goes into labor, it will be a long process. I'm only 20 minutes away.
Zane made a sound of affirmation. Move in, healer. Your shifter would be welcome. He looked across at Brant. Would feel better knowing you were close.
Becky shook her head. Trust me, if I thought it would help, I would move in. But my being here won't help one bit. Brant growled. Stop it. Tanya narrowed her eyes at Brant. Becky will come immediately if need be. I also have Selena. You heard Becky. She swallowed hard. Everything is going to be okay. Her voice hitched on the word okay. She took a deep breath and bit down on her lip to keep it from quivering. Right. Becky clapped her hands together. You boys get Tanya settled in her room, and I'm headed back to town. There was a hard, cracking noise above her. When she looked up, Brant was holding his head, and Zane looked dazed but shook it off. Becky cracked up laughing. A giggle escaped when Tanya realized that they had knocked heads.
I will carry our female,
Zane growled, trying to both pick her up at once, it seemed.
I will do it.
Brant gripped her wrist possessively.
Like fuck,
Zane snarled.
Back the fuck off or so help me.
Brant's hands knotted at his sides, and his face became distorted with rage. How about you carry me halfway? She looked pointedly at Brant before turning her eyes to Zane. Then you can carry me the other half. Brant gave a hard jerk of his head, and Zane backed up, giving the other male room. He picked her up like it was the easiest thing in the world.
Put your arms around my neck, Sainwin.
His eyes softened up as they met with hers. Tanya did as he said. Feeling his warmth seep into her, His clean, manly scent enveloped her. This was going to be okay. Just fine. Nothing to be concerned about. She would follow Becky's advice to the letter, starting with no stress. Tanya relaxed into Brant's strong arms.
That's it, sweetness.
Zane's deep voice helped to soothe her. When she looked his way, she noticed that his eyes were filled with concern. He gave her a tight smile. Nothing to worry about. If she exuded it, maybe they would believe it. What was that saying again? Oh yeah, fake it till you make it. There was a knock at the door. Brant tensed, pulling her closer. Although all of their eyes were on the door, no one made a move to open it. Another knock, louder this time.
Come in,
Zane finally growled. York put his head around the jamb.
Apologies for the interruption, my lords, my lady.
He bowed his head for a second. The castle was noisy, noisier than normal. She didn't think it was possible, but Brant tensed up even more. His body turned to stone, and his chest heaved against her. She strained to hear what was going on, but York moved inside, closing the door behind him, drowning out the noise, mostly. Zane flashed a fang on a silent snarl.
We have a little...
York darted his eyes from Zane to Brant and back again.
Situation, the big male said. It needs your urgent attention. I would recommend that you stay here, my queen.
It wasn't lost on her that although he turned his gaze to her, his eyes failed to meet hers. What is going on? Tanya asked. Brant moved back to the bed and carefully put her down. He cupped her jaw.
We'll be back soon. Do as York says and stay here. All of you.
Brant glanced at Selena and Becky. But... Zane pushed past Brant. He put his hands on either side of her, bending till he was at eye level with her.
Brant is right. Stay put. We'll be back soon.
Tell me what the hell is going on? Her voice was a little shrill, but she couldn't help it. Zane tucked some hair behind her ear.
Nothing to be concerned with, I promise. It's an internal annoyance that needs handling.
She felt her brow crease. Do you promise? I get the feeling it's more than just a simple issue.
You're right, Zainwen. It's an annoying issue, but it's nothing for you to be concerned over. We'll be back in a few minutes. Please stay here till we get back.
His eyes darkened, belying how serious he was. Pulling an irritated face, she nodded. She knew there was more to this by the way York was pacing and shoving his hand through his hair every few strides. It looked like her kings were needed urgently. If they thought she was going to drop this, though, they were sadly mistaken. Chapter 6. 1 hour later. I cannot take even one more minute of this, Becky huffed, lurching to her feet. She took the words right out of Tanya's freaking mouth. Aside from the frustration of not knowing what the hell was going on out there, her bladder was so full it felt like it was going to burst its seams at any moment. Me neither, Tanya said as she slid off the side of the bed. You need to stay in that bed. Becky narrowed her eyes at Tanya and put her hands on her hips. She even went so far as to cock her head to the side. You, she pointed at Tanya with a perfectly manicured nail, stay put. I'm going to find out what the hell is going on. Now that she was on her feet, Tanya could feel her bladder really straining. She felt like she just might burst at any second. To try and alleviate the pressure, she sat back down on the bed, putting a hand on the bottom curve of her belly. I really need to pee, so hurry up. I'm giving you 1 minute and then I'm out of here. Becky rolled her eyes. Use a bedpan. Tanya looked around the room expectantly. There was no way she was squatting over a bedpan unless she absolutely had no other choice. I don't see one. Somehow she knew that knowing there was a plan B close by would make her feel a little better. Becky threw her a mischievous grin. Improvise, darling girl. She gestured to a vase of flowers. I'm so not peeing in that, so hurry, please. To show how desperate she was, Tanya closed her hand over her girly bits and pulled what she hoped was a pained face. All righty already. I'll be back in a sec.
Do you want me to come with you?
Selena asked. Becky shook her head. You stay here with Her Royal Highness. She giggled at her own joke as she left the room. The noises outside were much worse now. It sounded like screams. The door banged shut, closing off the sounds. Screams. She would be really worried at this point. Only they weren't the type of screams that evoked fear. What the hell was going on? Selena made a disapproving noise and even shook her head. "You know what's going on, don't you?" Tanya asked. The vampire female had much better hearing. "Just stay right where you are, my queen. In my limited experience, you humans are—" She paused. "Different from vampires. You don't look at things the same way. Your cultures differ greatly at times from ours. You are easily offended. Cut the cryptic bullshit and tell me what's going on." Realizing that she'd been a bit harsh, she added, "Please." Becky slammed the door behind her and actually leaned back against it. Her eyes were wide, her face pale. She was breathing heavily. "Selena?" Becky locked eyes with the vampire female. "Get rid of those flowers, girlfriend." Becky took a deep breath as she locked eyes with Tanya. "You do not want to go out there. Do yourself and all of us a favor and pee in that vase." She pointed to the object in question. Although Becky looked antsy and upset, she didn't look afraid. "Just tell me one thing," Tanya asked. "Are Zane and Brant okay?" "Are they okay?" Now Becky looked pissed. "Are they freaking okay, you ask?" She tapped her foot. "I'd say they're a damn sight better than just okay. More like fantastic, along with every other guy in the castle." She snorted, shaking her head. "I'm so going to wash out Ross's eyeballs with chili sauce. No, make that acid." She smiled, looking anything but happy. "I'll burn out his eyes and he can regenerate new ones, virgin ones. The set he has in right now are freaking ruined." "Female." Selena's voice was sharp. "There is no need for such behavior. You are going to upset the queen." Becky's eyes flashed to Tanya's stomach, and she puffed out a lungful of air. "I'm sorry." She shook her head. "It's just that, well, vampire women suck. I hate them. No offense to you." Her friend looked Selena's way. The old vampire chuckled. "None taken. They are only following our traditions, though. The kings are considered celebrities in these parts, and an opportunity to still warm their beds is not to be missed." "This all has to do with that stupid lore?" Realization dawned on Tanya. "Where are Zane and Brant? What's happening out there?" Her guys loved her. There was no cause for concern. None whatsoever. None, damn it. She'd keep telling herself that and would keep believing it. "I'm sorry, I didn't see them." Becky sounded defeated. "This place is crawling with women. Super fucking models." Now she sounded pissed. "There are hordes of them outside. They're being held back by the guards. It's not pretty." "We can't just sit here, Becky." Tanya rubbed her stomach, feeling the light thumps and squirms beneath her skin. Her baby came first. "I might need that medication." Becky's eyes clouded for a second. She nodded. "I doubt it, but—" She sighed. "Yeah, you might. I, for one, am not going to let a bunch of horny vampire females stand in the way of my baby's health. I also really need some answers about this stupid lore. Are there guards posted outside?" Becky nodded. "York and a really huge guy, like ridiculously big." "Bigger than York?" She smiled. "Has to be Lazarus." At least they had the two strongest males at their service. "Let's go. I want to go back to my own space, my own room, my own bed. I'm not holding up in here for the rest of the day because a bunch of hussies want my men. Mine. It's not happening, and I'm not worried." There was a slight tremor to her voice, but she ignored it because she believed every single word she had just said. It didn't matter that Brant and Zane were missing. She trusted them to do right by her, damn it. "Let's stay here instead, honey. You don't want to go out there." Becky chewed on her bottom lip. "Go and lie back down while I empty that vase." "Would they hurt me?" Tanya turned to Selena. The vampire female shook her head. "No, it is nothing personal towards you. In fact, the opposite is true. They believe that they are doing you a great honor by serving your mate, in this case mates, while you are unable to." "How do they know I can't do it? I only just freaking found out myself." Tanya's voice shook with anger. "They have no right. As vampires, they have every right, just as our kings are well within their rights to accept." "That's the biggest crock of shit I have ever heard." Becky actually stomped her foot. Her face had turned bright red. If she were any angrier, smoke would billow out of her ears. Selena shrugged. "Like I said earlier, Some of our cultural differences are pretty glaring. It is not considered correct that such virile, dominant males like the kings should go any length of time with limited sex. No sex at all would be deemed completely unacceptable. It's a couple of weeks, maybe a few on the other side to recover. Becky made a disgusted noise. Come on, they won't freaking die. They're grown-ass men. Selina shook her head. They are not men, young Becky. They are non-human males in their prime with needs that way supersede any mere humans. It is borderline cruelty to ask them to abstain for any length of time. I cannot believe that I am actually listening to this crap. I am so never freaking having children. Becky mumbled the last. Don't listen, Tanya. Selina walked over to Tanya. The elderly female took a hold of her hands. Her eyes were filled with kindness. I am not trying to hurt you, my lady, just stating the facts. Choose one or two females. Tanya tried to pull her hands away, but Selina held on tight. Take control of the situation and all of this mess will go away. The rest of the unmated females will soon realize that they are wasting their time. She was talking quickly. It will be difficult for you, but it is for the best. You wouldn't need to worry. You could just relax and take it easy for the sake of the royal heir. Let another female have the honor of filling in for you. You would be greatly respected in the eyes of the vampire people for your sacrifice. Your males would love you more. When I mated with Zane and Brand, I agreed to give them everything and to never leave them. In return, they swore that it would only be me, that they would never stray. I intend to hold them to their promise. Selina shook her head, looking sad. I have tried hard to make you understand our way, but I see that I have failed. You are a human. A vampire female would struggle to keep two males such as our kings happy, let alone a weak, pregnant human. Tanya threw the old cow a dirty look. Selina's eyes widened, and she quickly added, I mean, no disrespect, my lady. You need to understand that the kings will never hold out. You are setting them up for inevitable failure, and it can only end badly in the long run. Selina finally released her hands. The old female's eyes burned with disappointment. They are vampires, and you are trying to hold them to human rules. Anger rose up in Tanya. Brant went months without having sex before choosing me at the ceremony. I agree with Becky. It's all bullshit excuses so that they can fool around. I can't believe you vampire women buy it. That was before he was mated. He will burn for you now, my queen. Burn and burn and burn without being able to have you. It will drive both him and Zane mad. It would be like the worst torture to ask them to abstain. Selina looked distraught. Over-exaggerate much? Sheesh, woman. Enough already. Becky was fuming. Her jaw worked, and she sucked in a lungful of air. Moving on to more sane conversation. Let's get out of here. But like I said earlier, it's really ugly out there. Ugly was so the wrong word. Wrong, so very wrong. They had left the room and encountered sounds of screaming, shouting, and nervous chatter. On second thought, shouting was the wrong description. It was more like chanting. Whole hordes of women were chanting Zane and Brant's names. It was so freaking crazy. Stay inside, York growled. King's orders. Becky shook her head. Our queen needs to use the ladies' room. Lazarus cursed. York clenched his jaw. Damn it. Also, we need to get Her Highness to her own room. It would be more comfortable for her there. I need to get back to Sweetwater. She went on to explain about the medication. York shook his head. Use the bathroom down the hall and get back in there. Please, you are free to go. He pointedly looked at Becky before turning his eyes back on Tanya. But I'm not permitted to let you out, my lady. Why the hell not? Tanya asked. I know all about the stupid lore. A bunch of vampire hussies are surrounding the castle. So what? I don't particularly care. Big fat lie. The male frowned. You don't? Brant was very worried that they would upset you. He said he would kill me if that happened. His blue eyes turned stormy. I kind of have stuff to live for, my lady. Stuff I would hate to miss out on because I was dead. Or at the very least, missing my dick. He squirmed, looking pained at the thought. Brant's threats aside, I would also hate to see you upset by all of this. Listen up. Tanya used the most authoritative, queenly voice she could muster. I am going to the bathroom, and then one of you can escort me to the North Tower, while the other takes Becky to her car. Am I clear?
But...
York's huge muscles bunched, making him look even bigger. If she weren't used to being around vampire men, it would be scary as shit. No freaking buts, mister. Becky was much shorter than Tanya, but she craned her neck and poked York in the chest all the same. Your queen has spoken, and you will obey. York pushed out a heavy sigh as his gaze moved to Tanya.
Do you promise not to get upset?
Becky turned fearful eyes on her. Yeah, she said. Do you promise not to get upset? I would never let such a silly lore and a bunch of hussies make me upset. No way, no how. Not happening. I trust my mates. Oh, God. There was a part of her that had been hoping that she wouldn't get her way. A part of her that didn't want to see what was going on out there. If it had shaken Becky, then it had to be pretty bad. York made a strangled noise.
I don't like it, but if it's my queen's wish, then I am yours to command.
Thank you. Now excuse me, please. Tanya made for the bathroom using small steps to try and stop herself from leaking urine, which was a distinct possibility at this point. Wouldn't want to leak. Vampires would be able to tell. Their sense of smell was too good. Somehow, she managed to make it. On a deep sigh, she sat down. The trickle was over in a handful of seconds, but the relief was awesome. After washing her hands, she joined the others, and they made for the main lounge and dining area, which led to the staircase to her wing of the castle.
Would you like me to carry you, my queen?
Lazarus asked, as they made their way down the long hallway. His voice was rough. Tanya shook her head. I'll manage. It isn't all that far. There was a small flight of stairs at the end of the hall, which would lead them up from the basement. After the short climb, Tanya stopped dead as they exited from the healer's quarters and into the main area. Tanya sucked in a ragged breath. Sweet mother of... No freaking way! Ugly. There was nothing in the least bit ugly about the sight that met her, except for maybe the thoughts that ran through her brain, ones that included her mates, surrounded by these vampire women, straddled by them. She shook her head to dispel the image. Not going there, thank you very much. Sure, she'd seen vampire females around the castle, had even seen a group together on a regular basis. Tanya had always thought they were exquisite, every last one of them. But she had learned to deal, had finally accepted that her guys found her irresistible. Little old plain Jane her. Totally irresistible, despite the fact that their own kind were supermodels. Her eyes were drawn around the cluttered room and to the scene outside. There were droves of dressed-to-the-nines vampire babes. A line of guards were preventing the large gathering from entering the already overflowing castle. It was a sight to behold. They were so stunningly beautiful that it took her breath away and had acid filling her veins. Their hair wasn't merely red or blonde. It was flaming red, like the depths of a raging fire, or rich honey blonde that shimmered in long, thick waves. They were wearing even less than normal. Dresses and skirts so short that some of them would be very definitely flashing their girly bits left, right, and center. She made a groaning noise when she realized that most of the outfits were see-through, with jiggly, wriggly, wiggly bits everywhere. Except vampire bodies didn't jiggle or wriggle. They just were, in all their glory. Their boobs were too damned perky to jiggle, and their asses far too tight to wriggle. A girl in shorter-than-short shorts walked by. She gasped and even held a hand to her perky chest. My queen, she gave a small curtsy. I am so hoping to be able to honor you, to be of service to your mates, the nitwit said, eyes shining. If only I could find the kings. It would be great if you could point me in the right direction. Her breath froze in her lungs. How the hell did she even answer? Fuck off, Becky said in a no-nonsense voice. The female made a confused noise and strode away. A frown marred her otherwise flawless face. Tanya groaned again, watching her perfect butt cheeks move up and down, no, bouncing, as she strutted away. A pair of red heels caught her attention next, as did toned legs that went on for miles. Just great. This female wore a tight sheath dress. It was made from delicate lace, showcasing another set of, you guessed it, perky boobs. Tanya's eyes began to fill with tears. How was she supposed to compete with this? It was impossible. Then a crazy thought hit her. Why the hell were vampire nipples so hard? All the time. It was a wonder the men of the species didn't get their eyes poked out on a regular basis. When she lifted her gaze, she was met with a cold stare that turned distinctly pompous. Recognition hit. Alexandra, Brant's old squeeze. Fuckity fuck. It was not the best timing for this, not when she was on the verge of a complete meltdown. The last thing she needed was a run-in with Bitch City, and this female was a first-class A-grade bitch of note. Oh, looky who it is. Her nemesis arched an eyebrow before cocking a narrow hip. It's the little human plaything, who I like to refer to as the incubator. Pregnancy has not been kind. She grimaced as she sized Tanya up. Swallowing hard, Tanya had to work to keep her emotions under control. Right now, she felt like curling herself up into the fetal position and crying her eyes out. She really needed to speak with Brant and Zane. They needed to put her mind at rest. Things had changed since she spoke with them yesterday about the lore. Changed in a big way. She could only hope that Selena was over-exaggerating on the whole "they won't make it" speech. Alexandra gave a little snort of laughter, managing to sound sexy all the same. What? Nothing to say? I see that you're still timid. I wouldn't expect anything less from a puny human. That did it. Tanya squared her shoulders. Oh, look, it's the ex-sippy cup. I wouldn't expect anything less from leftovers. Jealous, much? Tanya was so thankful when her voice came out sounding confident. Of being an incubator? She gave a distasteful snort. Never. I came to watch Brant evoke the lore, because I know you won't be able to satisfy them both for much longer. If you think you stand a chance of getting him back, then you can think again. Not that you ever really had him. Her voice had turned cold and hard. Brant would have nothing to do with this woman. If nothing else, she knew this to be true. Unfortunately, though, there was a history between the two of them, which burned her deep in her gut. Tanya reminded herself that the only reason Alexandra was acting like this was because she was jealous as all hell. She clung to that knowledge with white knuckles. The vampire bitch rolled her eyes. I came to watch you suffer. A silly human like you will not be able to cope, knowing that your mate is fucking all. York bristled next to her and even released a low growl. Shut it, bitch! Becky stepped forward. I, for one, have heard enough. You clearly don't know what the hell you are talking about. Life is too short to waste breath on you. She turned to Tanya. Let's get going. I couldn't agree more, Tanya said, as York took a hold of her elbow and ushered her in the direction of the stairs. Tanya shut her eyes, wishing she could shut out Alexandra's mocking laugh from somewhere behind her. All the vampire females that crossed her path gave her the same little speech about being honored to help out during this time. In other words, they couldn't wait to get between two sheets with her mates. Hers. For better or for worse. This wasn't happening. She thought for a moment that if she had known about this little lore, she would never have gotten pregnant. Then she felt instantly guilty for having such a thought, and put a hand to her belly. It was like she was wishing her unborn son away. I'm sorry, little one. I didn't mean it. You look like you're going to hyperventilate, Becky said. It's quite a lot to take in. Tanya swallowed hard. I cannot believe these chicks, throwing themselves at Zane and Brant like this. It's sick. Tell me about it. Don't they have any self-respect? Guess not. A girl in a thin satin robe came bouncing past. I'm so washing his freaking eyes out, Becky mumbled as her gaze trailed the girl. Tanya noticed how her teeny tiny robe rode high with every skip, showing off her very hairless area. As the vampire moved away, Becky seemed to snap out of it. Don't listen to Selena's bullshit. Those boys of yours might be idiots at times, but they love you very much. Tanya felt a lump rise in her throat. She nodded, feeling her lip quiver. Oh, honey. Becky pulled her in for a tight embrace. Go and get into bed. I'll be back as soon as I can. We can talk then, she said as she pulled away. I know it's a lot to ask, but try not to let this get to you. Tanya nodded again. Let's go, my lady. York squeezed her elbow. Drive safe, and the same goes for Ross. I doubt he's even looking. Becky rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Not looking my ass. Hence my removing his eyeballs when I see him later. She smiled angelically, which was at total odds with what she had just said. Tanya had to choke out a laugh. Later, she called to Becky's retreating back. Chapter 7. My lady, Charlotte gasped as she entered her suite, her eyes filled with concern. You should not have come. Her full mouth broke into a smile. But I knew you would, so here I am.
I will be outside if you need me.
York gave her a wink. He'd always been a little flirty with her when Brent and Zane weren't around. Tanya knew that he didn't mean anything by it. She gave him a nod, and he left, closing the door behind him. I came prepared. Charlotte gestured to the table, which was covered in her favorite dishes: pot roast cupcakes, thick slices of watermelon, pepperoni pizza. Her stomach gave a lurch. I'm not really hungry. She shook her head. Charlotte gave her a sympathetic smile. In many ways, it made her feel worse than when she was staring at all the beautiful women vying for her mate's attention. Only, she wasn't sure why. You have to eat, Tanya. I'm really tired. Becky prescribed bed rest, so I think I'll just lie down. I would appreciate some privacy. She walked over to her closet and pulled out a pair of pajamas, drawstring cotton pants, and a baggy shirt. With a sigh, she realized that she hadn't worn them even once. Her friend folded her arms across her perky chest and pouted her full lips. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for you. Yeah, right. Like all those others out there. Next, you'll be telling me how you'll do me a favor and fuck my mates for me. Help me out. Tanya knew she was being a total bitch, but couldn't seem to stop. Right now, she disliked vampire females intensely, and Charlotte just happened to be one. That you'll honor me. Well, I don't need to be honored, and nor do I need any help. You can help me by leaving. Tanya pointed to the door. Charlotte didn't get angry. You are understandably upset. I know that you don't mean those things you just said. I would never have sex with either of your mates. I consider you to be my friend. I am here for you because you need me. That is what good friends do. She sucked in a deep breath. Like I said before, I am not going anywhere, and if it makes you feel better to say nasty things to me, then by all means, I can take it. First, her lip wobbled, then she felt her whole face crumple. Tanya covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a sob. She moved to sit on the edge of the bed. I can't believe this is happening. Charlotte sat down next to her. She put a hand on her back but didn't say anything. After a few minutes of solid crying, she managed to pull herself together. Try and understand that the vampire females from both covens love Brant and Zane. They're the kings for blood's sake. She rubbed a hand up and down Tanya's back, and it was oddly soothing. They are a lot like rock stars or movie stars of your human world. Things changed the moment you were chosen. You never saw how it was before, how all the females would all work at a chance to catch their eye, vie for an opportunity to... Tanya held up a hand. Yeah, I get it. This isn't helping, you know. Tanya stood up while grabbing her discarded pajamas. After you were chosen and mated, the females knew that they never stood a chance, so they didn't even try. This is their window of opportunity. Maybe their last. Are you sticking up for them? For this whole farce of a lore? She pulled the clothing against her chest like a protective shield. Charlotte shrugged. It is our way. It's disgusting and wrong. I can't believe that vampire females put up with it. Everyone is always so quick to point out how vampire males cherish their mates, that babies are more precious than gold, yet the moment a pregnant woman can't put out, they are on to the next pussy. It's a bodily function. It is something our males need, particularly the most dominant ones. It isn't something that is personal. I assure you that your mates love only you and want only you. It will be a hardship for them to rut with another. She didn't just freaking say that. No way. Were these women for real? Tanya grit her teeth, trying to find control. You are right, it will be a hardship. If either of them even thinks of fucking around, I will cut off their dicks, rip them off with my teeth if I have to. If those little suckers grow back, I will rip them right off again. There was a deep chuckle from behind her, and strong arms enveloped her from behind. Zane's musky, ultra-manly scent filled her nostrils.
Little suckers.
He chuckled some more. Tanya felt his chest vibrate against her back.
More like damned big.
His warm breath fanned her ear, making her feel both hot and cold. She elbowed him in the ribs, earning her a hard grunt, even though she knew she hadn't hurt him. It had the desired effect in that Zane let her go. The chanting grew louder. "Your groupies are calling." Her voice was laced with 1 part bitchy and 2 parts snark. When she turned to face him, he was frowning.
"I don't know what you mean."
The chanting seemed to grow louder still. She rolled her eyes. "Don't play dumb with me. Why are you even here?" His frown deepened.
"I expected you to be upset and came to console you. When you weren't downstairs, I came here. Sorry I didn't come sooner, but we are trying to put an end to this madness."
He paused.
"I see you are angry."
He folded his arms across his chest. His dark eyes bore into her. "And what? I'm not allowed to be angry?"
"You out," he growled at Charlotte. "To answer your question, no."
He growled the word even louder at her. "Don't you growl at me."
"You're being unreasonable and you should be in bed."
He closed the small space between them and picked her up. Tanya did not want to be touched and certainly didn't want to be lying down during this little conversation, one in which she laid down the freaking law. Horizontal just wasn't the way to do it. "Put me down." She beat on his rock-hard chest and managed to break a nail. "Damn it! Look what you did!" Zane held her with 1 arm, humongous, very pregnant her with just 1 arm. His strength never ceased to amaze her. He peeled the covers to the side and ever so gently began to lower her. She could feel how her chest was heaving. "Don't put me in that bed and don't you dare tell me not to be angry."
"I am putting you in our bed and you will stay there."
To her irritation, he lowered her the rest of the way and pulled the covers up.
"You have no reason to be angry or afraid."
"I am so not afraid. You are the one that should be afraid, Zane. Very afraid. If you even think for 1 little second that you get to keep your dick if—" Her mate leaned in and kissed her. His hot, really soft mouth covered hers. Zane moved back ever so slightly, putting them nose to nose.
"I don't plan on giving you any reason to remove my dick. I plan on using it often when the baby comes, so I kind of need it."
He kissed her again.
"I know that you love my cock, Sweetness. Removing it is not an option."
Even though she was still seething mad, his words still caused warmth to fill her veins. Pulling away further, she took in the smug look on his face.
"I'm glad we agree. My cock stays."
His voice had turned husky, reminding her of all the things they couldn't do, of what both Selena and Charlotte had said, and she burst into tears. All the anger evaporated, leaving only fear and hurt in their wake. She pushed against his chest, even though she knew it was useless. The male was a powerhouse. He didn't so much as move an inch, but stayed crouched over her, with his hands on either side of her. "Just go." The whole lore was properly explained to me, in great detail. She rubbed away her falling tears, but new ones kept coming. "I've been warned that there is no way either of you can ever go without sex for a longer period of time, and that it would be considered cruel to expect you to abstain."
"Isnar."
His voice was deep, yet very soft. "Don't isnar me." She sniffed loudly, managing to get some sort of control over her waterworks. "It is important that you know that you mated with a human. You knew what you were getting into. I don't do your crazy lores." Using the pad of his thumb, Zane wiped away a tear that was tracking down her cheek.
"I am well aware that you are human. I have no desire to be with any other female."
A snorting sound escaped her. "Apparently you're not going to be able to help yourself." Zane clenched his jaw and his eyes darkened.
"I am a vampire fucking king."
"Exactly." Her lip wobbled. "I've been told that you are too dominant to be able to abstain, that the urge will be too great. I only wish I had known before." If she had thought his eyes were dark before, she was greatly mistaken. They turned midnight, moonless black.
"What then, Tanya? Would you not have mated with us? Not carried our precious child?"
His words mirrored her previous thoughts, which made her guilt come crashing back down on her. It made her react with more venom than what she had intended. It's not like I had much of a freaking choice." Her voice was high-pitched and cutting. This whole thing sucked, and she had every right to be mad.
"You always had a choice."
Zane sounded hurt. He pulled away from her, and she was tempted to grab hold of him, to keep him near, but she clenched her hands into fists at her sides instead. Zane stood and moved to the door.
"I am a vampire king, which means that I have plenty of fucking willpower. I am not ruled by my dick. Quite frankly, I'm pissed that you would have so little faith in me, in us. Don't get out of that bed. The baby needs to come first."
He turned his eyes to her belly for a second, leaving the room before she could respond. What the hell was that? Was she out of line? No way. The whole castle was crawling with vampire women all wanting a piece of her guys, and Zane was angry with her. Quite frankly, it irked and upset her in equal measures. Yes, she could have had a bit more faith in him, in them, even after what Selena and Charlotte had said. It's just, all these females were so sure that her kings would evoke this bullshit lore that she had begun to believe it herself. Truth was, she'd known that Zane and Brandt were very different. You couldn't get much more different than non-human. So it stood to reason that she knew her life would be different if she settled with them, and she had still chosen to jump in with both arms and legs anyway. There was no way she would want things to be any other way. Tanya rubbed her belly. When Zane came back, she would explain that to him. She would even suck it up and apologize. Chapter 8. Motherfuck. These females irritated the shit out of him. He and Zane were the kings. They made the rules. They were the law. Yet, no one was listening to them. No one, at least, of the feminine order. The females continued to chant to try and breach the castle when there were too many of them in here already. They tried even harder to get his attention, to shove themselves against him. It took a circle of 6 of his best fucking guards to keep them off. Zane had called to inform him that Tanya was in their room, that she was a little upset about this whole thing. Fuck, he was so going to tear York a new one. He had given the male explicit instructions not to let Tanya see what was going on out here. Although they had explained to her about this bitch of a lore, he knew that seeing this chaos would be more than she could take. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have moved her yesterday. Avoided her having to witness what the female of his species could be like. It wasn't fucking pretty. If these females thought they stood a moment's chance, though, they were kidding themselves. "Brent, over here," a husky female voice to his left. "Hey, Brent, I can make you feel better." Another one to his right. "Brent, please, choose me." He ignored the please. Every single fucking one of them. Yanking off his tie, he rolled his shirt sleeves up over his forearms as he made his way up the stairs that led to the North Tower, taking them 2 at a time. When he made it there moments later, he spotted York and Lazarus, arms crossed, outside the door. They parted as he made his way over.
"You shouldn't have let her out,"
he growled, his eyes on York. The male knew better.
"I was ordered."
He could hear that York was working to keep the growl from his own voice.
"Tanya is my queen. She mentioned that she knew about the lore, and I quote, she said she wouldn't let a bunch of vampire hussies get to her."
York swallowed hard.
"Turns out that I was wrong. So was my queen, for that matter, because they did get to her."
York hung his head for a few beats before meeting his eyes again.
"She has been crying."
Anger rose up in him, and he had to work hard not to go at the guard. To pummel him for disobeying a direct fucking order. It was the knowledge of how demanding Tanya could be, of how she could take over any situation that stayed him. He couldn't blame the male. If his little human wanted something, she would make sure she got it.
"I will accept my punishment, my lord. You followed your queen's orders, which was the right thing to do."
Brandt kept his voice low.
"Yeah, but in so doing I directly disobeyed yours."
Brandt narrowed his eyes at the male.
"Don't fucking remind me,"
he growled while yanking the door open. When he saw his Sanewin's unmoving frame beneath the covers of the bed, he gently closed the door behind him. It still floored him how tiny and delicate she was, even though her belly was curved with their child. His heart clenched. Selena was right. She was far too small. Why the fuck didn't these damned females listen to him? The stress of this situation could cause their son to come too soon. The only option was to get the hell out of Dodge, and the sooner the better. Speaking of which, his phone buzzed in his pocket.
Yeah?
He moved away from his sleeping female to the other side of their spacious suite.
It's here, Tanya growled. Is Tanya's bag packed yet? No, give me 5 and I'll meet you there.
Brent smiled.
I never thought I would say this, but I'll pack a few things for you. No, Zane growled. You go with our mate and I'll join you in a day or two. I thought we agreed that I would stay. I've let you take on too much lately. It's not fair. Go with our female.
Brent could hear Zane take in a deep breath.
Spend some time with her. Make sure she is happy. I'll wrap things up on this side and meet you there. Are you sure?
Zane was acting weird. They had taken on their natural roles over the last few months. Zane dealt more with internal issues, things like training of the elite team and the general running of the security, whereas Brent focused more on human/vampire relations and the setting up of the breeding program. The project had become important to him. Zane had expressed more than once his unwillingness to have to deal with humans on a day-to-day basis. They were afraid of him in a big way. The big male did nothing to dissuade their fear, either. Brent had to suppress a smile, thinking of how his partner liked to growl and flash his fangs. Scared the shit out of humans. Literally.
I'm very sure. I'll meet with the construction team. In a way, the tower and access control house we plan on building are technically security-related, so it's more my job than yours. If you say so. You do know that you will have to deal with a bunch of humans? I'm aware. I'll play nice. I promise.
Zane said, sounding anything but. A male like Zane didn't know the meaning of the word, at least not the human version of nice.
I doubt it.
Brent shook his head.
Get Xavier involved. He will need to take on a leadership role in our absence, and I want him up to speed.
Zane grunted.
I'll try, but I'm not sure he will leave the Elven Princess's side long enough to attend or to take over the reins for that matter. I thought the 3 of us were bad. He's the fucking prince and will start to act like it, or so help me.
When his brother and Esrel had returned from the Elven territory, they had spent a full 2 weeks holed up in Xavier's suite. Would have been longer if he hadn't dragged his brother's sorry ass out of there. Just because he was newly mated didn't mean that the rest of the world had disappeared. Zane chuckled, but he sounded off. Brent couldn't put his finger on it. The male sounded more stressed than humorous. Must be the fucked up situation that they had found themselves in.
Do not worry. He truly is on board and more than willing to help out while we attend to our mate and unborn child. Speaking of which, his voice sounded strained. Take good care of our female. Make sure that she follows Becky's instructions. Call me if...
He left the sentence hanging.
Our female will be just fine.
Brent swallowed down a lump just looking at her motionless form.
We'll stay in touch. Yes, we will.
Zane ended the call. As much as he hated the idea of waking Tanya, he needed to get her up and ready. First, though, he pulled out a bag and threw in a couple of basics for himself before pulling out a bigger bag for his mate. He opened her side of the closet. Where the hell to begin? After a short deliberation, he decided on comfortable clothing, packing sweaters, t-shirts, and sweatpants. Once he finished, he went to the bathroom and packed a toiletry bag for each of them. While he was in there, he pulled out his cell and dialed his PA. "What can I get for you, sir?" Allison answered immediately.
Drop everything that you are doing and go to the nursery. You will find 2 packed bags. Please bring them to my suite.
The nursery was right next door, but there was no time to waste. "Right away, my lord." He pushed the red button, ending the call. Thank fuck Tanya had already packed a hospital bag and a bag for the baby, even though the birth was still weeks away. She'd said something along the lines of never being too prepared. Although the thought hadn't entered his mind at the time, she was right. Brent ran a frustrated hand through his hair. He'd always loved being a vampire. It made him feel superior to the humans. Fuck, his species were superior, but some of the vampire lores, particularly the older ones, were so fucked up that it was scary. This whole situation was crazy and really unexpected. What had gotten into all the unmated females? A knock sounded at the door as he was zipping up the suitcases. Allison walked in, bags in hand. "Here you go, my lord. Is there anything else you need?" Her cheeks heated. "I mean, anything I can do for you or your mate?"
No thanks, Allison. I am leaving and will be available via my cell phone.
Her eyes widened and she nodded.
I need you to cancel all unnecessary appointments. Zane will fill in for me with the construction team in tomorrow's meeting.
Noted. She nodded again.
We will be in touch daily as to which duties Xavier can oversee, and which either Zane or I will need to come back for.
The sheets rustled behind them, and Tanya made a small noise that told him she was waking up. I'll keep my cell on day and night. Where are you going? Her eyebrows were arched.
Brent shook his head. That's need-to-know information.
As your personal assistant, I need to know. Allison pouted her glossy lips.
That will be all, thanks.
Hopefully, she didn't push it. His PA definitely did not need to fucking know. As far as he was concerned, no one did.
Call me if anything comes up.
She took a step back. You are aware that there is a helicopter out back?
Yes, thank you, Allison.
Brent all but breathed a sigh of relief as he watched her leave. All vampire females were not to be trusted right now as far as he was concerned. What's going on? Tanya sounded sleepy. Are you going somewhere? She was still lying on her side in the same position. After rubbing her eyes for a few beats, she pulled herself up. Brent nodded as he walked over to her. He sat down next to her on the bed.
We're going to Zane's cabin for a while. The vampire females have lost their minds.
He cupped her chin.
You need to relax and to rest. This place is a fucking nightmare.
What about Zane? Her eyes were fearful.
He'll join us tomorrow. He's at the chopper waiting to say goodbye.
Tanya bit down on her lip, but not before it quivered. Her eyes filled with tears, but she took a couple of deep breaths until they cleared.
Aside from the obvious, what's going on?
Before she could answer, he quickly added,
You do know that both Zane and I think this lore is bullshit, right? We don't plan on evoking it. You are it for us, Sanewin.
His voice softened up as he said the last. There it was again. Her lip quivered.
Hey.
He cupped her chin with both his hands.
You and our son mean everything to me, to us. I know I can speak for Zane on this one as well.
I know. Her eyes clouded with sadness. What the fuck? That knowledge should make her feel better, not worse.
What's going on?
Selena and Charlotte told me that virile dominant males such as you and Zane could never refrain from sex for any length of time. It was as if someone turned up the thermostat. They said that it would be selfish for me to expect it of you. A lone tear tracked down her cheek. That even if you wanted to abstain, that you couldn't. That it wouldn't be possible.
That's fucking bullshit.
It came out as a loud snarl.
We are grown males, not teenagers. There is nothing attractive about females that throw themselves at a male. The lore is a farce. This whole situation is messed up. I don't understand what's gotten into them.
I know that now, but I may have said something bad to Zane. I'm hormonal and was feeling a little insecure. Her big chocolate brown eyes were wide and tear-soaked. It made his heart bleed.
I'm sure he'll get over it.
It did explain the male's sudden about-face and his strange tone on the phone. She chewed on her lip for a few beats and probably didn't realize that she was wringing the sheets in her hands.
What did you say to him?
Brent asked. His little human scrunched up her face.
It can't be that bad. Just tell me already.
She huffed out a breath. That I wished I had known before. I alluded to not having mated you guys in the first place if I had known about this crazy lore, but I didn't mean it, I swear, Brant. I love you both. She reached out her little hand and traced his jawline with her finger. Brent was sure to look her deep in the eye.
I love you too, Sanewin. Very much. And I know for a fact that Zane feels the same. Emotions are running high. Let's get you up and to the chopper. If you feel so bad, you can apologize to him before we go.
He looked hurt when he left earlier. He came here to make sure I was okay and to give me words of encouragement. She shrugged. It was wrong of me to say that I wished we had never mated.
You didn't say that.
I may as well have said it. I also told him that I was never given a choice in the matter. Ouch. So not true. Neither he nor Zane had wished to share a mate, yet here they were. That it had all worked out in the end was obsolete. Tanya had been given a choice every step of the way. Hell, she was in the driver's seat. Still was if they were honest with themselves. Oh, God, I can see by the look in your eyes that I've hurt you, too. I didn't mean it. I'm so freaking sorry. Tanya slid her hands around his neck. For a small second, he was tempted to pull away. But how could he? He believed his little human when she said that she hadn't meant it. Brent put his hands around her and pulled her in tight. "I'm such an idiot," she muttered, as she buried her face into his neck.
"No, you're not. Come on, let's get some shoes on you, and then we need to get out of here, and fast. There are very few vampires that know about the location of Zane's cabin, so we should be safe there."
She inhaled deeply. "I need to pack."
"No need. I threw a bag together. We can call Zane if there are specific items you need."
His pocket buzzed.
"Hang on a second. Get your fucking asses over here. These females are out of control, and I'm minutes away from slapping a few of them into the dungeon,"
Zane growled, his voice barely audible with all the background noise.
"Not a bad idea," Brent said. "We're on our way."
He shoved his phone back into his pocket and opened the main door to the suite.
"You two get your asses in here and help with the bags."
Griffin and Scott entered, each grabbing 2 suitcases. Griffin turned to Brent.
"Please have lots more babies, my lord. It's like a candy store around here at the moment. Half-naked, horny females at every turn."
The idiot made a groaning noise. His eyes drifted closed. Brent couldn't help himself. He bitch-slapped Griffin so hard that his hands stung, and the slapping noise was so loud that Tanya gave a loud gasp.
"What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Griffin still held onto the bags. His eyes were panic-stricken.
"Good. Are you fucking 12 or something?"
Brent waited for a reply, keeping his eyes on the younger male. Griffin shook his head.
"No, my lord, I sincerely apologize. I was just making a joke." "A joke?"
Brent could hear the blood rush in his ears.
"A fucking joke? Does this look like a joke to you? I have to leave with my pregnant female, your queen, because of these half-naked, horny females. I'm sorry, my lord,"
Griffin stammered. The male kept his eyes on Brent's, which was his saving fucking grace. At least he had a backbone to make up for his lack in gray matter.
"Don't apologize to me, apologize to your queen. How do you think this makes her feel?"
Griffin narrowed his eyes in thought before nodding. He turned to face Tanya.
"I'm truly sorry, my lady. It was a callous and stupid thing to say."
Tanya smiled. "That's fine, Griffin. I really do understand." She gave him a little wink, which made him want to hit the male again, this time with his fist. It also made him love her even more, if that was even possible. Her stomach felt tight. It worried her. Suddenly she couldn't remember if this was how labor started or not. Back pain was one of the possible symptoms, and her lower back felt like hell. And again, it felt achy more and more lately if she was up and about for any length of time, so that was no real indicator. Brent picked her up, tucking her into the crook of his arm.
"Bury your head into my neck. You don't need to see this,"
he whispered into her ear as he carried her down the staircase. It was way worse outside than it had been inside. Crazy vampire bitches were everywhere, and Tanya could see how the guards were struggling to keep them contained. "Over here, Brent," a female voice called, and Tanya made the mistake of looking. Perky boob alert to the left, and to the right, every fracking where. She almost laughed out loud, but managed to contain herself. If she let out a giggle now, it would turn hysterical. The last thing she wanted was for these women to see her lose it. She scanned the crowd.
"Don't look at them, sweetheart. I'm not."
Brent growled the last. His anger towards these women was almost palpable. It made her feel better. Her elation didn't last very long. They arrived at the chopper. It was loud, and the moving rotors made her hair whip about her face. Tanya didn't have much choice but to bury her head in Brent's chest.
"Where is Zane?"
she heard Brent ask. Although he was shouting, she could barely hear him, even with her advanced senses. Lifting her head, she saw a large contingent of guards working double time to keep the seething mass of vampire females at bay.
"I recommended he go underground until we can gain some control."
A familiar voice drew her attention, and she was surprised to see Zane's head guard, Lance. After all that had happened with Stephanie and his behavior during that time, Brent had had the male suspended. Desperate times called for desperate measures. It looked like Lance was back in favor. If Brent didn't like the development, he didn't comment. It was only then that the male's words registered. Her heart sank like a rock. Zane wasn't here. It was only right this very second that she realized how much she had been counting on seeing him, even if only for a half a minute. She needed to apologize. They couldn't leave things like they were. She looked around, desperate to find him. That's when she saw a tight formation head up the castle stairs. Zane was at the center of the group, larger than life. She could just make out his tightly cropped hair, the wide breadth of his shoulders. "Come back. I'm so sorry." A lone female burst from the castle, managing to somehow breach the guards surrounding her mate. She craned her head as Brant stepped towards the waiting chopper. No! Tanya enjoyed her enhanced senses. Everything was better, easier, faster. Even though she was so heavily pregnant, she still felt stronger, more energized. Food tasted better. She could hear a pin drop in the next room. Orgasms were off the charts. Her senses were so enhanced, it was scary and awesome, all rolled into one. It was all so much better. Unfortunately, her eyesight was way better than it had ever been as well, like she'd received binocular lens implants or something. The last thing she saw before Brant lifted her into the chopper, blocking her view, was Alexandra throwing her arms around Zane. She hadn't really been worried about the female causing trouble for her with Brant because she knew after the vampire had almost hit Tanya in the nightclub a year ago that he would never give her the time of day. The same was not true for Zane. An icy hand fisted her heart, and she struggled to draw breath. Once they were in the chopper, she scrambled to get the castle back into her line of vision, seeing the party as they disappeared through the main double doors. Alexandra was still in the center of the formation, still plastered to Zane. No, anything but that. It would kill her if he... No! She had to try hard to believe that her mate would stay true to her. Then again, he was angry and hurt. Not a great combination when your willpower was being tested. Especially when it was a conniving, scheming bitch like Alexandra doing the testing. The female had an ulterior motive the size of the whole damned continent. She had made it clear that she was out to get Tanya. Maybe this time she would succeed.
"Hey,"
Brant said, and she heard it distinctly in both her ears and very clearly. She put her hands to her head, feeling headphones. She didn't even feel him put them there.
"I told you not to look, sweetheart."
Brant reached across her and clicked her seatbelt harness into place before securing his own.
"All set?"
His dark, beautiful eyes locked with hers. She nodded, not trusting her voice.
"He'll be fine."
Her mate knew her well. He knew that her mind was on Zane.
"You can call him when we get to the cabin."
She nodded, watching as York, Lazarus Griffin, and the other male from earlier piled into the helicopter. Once their straps were secure, Brant barked into the microphone.
"Let's get out of here." "How the fuck am I going to fly with a boner?"
the pilot mumbled under his breath. Even though his hand was over the mic, all of the vampires present would be able to hear him. This included her.
"Sheesh, look at the tits and ass on that one. On all of them."
She saw him shake his head, eyes still focused outside instead of on the instrument panel in front of him.
"I said that we were ready."
Brant sounded pissed.
"Mind on the game, Russell,"
he said, still speaking to himself. Then he cleared his throat and removed his hand from the mic.
"Right away."
Within a half a minute, they lifted vertically. The rotor noise was almost unbearable. Tanya bit down on her lip. Brant's hand tightened around hers. Everything was going to be okay, she told herself, as they sped away. Chapter 9. There were miles of forest as far as the eye could see, and a large expanse of crystal blue water with the mountains as a backdrop. Even with all of the turbulent emotions coursing through her, Tanya couldn't help but to admire the view as they slowly descended onto the patch of open land situated a few hundred feet to the right of the log cabin. Although the cabin was only surrounded by sparse ground cover all the way from the front of the building down to the lake, the ground was angled at a sharp decline, with intermittent rocks and boulders, making the terrain not very helicopter-friendly. The pilot put the machine down gently, though Tanya still felt her stomach lurch as the chopper touched ground.
"All good?"
Brant must have noticed how she grimaced. She nodded, and at least tried to give him a small smile. He glanced to the front of the chopper.
"You'll be on standby 24/7?
The pilot nodded, turning back. He looked to be in his 40s.
"Myself and my brother, Travis. You have our numbers?"
His eyes darted from the male sitting up front, back to Brant.
"Yeah, thanks."
Her mate's gaze moved back to her, where he searched her face. His whole demeanor softened. First, he removed her headphones, and then he took off his own.
"Let's get you into bed."
A soft mumble that would have meant something entirely different yesterday. Brent lifted her easily. He jumped gracefully from the chopper, bending his knees to absorb the impact. His strong arms banded around her. And even though the stench of fuel permeated the air, she could still smell his woodsy, manly scent. They began their climb. 2 guards up front and 2 at the rear. Brent carried her while the other males carried their luggage. They made quick work of the rough, rocky terrain. Leaping over fallen trees and large boulders, the rocks crunched beneath their boots. Although she felt bad that Brent was carrying her, she didn't try and talk him out of it. He had yet to break a sweat, and his breathing was still perfectly normal. It never ceased to amaze her. Although she had grown stronger, she was nowhere near as strong as the vampires. Maybe once she had the baby. Then again, she didn't have their natural physiques. Just thinking along those lines reminded her of how tall and slim the vampire females were, which in turn made her think of Alexandra. Not going there. Her arms tightened around Brant, and she buried her head into his neck. At least her belly wasn't feeling as tight anymore. Her back also felt okay. Things could be so much worse, she reminded herself. Even in mid-stride, Brant planted a kiss on top of her head. His thumb gently stroked her back. Nearly there. They moved quicker as the ground leveled out more, bringing the cabin into view. She inhaled sharply. Becky and Ross were standing on the porch. Becky's eyes widened as she caught sight of the approaching party. Her friend lifted her hand in greeting, and a smile grew on her face. Ross put his arm around his mate. He whispered something into her ear. Tanya heard the tinkling sound of her giggle drift down. Brant growled. You would think they were rabbits. Ross's back stiffened, and he took his arm back. Becky narrowed her eyes at Brant and flashed her teeth in a silent warning before quickly slapping a hand across her mouth. Tanya had the same problem, doing something weird like snarling or baring her teeth like Becky had just done. It wasn't just the enhanced senses that were different. It was their instinctual reactions and mannerisms that had changed, too. Becky and Ross shared a look, which ended in Becky shrugging. Leave them alone. They are still newly mated, she said, looking up at her mate. Although Brent didn't say anything, the tension drained out of him, and Tanya let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Hey, you. How are you doing? Becky said as they stepped onto the porch. I seriously need to pee, as in she was bursting, yet again. It was one of the things she definitely wouldn't miss about pregnancy. Becky rolled her eyes. I'm sure there are plenty of vases inside. Enough with the vases. Please put me down. She looked up at Brant, who shook his head. Everybody stay here, he growled. Tanya knew why he was being so cagey. There was no door on the bathroom. In fact, there were no doors in the whole cabin, barring the front and back ones. Idiot male, to think I'm trusting him with the construction team, Brant muttered, as he kicked the door shut behind them without breaking his stride. He put her down right next to the toilet. I'll go and prepare the bed. He gave her a half-smile and moved away. Once she was done, she flushed and pulled up her pants. Brant was at her side before she could wash her hands. All set? Give me a sec. After she washed and dried her hands, he insisted on carrying her to their bed, which was now in the middle of the living room. Brant must have caught her confused look. I moved it, he said. We can't have you trying to negotiate those stairs. She turned to the set of steep stairs that led to the loft bedroom. You're right. He placed her gently on the bed and removed her sneakers before pulling the covers over her. Long gone were the days of heels and pretty, strappy sandals. Oh well, it would all be worth it in the end. She found herself rubbing her belly as she always did when she thought of the baby. Brant moved to the door and opened it. You can come in now. Becky was first through the door, followed by Ross, who looked distinctly uncomfortable. Feeling better? Becky asked. Tanya nodded as she fluffed up the pillows behind her. Becky moved to the foot of her bed. I've brought everything we could possibly need, should you go into early labor, and everything for a birth if all else fails. Tanya pulled her bottom lip into her mouth and sucked in a deep breath. Like I said earlier, it's only precautionary. Aside from the obvious items such as oxygen, I brought the terbutaline. You need to call if there are any signs of labor, and I'll start you on the drugs immediately. It usually will delay the labor for several days, sometimes staving it off completely. We'll need to monitor the baby closely should that happen. Run me through the signs of labor again. She'd read her pregnancy and delivery book numerous times, and had even highlighted the important bits, but she suddenly couldn't remember a darned thing. Becky threw her a reassuring smile. The most important ones? There is a gelatinous plug that seals your cervix. This will dislodge. You will notice this quite literally as a solid plug or piece of a plug. There may be some vaginal discharge, usually white, sometimes tinged with blood. Becky cocked her head. You look like you're panicking. Becky was right on the money. She was panicking, or having a mild heart attack. Probably both. You've already noticed something along those lines, haven't you? Becky raised her eyebrows. It might have been Tanya's imagination, but her friend's voice was a little high-pitched. Nodding, Tanya swallowed. A few days ago, I didn't think anything of it. She clasped a hand to her chest. There was no blood, just a discharge as you just described. Becky smiled, looking too friendly and far too nice for her liking. It didn't console her even one little bit. Relax. It is normal for the plug to come away weeks in advance of the birth. Given that you are already so dilated, it isn't strange at all. I promise. Okay, so maybe that did calm her, but only a little bit. This is all precautionary. Don't make me keep saying that. Becky gave her a stern look. If I really thought you or the baby were in any type of major danger, I would insist that you check into Sweetwater General Hospital. Brent came down on his haunches next to her. He looked worried, but quickly schooled his features.
What other signs should we look out for?
Although the question was directed at Becky, he kept his eyes locked with hers, giving her the sweetest smile before grabbing a hold of her hand. Crampiness and pain in your groin and lower back. I had backache earlier and my stomach felt tight, Tanya blurted, her words coming out in a rush. It was probably Braxton Hicks contractions, which are nothing to be concerned about, but if the pain persists or comes and goes increasing in severity, chances are good that you are showing the first signs of labor. If in doubt, call me. She directed this last remark at Brant, who nodded. There are other subtle signs to look out for, like if your joints feel more loose than normal. She lifted her eyes in thought and chewed her bottom lip. Diarrhea can also be a sign. Extra tiredness or a burst of sudden energy with a need to clean and organize. You might get none of these things. She was using her hands in animated gestures.
Doesn't help much then, does it?
Brant shook his head. Look. Her friend's eyes were on Brant before locking back with hers. If you experience pain that doesn't go away or keeps coming back, the pain can be in your lower back and or in your lower abdomen, call me. If your water breaks or there's any bleeding, call me immediately. If you have any doubt, call me. With the 2 charter helicopters on standby, I'm 10 or 15 minutes away. Her eyes were solemn. Even if it's a false alarm, just call me. The important thing is that we try and delay the labor. Hopefully your little one will sit tight for a bit longer, all on his own. I hope you're right, Tanya said. It's a precaution, Tanya. Don't make me spank you for not listening. Don't think for 1 second that pregnancy would save you because I won't freaking hesitate. It seems like you keep forgetting that. She couldn't help but to smile as her best friend waggled a finger at her, which quickly turned into a laugh when Brent growled. Ross pushed his mate behind his back before broadening his stance. Way to tamp down on a girl's humor, especially when it was in such short supply at the moment. Don't mind Brant. He's just feeling a little protective right now, aren't you, babe? Tanya knew full well that both he and Zane hated it when she called them that. They were full-grown males, not babies. It was her way of telling him to cut it out. His jaw clenched, but he nodded once before squeezing her hand.
Can I get you something to eat or drink?
He frowned, turning his head to Ross.
You did stock the fridge, didn't you?
The male nodded.
Yeah, enough to last a couple of days.
Brent turned back to her. Tanya nodded. A juice would be great. Her mate glanced at Ross and Becky.
Anything for the 2 of you?
His voice suddenly had a hard edge. Ross shook his head, but Becky nodded. Her curls bounced around her face. I'll have whatever you get for Tanya.
And then we need to get going. The chopper is waiting to take us back to town,
Ross said. In that case, don't worry. She waved her hand. Thanks anyway. I'll be back tomorrow to check on you. Becky gave her an awkward hug. It must be hard to hug someone when they were lying down. Tanya couldn't lift herself up that easily with her big belly in the way. Call me if you are concerned about anything whatsoever. For the next couple of weeks, my phone and I go everywhere together. I'm sorry for the disruption in your life. Tanya could feel the crease in her brow. Her friend smiled and gave a one-shouldered shrug. No worries. I'm used to it. I'm a doctor. Any one of my patients could need me. But I'm your #1 priority. Tanya heard the hitch in her voice. Darned, it had meant to come out light, like a stupid joke. Abso-freaking-lutely, honey, and don't you forget it. Keep your feet up, try and stay relaxed, and above all, think happy thoughts. Becky winked. I love you to bits, my friend. Who are you? Tanya pulled a face. And what have you done with my obnoxious bitch of a friend? Enjoy it while it lasts, you fat cow. Becky stuck her tongue out. Hey, don't you dare call me fat. Tanya choked out a laugh. I'm freaking pregnant, you skank. I always call you fat. It's your freaking boobs. They must weigh at least half a ton. She grinned, a mischievous glint in her eye. Each. You're just freaking jealous. Don't you know it? Becky hugged her again, harder this time. I love you too, Tanya whispered, trying hard not to cry. She watched as Ross and Becky left. Brent put a tall glass of OJ on the bedside table closest to her. I'm afraid there's no television. I'll have one flown in by the end of business tomorrow. In the meantime, I have these. He handed her 3 paperbacks. They were steamy romance novels, judging by the hunky men on the covers. I had Ross pick them up while he was in town. Thank you, she smiled. That's really thoughtful. I aim to please, Sanewin. His dark eyes bore into her, causing a tingle to make its way up her spine. Let me know if there is anything I can do to make this easier on you. You being here is all I need. She tried hard to school her emotions, as her mind wandered to thoughts of Zane. He'll be here tomorrow, by Friday at the latest. You should call him now, though. Tanya pulled in a deep breath, which she held in her lungs for a few beats. I will. I don't want to bombard him, though. I want him to know that I trust him enough not to check up on him so soon. Truth was, she was a big fat chicken, too afraid of what his reaction would be. Was he still mad at her? Had he fallen into bed with Alexandra? She wanted to smack herself for the errant thought. It burned her that even after all this time, her ex's act of indiscretion still had a hold on her. His 2 years of belittling and demeaning her had taken its toll. Are you sure you want to eat that? Sheesh, with a plate like that, you must be really hungry. Or comments like, you have serious orange peel skin and should really think of hitting the gym. Her favorite was, your boobs are so fucking huge that they'll be down to your knees before you hit 50. Towards the end of their relationship, they hardly ever did the dirty. Troy complained more and more about her weight, saying that he struggled to get hard for her because she was too big. Then the icing on the cake was when she'd walked in on him having sex with someone he had met at the gym. His words to her were classic. He'd blamed her, saying that if she wasn't so fat, he wouldn't have to go looking for it elsewhere, and if she'd come to the gym with him, like he'd asked, he would never have met Colby, whatever the hell her name was. The thin chick he was banging. In short, it had nothing to do with him being a prick, and everything to do with her. Although logically she knew that a guy like him would have made excuses to screw around regardless of her weight, and would have found other problems with her, cellulite aside. Brent and Zane had made her feel treasured, special, and like a sex kitten regardless of her size. It seemed that old habits died hard, though. Maybe if it had been anyone other than Alexandra, she wouldn't be feeling quite so insecure. Just call him already. Brent thrust his phone into her hand. I will. A bit later, though. Chicken. Bark, bark, bark. Chapter 10. Rich, sweet, it filled her like nothing ever had, and like nothing would ever again. His blood tasted of him like she was ingesting a piece of his very soul. Divine in every sense of the word. Brent moaned. His hips jerked forward as she took another long pull. The taste of pure rapture filled her mouth, and she swallowed it down greedily. He exhaled on a moan, this time from between clenched teeth. His hands tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. She could feel his hard cock as it twitched beneath her. The scent of their mingled arousal permeated the air. With reluctance, she retracted her fangs, and Brent made a noise of frustration. It mirrored how she was feeling inside. He stood in one easy move, taking her with him. Then he lay her down on the bed, even tucking her in. Rest now. Tension radiated off of his body, his skin was taut, his mouth a thin white line. His eyes were much lighter, glowing. They belied the extreme arousal he was feeling. Drinking between mates always had such an intense effect on them. She felt movement inside her belly. Soft thuds gave way to a strange feeling that she knew was the baby squirming, and maybe trying to stretch inside of her. It made her smile and put her hand to the side of her abdomen. Brant's eyes tracked the movement. His hand instantly followed hers. In a firm arc, he traced her skin. A light flickered in his eyes, and a huge grin followed.
I can feel him. My son. Our baby.
His voice was filled with awe.
What are we going to call him?
They had gone over names countless times. Tanya wanted something modern, and her boys were set on a more traditional name. Sometimes 3 really was a crowd. There was always one that was in disagreement with the other 2. Tanya shrugged. I'm sure we'll come up with something. He threw her a half-smile before brushing her lips with his. Grabbing his coat, he headed for the door. Where are you off to? Tanya asked. Turning, he ran a hand through his hair.
Just need some fresh air is all.
The telltale bulge in his jeans told her everything she needed to know. Tanya sucked in a deep breath. I could take care of that, you know. My mouth still works just fine. Brant choked out a laugh.
Of that I have no doubt, Sainwin, but this is something I'll take care of myself. The only thing you need to worry about over the next couple of weeks is resting up and growing our baby. Nothing else.
He said the last on a low growl.
Zane and I are grown males. We may not have much practice, but we're more than capable of taking care of ourselves.
To show her he meant business, he palmed his cock through his jeans. The glowing in his eyes increased in intensity. Tanya nodded. I'm really sorry that I can't... Brant was at her side so quickly that she didn't even register that he had moved.
You have absolutely nothing to be sorry about. Not one damned thing.
She nodded, believing him. Her heart filled with untold joy at the thought of the baby growing inside of her. Brant was right. The little one was all that mattered right now. Hang in there, little one. Just hang in there, please.
I'll be back in a few minutes,
Brant growled. Only a few minutes? She teased. I thought you could last longer than that.
Sweetheart, when I think about your tight, wet little pussy and picture myself buried deep inside you, I doubt I'll last more than 10 seconds.
His face pulled into a tight smile as he left, closing the door to the dusky night sky behind him. In that moment, she realized what an idiot she was being. Zane was not cheating on her. Brant's phone was still on the bedside table. She picked it up and dialed Zane. No answer. It didn't mean anything. She picked up one of the romance novels. It had a really hot, buff guy on the cover. He was covered in tattoos and wore the role of bad boy like a second skin. The title read, My Inked Stepbrother Billionaire. The subtitle declared that this book was the first in the Werebears of New York series. Stepbrother. Werebears. What had happened to the book world in her absence? Since when was stepbrother the new flavor of the day? Bears? What happened to good old-fashioned wolves? Tanya put the book back down. Maybe later. She took a look at the time on the cell phone screen. 3 whole minutes had passed since she'd last tried to call. 2 more minutes and she'd try again. With nothing else to do, and since she always needed to pee, she used up the time by doing just that. As soon as she got back in bed, she dialed again. And this time, someone answered, but it wasn't Zane.
My lord?
The unknown voice said. He obviously had read that it was Brant's phone on the caller ID. Zane, please.
Who the fuck are you, and why do you have Brant's phone?
A rough growl. There were still screaming noises in the background. Tanya raised her eyebrows. Her pregnancy bitch hormones kicked in. Who the fuck are you? Where is Zane? Before he could answer, she raged on. I need to speak to him right now, so I suggest you put him on the line or fucking else. She felt like saying, do you know who I am? But only just managed to hold back. No one liked a person who threw around that line, so she wasn't about to start using it any time soon, even if she was sorely tempted. She grimaced. Ever since finding out about the baby, she'd been trying really hard not to swear, but was apparently failing dismally.
Whatever you do, do not harm or attempt to rut with the king. I happen to know the queen, and I can say with certainty that if you lay even a single finger on him, then you will be sorry. As in, lose your head, sorry.
It was then that she realized that the idiot on the line thought that she was one of the crazy vampire females that were running around, and that she had somehow gotten her hands on Brent and his cell phone.
The female that is with Zane right now will probably be executed right behind you.
Her blood ran cold. There was a female with Zane. What had this female done that was so bad that it would warrant losing her head? Tanya didn't want to know. At the same time, she really needed to know. What do you mean? Is she fucking him? Hurting him?
Don't play coy with me. If any of you vampire females so much as touch either of the kings, you're in for a world of hurt. Take my advice and forget whatever it is you are doing. Hopefully you will get to live. Ignore my advice and you will definitely die. My lady will ensure of it. She has a temper.
He mumbled the last. She so did not have a damned temper. Did she? Who is with Zane?
It's none of your goddamned business, female. I'm done with this conversation, the male voice said, causing her to lose her temper.
Where is he? She screamed. Who is with him? The line went dead, so she dialed again. There was no answer. It was around about that time that Brant burst into the room.
What is going on? He growled. What's wrong?
Tanya relayed the telephone conversation, trying not to sound as frantic as she felt.
For motherfucking sakes.
He knew how it sounded, how it looked, but there was no way in hell that Zane had evoked that bullshit lore. That he was rutting like an animal with some female. A female that was not their mate. Brent refused to believe it. Not after Zane had tore into him yesterday when he thought that he and Allison were about to start a rut fest. Brent could still feel the sting and the burn as Zane's fists had crashed against him when the male's hand had closed around his throat. No fucking way. How the hell did he explain that to Tanya? He wasn't about to inform her of the whole Allison episode. It would only make things worse.
Trust me on this. Zane is not with some other female. No way, no fucking how.
He took her face between his hands and looked deep into eyes of the fairest blue. When her lip quivered, he almost fucking lost it. Couldn't stand to see her in any type of pain.
Believe me, Sanewin, because it's true.
Tanya nodded as her eyes slowly filled with unshed tears. Okay, she whispered. Brent dialed Zane again for the 5th fucking time. Still no answer. He swore he was going to kill him. The male had promised to stay in touch. This was not staying in fucking touch. He needed to gain some control. If he lost it, then Tanya would think all the bullshit was true. He could not let that happen. Brent sat down on the bed next to her and pulled her into his arms. For a while now, he had known that his mate could never be completely happy or satisfied unless she was with both of them, together. Well, he would have to do his damnedest to try and make up for Zane not being here. Her shoulders shook softly as she sobbed and buried her face into his chest. I do trust him, she said over and over again, as if trying to convince herself of it.
There's a lot of shit going down at the castle. Loads he has to deal with right now. Let's give it a few hours and try again. I know for a fact that there's a logical explanation for this, and it doesn't involve Zane's dick in another...
Maybe he should try and rephrase that.
Zane doing something he shouldn't.
His little human nodded, making little hiccuping and sniffing noises. I know, she croaked.
He loves you and this baby too damned much. He also knows that I would kill him.
Brent gnashed his teeth together, forcing himself to calm the fuck down. Tanya laughed, sounding more hurt in that moment than she had when she was sobbing. If there was one thing he hated, it was feeling useless. And right now, he was the king of useless. Willing his muscles to relax, using easy strokes, he rubbed a hand up and down her back, holding her tight and close. It wasn't long, and her breathing turned deep and rhythmic. She may not want to admit it, even to herself, but this pregnancy was taking a lot out of her. Both he and Zane had noticed the dark smudges under her eyes, how she rubbed her lower back all the time. She couldn't even make it halfway up the stairs without becoming out of breath. Yet, they had both been selfish bastards, unable to keep their hands off of her. Tanya was their mate, their everything, soon to be the mother of their child. How could she not grow lovelier with each passing day? Her scent had changed as she grew riper with child, making her harder to resist. It wasn't the same as when she had been in the heat. Not that type of insanity-inducing pheromone that made a male get hard and stay hard. No, this was something more, something greater. It made him bristle with the need to protect, the need to see her happy by any means necessary. She scented of them together as a family, as a unit. It was the best fucking thing he had ever smelled. It made his dick hard as granite, and his heart as soft and gooey as melted chocolate. Brant knew that Zane had experienced this as well, had caught the male with his nose buried in Tanya's hair. There were numerous occasions where Brant had seen him breathing her in, had watched in fascination as the other male's eyes drifted closed in bliss. There was more than one occasion where they had exchanged knowing glances. Most of those were straight after he buried his own nose deep into her silky soft tresses, just as he was doing right now. Fuck, she was everything to them. Brant reached for his phone, not surprised when he heard Zane's voicemail.
"Where the hell are you?"
Chapter 11. When she opened her eyes, it was pitch black, or it would have been if it hadn't been for her enhanced eyesight. That familiar stretch of her bladder had her putting her hand to the lower curve of her belly. As if to tease her, the little one gave a kick. Although she felt the knock at the top of her belly, the motion pushed down onto her bladder, making her clench. "Okay, baby." She swung her legs over the side of the bed, careful to avoid waking Brant. "Give your mom a break, at least until she's gone to the toilet." She patted her belly affectionately and was rewarded with another little kick, harder this time. She had to smile, despite the added pressure on her bladder. Spotting the phone on the side table, she pulled her bottom lip between her teeth. It was just after 1. She shouldn't. She really, really shouldn't. Yet how could she not? The need to pee could wait. The sudden need to speak to her mate overrode the stretch inside her. Her hand shook as she pushed the call button, surprised when Zane answered.
"Yeah?"
His voice sounded broken and raw. For a second, she couldn't believe what she was actually hearing, that he had really just answered. If it weren't for the breathing on the other end of the line, she would think she'd imagined it. Zane?" She could hear the surprise in her voice, which came out as a whisper.
"Tanya?"
Now he was wide awake and actually sounded afraid. Why would he be afraid? Had he done something to make him afraid of her? It was so wrong that he hadn't been available earlier. What if she'd gone into labor? She clenched her teeth, feeling her blood heat inside her veins. "Where the hell were you?" Her voice sounded shrill.
"What's happened? Are you okay? The baby?"
A low growl with a hint of panic. "Not that you care," she blurted. "Where the hell were you earlier?" Brant rubbed her back. She could feel him move in behind her.
"Easy,"
he whispered, his mouth against the back of her head.
"What do you mean?"
Zane asked.
"You didn't answer my earlier questions. Are you okay, damn it?"
Now he sounded pissed. He had no right. "I'm fine. Why didn't you call back? I know you were with a female earlier. Why? I hope it was good for you, that it was worth it." Okay, maybe she could have worded that a bit better. Maybe asked him instead of accusing him. Zane had never lied to her, not once. The problem was, she couldn't stop herself from saying the words. It was as if someone else was inside her. Her raging hormones were taking over, filling her with rage, hurt, and jealousy.
"What?"
Definitely pissed.
"There were some issues."
Things were sounding worse by the second. His voice was a deep growl.
"What female? There were lots of females. My phone broke. This is a loaner device I got from Lance. I retrieved my SIM card from my broken phone and there were no missed calls. What the fuck, Tanya?"
Hearing him say her name with anger and anguish just upset her more. "Don't what the fuck me. One of your team members told me that you were with a woman and couldn't come to the phone. Why can't you just admit that you know? Damn, but that came out sounding needy and just plain stupid. It was too late to take it back, to take any of it back. Words could not be unsaid. Plus, she really needed to know the answer. Brant's body tensed behind her. His hands tightened on her waist. Not in a good way.
"Stop," he growled softly. "Don't. You still don't trust me?"
Zane cursed. A really hard word which he said really softly. It somehow sounded way worse uttered that way. Her heart clenched. There was an apology at the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't seem to spit it out. Her mouth had gone dry and her throat felt like it was closing. She couldn't even pull in a breath. After several long seconds, he continued.
I'm not sure what you want me to do or say. Fuck.
There was a deep sigh on the other end of the phone. Her mate sounded disappointed and upset. Damn, she preferred it when he had sounded pissed.
I'll be there in the afternoon.
He sucked in a breath.
Be prepared because you and I are going to have a long fucking talk. Put Brant on.
Tanya handed Brant the phone. By now the need to pee actually caused sweat beads to form on her brow. It was physically painful, but she wasn't going anywhere. Not when her heart was sitting in her throat, and her hands were shaking so badly that she had to clench them together across her belly.
What bullshit have you been feeding our mate?
The rage was back. Zane's insanely deep growl aimed at Brant this time. Tanya could feel the tension coil even tighter in Brant's body as his breathing turned choppy and his muscles tensed so hard that she felt one of his pecs tick.
I wouldn't do that, so you can stop right there.
A low vibration that rumbled against her back. There was a heavy sigh on the other end of the phone.
I'll be there as soon as I'm done with that meeting in the morning. Is our female really okay?
Fuck, that hurt her deep. He was still concerned for her, even after she had treated him so badly.
Just for the record, Zane said. Don't say it. I know you wouldn't go there. Just get done and get your ass here.
Just like that, the moment was over, and most of the tension dissipated. One of his hands was still locked on her waist. Tears welled in her eyes. She was the biggest idiot alive. She had just all-out accused Zane of something that he hadn't done. Taking deep breaths, she tried hard to hold back the tears and the pain. Even though she knew she should apologize, Tanya couldn't do it right now. All of her torn-up emotions were sticking in her throat. Words were impossible. Instead, she rose to shaky feet and made her way to the bathroom. After getting very little sleep, Tanya woke feeling uneasy about the whole situation. All she needed was to see Zane and to sort this whole thing out. The day seemed to drag, and she became more and more anxious with each passing hour. At long last, the sound of an approaching chopper could be heard. Although she felt relief, she was also more nervous than she had ever been in her whole life. She'd messed up, and she'd messed up bad. The moment she had been waiting for and dreading was finally here. Brant threw her one of those half-smiles that he did so well.
He'll give you shit, but he'll forgive you.
Says you.
I'm serious.
He closed the small distance that separated them, wrapping his arms around her.
Zane would be a fool to give you up, and that wanker might be a lot of things, but he's no fool.
Don't call him that. She couldn't help but to smile. He's not here to defend himself.
He is a wanker.
Brant chuckled.
We both are right now.
Stop it. She slapped his chest half-heartedly. Don't be a jerk. Tanya pulled a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Brant lifted his eyes for half a second.
Jerk, wank, all the same if you ask me.
His mouth lifted. You are terrible.
You are wonderful. Come on.
Brant picked her up.
Let's get this over with.
She could feel that he was tense. Oh, no. It was like a whole horde of butterflies were fluttering around in her stomach. Are you nervous, too? If Brant was nervous, then she didn't have a hope in freaking hell.
Don't know the meaning of the word, sweetheart.
He walked out into the late morning sunshine. A soft breeze was blowing, carrying with it the scent of pine needles and earth. Any second now and the chopper would come into view. The butterflies inside her stomach had babies, and suddenly there was a whole squadron of the things banging around in there. She felt a little sick. Tanya reminded herself that she had a plan. It was really simple. She would let Zane tear her a new one, keep quiet while he got it all out, and then she'd apologize, profusely, and several times if need be. Simple, not really good, but hopefully effective. It wasn't like she could put on sexy lingerie and bat her eyelids at him. Just above the trees, far in the distance, the chopper appeared, moving quickly towards their general direction. Fast approaching the drop-off zone, the chopper began to descend. Then there was a loud blast. It hurt her ears. A flash of light momentarily blinded her. The helicopter turned into a ball of flames. It plummeted to the forest below. Within a split second, she was on the dirt. Brant covered her with his big body. She heard the crash as the chopper met with the unrelenting surface of the earth, heard the sound of twisting and scraping metal. Terrible screaming filled her ears, which she realized was coming from her. She couldn't make herself stop. Brant kept his body pressed tightly to hers for a few moments longer before standing.
Gideon and Lazarus, get her inside, he screamed.
Strong arms lifted her, but she fought, needing to get to Zane. Oh God, Zane! Oh God, no!
You two follow me, she heard Brant snarl, eyes open. We're not alone.
Chapter 12. It was amazing how time could stand still when you were waiting, how each tick of the clock could feel like an hour, each minute like a day. The sharp, piercing noise of the pendulum, a taunting reminder that there was nothing she could do, nothing to speed up time, and nothing to wind it back. If only. Tanya made an agonized noise, sounding more like a wounded animal than a human. Her eyes felt puffy and overly small. Her head felt like it was filled with cotton wool. Her skin felt feverish and pulled too tight. She wished that she could cry, but there were no more tears to give. Her heart raced, faster than the damned clock. Her baby was still, so quiet. Did he know something she didn't? Pushing her face into the pillow, Tanya tried hard to stifle the tearless sobs. Oh God, no. Please, Lord, no. No.
I'm sure they will be back soon, my lady.
Griffin was still crouched at the small opening at the end of the upturned bed. The windows were boarded and the doors were barricaded. His sword was drawn and ready. Who did this? Her voice broke. Please, she begged, stopping there because her unspoken request was not something that Griffin could grant. What she was about to say had nothing to do with knowing who the culprits were.
It doesn't make any sense.
His voice was strained. Tell me. She screeched like a madwoman. Anger, hurt, the worst fucking pain she had ever felt, was right beneath the surface, consuming her. The emotion that churned with the most aggression was remorse. It hurt like a bitch on steroids.
I don't know, he whispered. Don't fucking know. More forcefully this time. It can't be any of the other species. It just can't.
Who then? Why? Tanya broke down. God-awful sobs racked her whole body to the point where she shook uncontrollably.
He's a tough bastard. Griffin's voice cracked. Tough as nails.
She could hear the raw emotion in his words, could hear his fear, which sliced her open more decisively than a sharp knife ever could. Just when she thought it wasn't possible, hot, heavy tears tracked down her cheeks again. Tanya tried hard to hold on to his words, to somehow make them a reality. Problem was, she'd seen the chopper blown out of the sky with her own two eyes, had heard the deafening crash and the twisting of metal. There was just no way. No way in hell. She clasped her skull, digging in with the tips of her fingers, and wishing that the images would go away.
The two of you.
Breathing hard, Brant pointed to York and Scott.
Head out that way. From the direction of the blast, the shooter would have had to have been in the northwest.
As they moved away, he added,
Careful, there may be a group of the fuckers.
Watch your own back, York growled, fixing his ice-cold stare on him.
We don't know who did this.
Brant nodded.
There is only one species so yellow fucking bellied, but don't assume anything. Be sure and be prepared.
He clenched his jaw.
Make sure that you fucking kill them.
York gave him a tight, humorless smile as he turned back. With a jerk of the head, the males moved away quickly and quietly. Brant turned towards the billowing smoke, ignoring his first reaction, which was to take his time. Fuck if he wanted to see what was just over that ridge. Fuck if he was ready. He doubted he would ever be ready. Maybe Zane had survived, though. It was the thought of the other male needing help which spurred him back into a sprint. The chopper was surprisingly still in one piece. A metal carcass, just a shell of its old self, but still there at least. The smoke was coming, predominantly, from some nearby trees, which had caught alight in the crash. The first thing he saw was the mangled piece of meat that used to be the pilot. Fuck! The only way he recognized the crumpled, broken, bloody mess in the back as Zane was because of the leathers he was wearing. Or at least what was left of them. His heart stopped beating, yet the sound of his blood rushing through his veins drowned everything else out. Air refused to enter his lungs. How the hell was he going to tell Tanya? An unbearable ache resonated from his chest as the organ once again began to pound. The sound of rushing blood became unbearable. The heap moaned, barely audible, just the slightest hint of movement.
Zane!
he screamed, rushing forward and wrapping his arms around the male's body. So slick with blood, it was difficult to maintain a grip. One of his ears was missing. Fucking gone. Half of his face had been burnt, including all the hair on his head, but he was alive. At least for the moment. Brent moved a short distance from the wreckage, and he placed Zane on the ground. Laying him flat on his back, he could see that his chest was still rising and falling steadily.
"Fuck that,"
Zane choked out. Unbe-fucking-leavable he could still talk. What? A lame thing to say, but Brent wasn't sure he'd actually heard what he'd heard. Might have just been his head playing tricks on him. This type of situation would do that to a male.
"If you thought,"
Zane grimaced, then groaned softly. His eyes remained squeezed shut,
"that I would die and leave you, Tanya, you were wrong."
Then he passed out. Brent smiled. The smile turned into a chuckle, and the chuckle into a laugh. Why the hell had he been so worried in the first place? He should have known the fucker wouldn't die that easily. Something squeezed inside his chest. Fucked if it wasn't his heart. He was just really thankful that Tanya wasn't going to be left devastated. That's all it was. Instead of thinking on it further, Brent checked Zane over. First, he needed to deal with the most glaring problem. What was left of Zane's clothes was torn and burned. Thankfully, it was made from leather, and therefore the amount of bonding with his skin was minimal. He stripped the material away. The skin damage beneath the soft leather and the places where it had stayed intact was minimal. Aside from the gashes, bruising, ugly burns, and general trauma, Zane had sustained many breaks to his bones. His arm was at a wrong angle at the wrist. The male's left leg was all over the place. It had bone sticking out in 3 places. Damn it, his right leg wasn't much better. Brent worked hard to straighten out the bones as best he could, so that everything would heal up in the correct place and at the correct angle. Thank God Zane stayed asleep during the entire process, letting out a groan or a grunt every so often. The ear would grow back, his skin would regenerate. Zane was going to be okay. Right now, he didn't want to move him, though. It would be best to leave him right where he was for an hour or two, give him a chance to heal enough. If Brent was completely honest, another reason was that he didn't want Tanya to see her mate like this. It would be too stressful for her right now. He was torn between wanting to go after the fuckers who did this and needing to stay to ensure Zane's safety as well. Unfortunately, on this side of the ridge there was no cell phone signal, so he couldn't phone Tanya to tell her that everything would be okay. Even if there was signal, though, he wasn't sure he would do that just yet. The need to protect his female almost had him throwing Zane over his shoulder and heading to the cabin. Lazarus and Griffin were there, 2 of the best of his elite warriors. By now, the males would have Tanya barricaded in. Back against the wall, shit.
"Fuck," Zane croaked out. "I must have died, and this is hell."
He pushed the words out rather than spoke them. Sounded like he was in a world of pain.
"You must be the devil. Fuck if you look just like someone I know. Ugly bastard."
He tried to laugh but ended up coughing hard. His chest rattled. For a moment there, Brent was sure that the male was dying.
"What can I do? Speak to me."
He leaned over Zane. His partner eventually fell back, breathing heavily.
"I didn't know you cared so much."
Zane grinned, which quickly turned to a grimace.
"Fuck you," Brent said through a grin of his own. "Love you too, bro."
Zane grunted out the words. Turning his wrist, Brent glanced at his watch. Tanya would be insane with worry by now. There was still no sign of the others. It wasn't safe here. They really needed to get back.
"Give me 5 more minutes,"
Zane said, reading his mind. Brent removed a knife from a sheath at his ankle. He sliced his wrist.
"Here, drink this."
He put his arm to Zane's mouth. Thankfully, the male didn't give him any shit about it. He opened his mouth and took what he needed. Chapter 13. There was a loud bang at the door, followed by a shout.
"Let me in!"
Brent. Oh God, there was a part of her that didn't want to know, and a much bigger part that needed to know. She tried to scramble up from behind the bed Griffin had used as a makeshift barricade. The male in question put a hand on her arm, holding her back. Griffin shook his head.
"Stay here," he growled. "Stay down."
Once he moved away, she stood up. She needed to see. Please, God, please. It took a half a minute to move the furniture away from the door. Tables, chairs, the coffee table. Hurry up! Finally, he pulled the door open. Her heart leapt when she saw Brant carrying Zane. He was naked, bloody, a total mess, but at this moment he had never looked more beautiful. Make that handsome. He wouldn't be happy if he heard her call him beautiful. He was alive. She gasped, then shrieked, and almost fell as she skirted the bed and ran in her haste to get to them.
Miss me?
Zane could barely lift his head. Oh my God, yes! She threw her arms around him, around them both.
Zane groaned. Easy, sweetness. A little banged up here.
I thought you were dead. I thought you had left me. Don't do that again. Looking at him sternly, she put her hands on her hips and then burst into tears. Don't you ever do that again. She threw her hands around them a second time.
He's getting a little heavy, Sanewin,
Brant said from between clenched teeth.
Weakling,
Zane croaked.
Heavy fuck,
Brant growled. Tanya had to giggle through her tears, moving to let them pass. Her stomach felt tight, and her back was sore. The stress of the last few hours was catching up to her.
Take me to the shower,
Zane said. His face and body were crusted in dirt, sweat, and more blood than she'd ever seen. It was crazy to think about how he had survived. The dull ache in her lower back seemed to spike up her spinal column. Time to lie down. She maneuvered her way back around the bed and overturned furniture, sighing as her back hit the soft mattress. Lazarus was still keeping watch outside, so they had nothing to worry about. The shower sputtered to life. She could hear Zane grunting and groaning and Brant growling. They continued to give each other shit. Unbelievable.
You missed a spot,
Zane said.
You must have seriously hit your head if you think I'm going anywhere near your cock.
Zane chuckled, the noise sounding more like a series of grunts.
I wish you could just admit that you really like this particular part of my anatomy. Like what I can do with it. Fuck you.
Another chuckle.
At least admit that you enjoy watching me when I use it to fuck our mate.
Brant let out a loud growl.
No. Just admit it already.
There was a loud sigh.
I love watching our mate. Love it. Especially when she's receiving pleasure.
Right now she was loving her supersonic hearing, loving that she was privy to this conversation.
That you happen to be attached to the cock giving her the pleasure is of no importance.
Zane made a snorting noise.
Yeah, right.
There was a long pause, just the sound of running water to fill the space.
So if any other male was balls deep inside of her, you wouldn't mind?
Brant snarled.
Thought so. You fucking love me. Just admit it.
A low growl was Brant's only response.
Love you too, bro. I owe you. You saved my life.
The words sounded a little choked. Oh, God, they were having a moment. She clutched her hand to her chest because the pain there was more insistent than the ache in her lower back.
You don't owe me. It was nothing. Bullshit. That chopper could have exploded at any time and you know it.
Another long pause.
I know that you would have done the same for me.
Brant's normally deep voice was a little high-pitched. They were definitely having a moment. There was a knock at the front door, and it pulled her away from the bathroom conversation.
It's York.
Griffin looked down at her. He sucked in a breath, getting ready to talk. Yeah, I'll stay down here. She held up a hand to him, turning to face the other way, trying to get comfortable, failing dismally.
I kept one of them alive, York growled. The fucker is out here. Send Brant.
There was a pause.
And Zane, if he is up for it. I can't believe he survived that crash.
He sounded incredulous.
We vampires are fucking awesome. Who did it? I can only scent.
Griffin sounded confused. She could scent them too. The faint whiff of human. It was coming off of York's clothing.
Yeah.
York cut him off.
Insane, isn't it? A bunch of humans did this. The bozo outside isn't talking.
York let out an evil chuckle that made goosebumps pop out all over her.
At least not yet, anyway. The fucker will squawk like a birdie when Brant gets a hold of him.
The door banged shut, just as Brant arrived carrying Zane.
You seriously need to eat less,
he said between clenched teeth, before depositing Zane next to her on the mattress. This was it. She heard Griffin relay the information to Brant.
I'll be back,
he said as he left. Knowing there was nothing she could do about what was going on outside, she turned on her side to face Zane. She should have apologized last night. Should not have acted as she did in the first place. No matter how fast her heart was racing, how freaking scared she was. There was no way she was backing out. Lip firmly between her teeth, she carefully inched over to him and gasped. "You look like shit." Black and freaking blue with gashes, scratches, and burns covering most of his body.
"Good to see you, too."
Zane kept his eyes on the ceiling. "That came out wrong. It all did." She swiped a hand over her face.
"Are you talking about my looking like shit? Or the part where you accused me of rutting with another female?"
His eyes were still on the ceiling. "Mainly that part," she whispered. "I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot, a complete and utter fool. I can't believe I said those things." When she started talking, she couldn't stop. Verbal freaking diarrhea was her middle name right now. "Should never have done it. You've never lied to me, not once. I know you love me, that you find me attractive. God," she huffed, looking down at herself. "Even now, looking like this."
"Stop with the even now bullshit. It's that kind of thinking that put these crazy ideas in your head in the first place."
No." Tanya squeezed her eyes shut. "Those ideas came from that crazy lore."
"That's where you are wrong, Tanya."
He turned to face her, his dark, amazing eyes completely on her. Zane grimaced as he lifted an arm so that he could cup her face in his warm hand.
"If you had a little more faith in yourself, and me at the very least, you would never have let a lore like that get to you."
"You're right. I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Name it." Zane made a growling noise.
"You don't have to do anything. I understand where those feelings stem from. I just wish you would let me kick ex-dickhead's ass for him."
Tanya had to giggle. "You would kill him."
"And the problem is?"
Zane smiled. She shook her head. "He isn't worth it. Not even one tiny bit."
"It would make me feel better."
Zane looked completely serious, and that's when she realized that he meant it. "No, it wouldn't," she said, moving closer to him, "but I bet this would." She slanted her lips across his. Warm, soft, so delicious. Keeping the kiss short and sweet, she pulled back. He was still hurting after his ordeal not 5 hours ago. Tanya looked him over, just to make sure that everything continued to heal. "What the hell is that? Burned and all torn up and you still managed to get it up." Tanya snorted while pointing at his hard member.
"The only bone in my body that I didn't break."
Zane bobbed his eyebrows.
"If it weren't for your bed rest, I'd be game right now, sweetness. Your scent is unbelievable. Fucking delicious."
She shook her head. Tanya doubted he was in any position to be able to have sex right now, but she humored him. "If it weren't for the bed rest and this killer backache, I would let you." It was beginning to worry her, because the pain was coming and going, just like labor. No way. Griffin?"
"Yes, my lady?"
he answered from his position at the door. "Did you manage to get a hold of Becky? Is she coming?" Tanya tried to keep the panic from her voice.
"No, my lady. York sent for reinforcements by vehicle, but a decision was made not to put the healers in danger. We don't know what else these humans are planning."
Okay."
"I will heal, Sainwin. I look 10 times better than I did earlier. By tomorrow I will be back to normal. I may need a bone or two reset, but that is nothing."
He tried to shrug, but she could see how his eyes clouded in pain, and his face pulled into a grimace. Tanya plastered a smile on her face. "That's a relief." It was reassuring to hear that he was well and truly on the mend. Not that she had doubted it for a second. She could see the burns healing and the gashes slowly closing over. Internally, his bones would be knitting, and any internal damage healing. There was no way she was putting Becky at risk for nothing. Maybe she was wrong about being in labor. The pain was probably nothing, just her body telling her to get some rest. Chapter 14. Lazarus patrolled the perimeter of the cabin. The male stopped every so often to survey the horizon and to sniff the air. No one was getting past his keen senses. Definitely not a bunch of weak fucking humans. Just up ahead, one of the captured humans was on his knees, his hands clasped behind his neck. York and Scott stood on either side of him. The male didn't look in the least bit afraid. He even smirked as Brant approached.
"I'll be damned if it isn't the other bloodsucker king."
He spat on the ground at Brant's feet. York kneed the human in his back, eliciting a loud groan for his efforts. The human's face scrunched up in momentary pain.
I thought you vamps were big and bad.
His eyes rolled in York's direction.
Even a bitch could kick harder than that.
York shook his head. He knew better than to retaliate. Brant narrowed his eyes at the male on the ground.
I'm not going to mess around and waste my time with you. Who are you? Why did you shoot that helicopter down, and who are your friends? Start fucking talking.
He kept his voice even, his facial expressions neutral. The male burst out laughing.
Like fuck, I'm going to tell you. Okay, wait, I'll tell you why we did it.
His eyes turned hard.
There is no way in hell that we will allow a bunch of bloodsuckers to take our women, to produce half-breed children. It's an abomination. I hope this little exercise serves as a warning to all of you.
Brant folded his arms across his chest to prevent himself from laying into the fucker. One well-aimed punch, and the male would be dead.
You said we. Who exactly are you referring to?
Brant asked. The human chuckled.
Fuck you, bloodsucker. I'm not talking to you, and I refuse to talk to the authorities when they get here either. You can suck my dick.
York, do you still keep that knife sheathed at your ankle? He asked while locking eyes with the head of his elite team. York nodded. His eyes flashed with amusement.
Yeah, I do. Please, can I borrow it?
Brant asked. York leaned down, retrieving the blade.
You need to be very careful. It's really sharp. It cuts flesh like a hot knife through butter. Good, Brant growled. It sounds perfect for what I have in mind.
The human made a whimpering noise.
You can't use that on me. The cops will know.
His eyes were wild, his face suddenly pale.
You have no jurisdiction over me, you vampire fuck.
Brant looked around. There were trees as far as the eye could see. He turned back to the human.
We haven't called the authorities. Why the fuck not?
The male was suddenly scared. Brant could scent the acrid stench of it. It was bitter on his tongue.
Call them,
he screamed. Brant shook his head.
Call them now. You have no right to hold me or to even question me.
Sweat beaded on his brow.
You will get into major trouble for this.
It was Brant's turn to laugh. He allowed the sound to grow from deep within his belly so the asshole on the ground knew he meant business.
Look around you, human. I can do whatever the fuck I want to you, and no one will ever know about it. Your body will never be found.
Another whimper, louder this time. The bitter stench of fear continued to permeate the air, so thick, Brant had to breathe through his mouth to get away from it.
You can't do that, he stammered. My friends know I'm here. They'll tell the authorities about this, and you'll be in deep shit.
His voice became stronger as he went on. Brant shook his head.
I thought you didn't want to talk to the authorities.
A cunning smile appearing on his face.
Besides, your friends orchestrated an attack on a vampire king. The pilot of that chopper is dead. This little game you human dickwads have been playing could mean the electric chair. Your friends aren't reporting anything to anyone. I would bet millions on that.
Brant sucked in a deep breath.
Though I truly am a betting male, I only make bets that I know I will win. This is a sure thing. Care to place a wager?
The human's eyes grew larger, and his breathing turned erratic as he processed all that Brant had said. The male even looked around him. Thousands upon thousands of acres of countryside, trees as far as the eye could see. Mountains, valleys, and ridges made the scene even more picturesque. Brant could see why Zane had chosen the spot. Remote and deeply beautiful.
You can't do this, he sputtered. It isn't right.
Right. This little fucker was so not trying to preach to him about right and wrong. Brant clenched his teeth so hard that he heard a crack. Thank the gods for advanced healing, or he would have lost his molars many years ago. Only once he managed to get himself under control did he step up closer to the human.
You are going to tell me what I need to know, and you are going to do it now.
He kept his voice low and calm, even though he was losing his patience. Not that he had much to begin with.
Fuck you!
The human screamed, and spittle flew from his mouth. Using a flat hand, Brant slapped the male, and he landed in a moaning heap on the ground. He held out his hand to York, who handed him the knife. Reaching down, Brant ripped off the male's shirt. Still half dazed from the slap, the human whimpered while rolling to his stomach. Hands extended in front of him, he half-heartedly clawed at the ground in an attempt to get away.
You are going to regret the day that you fucked with me and mine. He slashed the male across the back, ensuring that he didn't put too much pressure on the blade. His skin split open, clean and neat. For a second, nothing happened. Then blood began to first blossom and then trickle from the mostly superficial wound. The human was a yellow-bellied coward. He and his friends had chosen to sneak around, to use ammunition to take down that chopper. They had run, like sniveling pussies. Even after he was caught, this male had decided to try and hide behind his human authorities and badges. There was no remorse, no wanting to make amends, even though his life hung in the balance. White-hot rage churned just below the surface as he thought of Zane burned, broken, and almost dead. How terrified his female had looked. There would be no absolution for this male, no honor or respect shown to him. He didn't deserve it. The human shrieked. Using both his hands, Brandt pushed down on the fresh wound, extracting another loud scream. He pulled back, ignoring his bloodied hands. "Who are you? Who is this 'we' you are referring to?" The male turned to his side. "We are your worst fucking nightmare." He was crying openly now. Tears streamed down his dirty face. "My blood brothers are going to hunt you down. We will kill you." Snot ran from his nose and his lip trembled. "Call the authorities. I'll say that I fell or something. Please." For a second there, Brandt had thought the male had grown a pair. He had been wrong. "Please, don't kill me." He turned onto his back. Sweat ran down his face. "Please." Fresh tears streaked down his dirty face. Brandt hated begging, fucking hated it. If this asshole thought for 1 second that his tears would help his situation, he was delusional. Brandt shook his head. "Tell me what I want to know." "Will you let me go?" More tears fell. Brandt had to clench his jaw. Fucking pathetic. "Tell me or fucking die right this second." To prove a point, Brandt slashed the male across his chest, sure to stick to his ribcage, in case he accidentally stabbed too deep. There was more pathetic wailing and crying, more blood, more stench as the male peed himself. Disgusting. "My brothers will come for you, you vampire cunt!" he screamed. Spittle had gathered around the edges of his mouth. "One king down and one to go. That human bitch of yours is next. Gary is going to first show her what a real man feels like. Then all the guys will get to have a go. She won't fucking even remember." There was a sickening crunch as Brandt gripped the fucker's windpipe. He had only meant to silence the male. It wasn't his fucking fault that humans were so damned soft. The male fell back, his eyes wide and vacant. Brandt cursed softly. He had meant to get names, locations, numbers. All he had was a worthless sack of shit. He turned to Scott. "Take the body and get rid of it. I don't want any of this coming back to bite us." "I would have done the same," York growled, tapping Brandt once on the shoulder. He knew that the male meant well, but anger at himself whipped through him. He had allowed a puny human to goad him, to get the better of him. It was unacceptable. "I didn't ask for your opinion," he growled back. "Keep watch with Lazarus." He added the last with less venom this time. "We need to keep Tanya and our heir safe." York nodded. His eyes were sympathetic for just a moment, before they hardened with resolve. Oh, hell. Tanya put one hand on her lower back and the other to her abdomen. This wasn't nothing. The pain was becoming more insistent. Her belly tightened and her lower back throbbed. Fuckity fuck. She clenched the hand that cupped her lower belly, trying to will the pain away. A moan was torn from her. "What is it?" Zane asked, sounding instantly alert. "I think we should call Becky." She tried to keep her voice even. Zane grunted loudly as he tried to sit up, but ended up falling back against the pillows. "Please tell me that you're still worried about me." His big chest heaved. "That this has nothing to do with the baby." His dark eyes were on her. It was the first time she had seen him look panicked. "If it will make you feel better, I'll tell you it's about you." She grit her teeth as her stomach pulled even tighter. "Oh, shit." Tanya tried hard to keep her voice down. At almost the same time, a loud, agonized scream punctured through the cabin wall. Excellent timing. That would be Brandt and the guys torturing one of the assholes that had hurt Zane. At least, that's what it sounded like. Griffin shuffled at the foot of the bed. "It won't be long now." He chuckled, oblivious to the fact that she was in labor. There was no doubt in her mind anymore, none whatsoever.
Panic seized her, making her breath come in pants. The choppy breathing may also have had something to do with the pain that lanced through her.
"Oh, fuck," Zane growled. "This has nothing to do with me. Your request earlier for Becky has nothing to do with me, did it?"
"Yes and no. Maybe," she moaned, much softer this time as the pain slowly subsided. "I assumed that she was coming for you, but I needed to know for sure when I felt the pain. I kind of hoped Becky was, coming."
"That was a half an hour ago," Zane cursed. "Why didn't you say something?"
"I wasn't sure, but I am now." Her voice hitched. "I'm scared. Please, we need to get Becky here. Now." There was an even louder scream from outside, so gut-wrenching that she had to squeeze her eyes shut until it was over. The person outside, the one that was feeling all the pain, had been directly involved in what happened to Zane, yet she still couldn't take the sound of his suffering. The door creaked open, and Brent entered.
"It was that other pilot, Russell's brother, that blabbed. He went to a bar last night, got a little wasted, and gave all the details of our location. The only consolation is that the idiot human is dead."
Brent ground his teeth.
The cocksucker outside and his buddies had seen ads in the paper for a psychologist/trainer, as well as females for the initial trials. They had read about the breeding program and were less than excited about it.
He choked out a laugh.
Safe to say that the fuckers hated the idea and decided to do something about it.
When she looked up, she noticed that his hands were covered in blood. Some was even smeared on his chin. It astounded her how he could be so soft, sweet, and caring, yet so fierce and unforgiving, so downright dangerous. The pain started up again. Her contractions? Lord up above, please help her, because they were definitely contractions. There was no doubt in her mind anymore. Zane must have felt her tense up, because his hand sought hers and squeezed.
"We need to get Becky here fast." "Why?"
Brand's eyes hardened up, his entire body turned to stone.
"What's going on?"
His dark eyes swept to her.
"Fuck no,"
he growled, the moment they collided with hers. Tanya knew exactly what he would see. She was wide-eyed, probably looking as panicked as she felt. She clutched her stomach with both her hands, fighting hard to keep a handle on the pain. She grit her teeth until she tasted blood and nodded once in affirmation.
"Motherfuck,"
Brant ground out while moving towards her. He tried to touch her, but she flinched away, her eyes on his bloodied hands. Her mate actually looked guilty for a half a beat before he disappeared into the bathroom. When he returned, he walked in the opposite direction while raking a hand through his hair.
"It's too dangerous to fly Becky in. Too dangerous for her to be anywhere near here."
"Selena, then," she said between horse pants. "We can call Becky. She can advise us on what to do. The medication?"
Brent turned and paced back towards them. "No, it's too damned dangerous. We didn't get all of the humans that did this. York and Scott have gone back out there. The fucker with the bazooka is still missing. Nothing goes in or out of here until my troops have done a thorough sweep of the surrounding hills."
He swallowed hard. His eyes roved around the room, so deep in thought that he looked at nothing.
"It's going to take hours. We're alone until then. Fuck." "Calm down," Zane growled. "We can do this. Call Becky."
Brent nodded. His jaw was tense and his eyes were hard. The pain at last thankfully subsided, giving her a short reprieve, but soon started up again. Too freaking soon. It was a doozy, making her groan. "It's bad," she was panting, trying hard to remember everything she'd learned and read. Her mind was coming up with blanks. The pain was just so bad. "Oh God, this can't be normal." She groaned and panted and groaned some more. "It's happening too quickly." Brant had the cell phone against his ear. He was speaking loudly and gesturing with his hands.
"She's in labor."
He snarled, but she wasn't sure of anything else he said. The momentary jabs of slicing pain were just too much. Zane was trying to get up. His teeth were clenched and his muscles were corded, but his body wasn't cooperating. She knew the feeling. The tightness slowly abated, taking with it the hurt. Problem was, she knew the reprieve wouldn't last long. Brant was on his knees next to her, shoving pills into her mouth and holding water to her lips.
"You need to take the drugs. We need to try and stop this. Swallow."
She did as he said. A sheen of sweat was on his brow, and his hair was all over the place. Brant gently cupped her cheek.
"We're going to get through this,"
he growled before putting the phone back to his ear. "I need you to check if her water is broken, if anything is happening down there," she heard Becky say. Brant nodded, putting the phone down so that he could pull her sweatpants down. That was when another one hit. She could feel the pull, the burn, as her uterus began to seize up all over again. She groaned, unable to stop herself. "It's too soon," she ground out between rugged pants. "Is she having another one?" she heard Becky ask. "That's less than 2 minutes between contractions."
"What does that mean?"
Brent asked in a booming voice. There was no reply. At least, she didn't think there was. The pain was so bad that she struggled to focus on anything else but each breath that she sucked in and pushed back out in quick succession, and on the all-consuming agony that gripped her midsection.
"She's bleeding."
Brent was between her legs. When had he moved there? He had the phone cradled between his ear and shoulder.
"No, not badly,"
he answered. "Is everything okay?" she asked, still breathing hard. Something trickled down her cheek, so she put a hand to her brow. It came away wet. She was sweating up a freaking storm. Another sharp pain lanced through her. "Please, baby. No. You have to stop this. You can't come now." Her womb contracted, pulling tighter and tighter. The pain wrapping itself around her. Something gushed between her legs. "Oh, God," she moaned loudly. "Please, no." Zane was still squeezing her hand.
"What is it? I can't stand being such a fucking invalid."
"My water just broke." She put a hand between her legs and felt another gush hit her fingers. Brent went pale. His eyes widened even further in his skull.
"Her water just broke," he shouted into the phone. "What the hell must I do? Your pills aren't working, damn it."
"Stop shouting." Tanya looked him in the eye.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, both into the mouthpiece as well as to her. "Put Tanya on," Becky said. Brent put the phone to Tanya's ear, giving her a reassuring smile. "Hi," she said, taking her lip between her teeth. "Don't panic. Whatever you do, you need to try and stay calm. Breathe." Becky's voice was reassuring, totally in control, something that was sorely lacking in the cabin. Okay?" Her cheeks were wet, and she realized that she was crying. "He can't come yet. It's too soon." "Tanya, stay strong. Don't think about that right now." "How do I stop this? What if he's too small? What if—" Her voice wavered. "Listen to me. I'm on my way. You sit tight. I'm coming." There was a loud growling noise in the background. One of her mates didn't like the idea. "You're doing great." "No, I'm not," she sobbed, feeling another contraction. "My baby is coming. I'm trying to stop this, but I can't." She moaned between clenched teeth, trying to will the contractions away. It didn't work. Tanya even tried to cross her legs. This baby was not coming. She wouldn't let him. Brant took the phone from her. She could see that he had been listening in on the conversation. Once again, the pain became too severe to be able to listen in properly. Brent was growling and shouting. Zane was throwing out questions from his vantage point on the bed next to her. "Breathe."
"What the fuck is precipitous labor?" Brant snarled before listening for a few beats. "Speak English, for God's sake."
"Very fast labor," she heard Becky say. "I'm leaving right now. Roosh and Ross will accompany me."
"It's too dangerous. Fuck!"
Brent snarled, sounding torn. He pulled his hand through his hair. "I'm coming. You can't stop me. We'll take every precaution and we will be about an hour. I may be in and out of cell phone signal." Sweat dripped down her face as Tanya struggled with her pain while trying to listen to what Becky was saying. She knew she should tell Brent to stop her friend, but the truth was that she needed her. Didn't think she could stop Becky even if she tried anyways. If that woman made a decision, it was happening, like it or not. The contraction slowly released its hold on her, but no sooner did that one end, did another start up again. "No," she cried. "This can't be happening."
"I wish I could help you,"
Zane growled. He'd managed to turn to his side. He was dripping in sweat and looked far too pale.
"What can I get you, Sanewin?" Brent asked. "Something to drink? A back rub?"
He cursed while looking down at Zane.
"I'm just as fucking useless as you."
"I'll have a water," she said between pants of breath. Not really thirsty, she just wanted to give him something to do. The one he had brought earlier was finished. Within seconds he was back with a bottle of water which she clutched until the contraction passed. Her mouth felt dry, so she tried to open the bottle. Her hands were shaking. Hell, her whole body was shaking. Brant took it from her, opening it in one turn.
"Here."
He handed the bottle back to her.
"How are you feeling?"
He must have caught the look on her face as another contraction hit, because he quickly added,
"Stupid fucking question."
Make it stop. He can't be born. Please, Brand. She knew it was wrong of her to even ask, but she couldn't help herself. The look of pain that crossed his face was too much to bear. I'm sorry, she ground out. So sorry this is happening.
It's not your fault. Zane's eyes were on her. Like Brant said, we're all in this together. We're here for you and for our son. It's going to be okay.
Tanya bit down on her lip until she tasted blood. Her hands clutched her belly. Oh no, no, no. God, no. This wasn't happening. It wasn't happening. Not freaking happening. She pushed her legs closer together, even locked her ankles. She was making the most god-awful noises but didn't give a damn.
Is it worse? Zane asked. Of course it's fucking worse.
Brant growled. I have the urge to push. Tanya sobbed. She was crying in earnest. I don't want to push. Chapter 15. It felt like all the air was sucked out of the room, like someone had bitch-slapped him. Hard.
You heard that?
He growled into the mouthpiece of his phone. I did, came Becky's reply. After a short pause, she didn't say anything more.
What the fuck must I do?
His heart felt like it was hammering itself right out of his chest, like it might explode at any damned second. I refuse. I won't. No. Tanya was writhing on the bed, the sheets tangled around her. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were set in pain. Even though her legs were together and her ankles were fucking locked, he could still see that moment where her body did what it needed to do, despite her feelings in the matter. Her eyes turned panicked and she pushed. Then she groaned and slapped her hand against the mattress. I won't, she cried. A sound of someone talking dragged his attention away from his female. It was Becky, so he put the phone back against his ear. This has gone too far to stop.
I figured.
I'm going to talk you through this. Tanya needs to listen to her body. She can't try and stop this. It's useless.
Sweetheart.
Brant tried to get Tanya's attention, but she was too busy mumbling and moaning. Her hands clutched her belly.
Tanya.
Her eyes moved to his.
Becky says that you must push.
Before he could carry on, she shook her head. I won't. I refuse. I can't have him. Not now. You heard Selena. He's too small, Brant. Tears tracked down her cheeks, and his heart literally felt like it was tearing in two. Zane made a pained noise and tried to get up again.
Listen to me.
He cupped her jaw.
This is happening whether we like it or not. He's coming. We need to deal with this.
Although he could see that she wanted to deny it, she finally nodded, her eyes filled with tears.
You can do this.
He injected all of his emotions into that one sentence, trying hard to convey to her that he believed every word.
You can,
Zane croaked. The other male's eyes shone. Motherfuck, his lashes looked wet. Zane had just barely survived a helicopter crash, one that should have seen him dead, and did it without shedding a single tear. Right now, he looked ready to cry a fucking river. Brant felt his own throat close and had to take several deep breaths to get himself back under control. It wouldn't do to lose it now. Oh, God. His female was making deep grunting noises. I need to push again.
What must I do?
Brant asked Becky. Tell Tanya to open her legs. I want you to keep your eyes down there and tell me everything you see. He could hear that she was in a moving vehicle. He maneuvered into place.
I can't see anything, besides the obvious.
He could hear how frantic and frustrated his voice sounded, belying how he was feeling inside. Stay calm. Tanya probably still has a lot of pushing ahead of her. This could take a while. At least Becky sounded calm. It helped ground him, somewhat. The baby will need to descend down the birth canal before he even crowns. I might still make it on time. Tanya flopped back on the bed, her hand snaked out, trying to find the water bottle.
Here.
Brant leaned over and helped her to drink.
You're doing great, Isnar,
Zane said. He still looked like a fucking mess. By now, he knew the telltale signs of a contraction. Her eyes widened and she bit down on her lip. Then she grabbed her belly and clenched her teeth. Then she pushed. Hard.
Oh, fuck.
Brant scrambled for the phone.
What is it?
Zane growled. What? Tanya moaned the word between pushes and loud grunts.
I can see the top of his head.
Brant reached out his hand but pulled it back.
I can see my son's head.
His voice shook.
Need to pull myself to fucking gather.
Okay, Becky said.
Not fucking okay, he growled. "You told me this would take a long time."
"It's not an exact science." Becky sounded nervous. "This is happening really fast."
"Tell me something I don't know."
He knew he was being a dick but couldn't stop. "I need to push some more. Oh, God," Tanya moaned. "This needs to slow down. Tell Tanya to fight the urge," Becky said. "Her vagina needs a chance to stretch, or she will tear badly. I don't want her to go through that pain unnecessarily."
"You just said that she shouldn't fight the urge, and now you're telling me different. Which is it?"
"Tanya must fight the urge, just for the next 1 or 2 contractions. Please, just do as I say every step of the way and stop arguing. We need to work together." The healer was right.
"You need to stop,"
he growled, sounding aggressive and angry. "Shit.
Stop pushing for a second, sweetheart."
"Better?" "I can't." His female looked anguished. Her hair clung to her scalp and her bottom lip was bloody. "Okay, tell Tanya to push, but softly, as little as possible." He relayed the message. His female nodded, unable to talk because she was panting so hard. After another minute, she slumped back. "I don't know if I can do this." Tears streamed down her face.
"He's almost here. It won't be long now,"
Zane whispered. "But he shouldn't be born yet," was her anguished response. He felt it to his core. What if his son didn't make it? Brent tamped down on the thought. This child had royal blood running through his veins. There was no way he wasn't making it.
"He is coming. This is happening."
Her hand went to her belly. "Here comes another one." They breathed through it together, all 3 of them. Thank fuck Griffin and Lazarus were outside. If he really thought about it, though, he didn't truly care about that. His whole coven could see him right now, and he couldn't give 2 shits.
"Fuck,"
Zane growled as he pulled himself up to a sitting position. His hand still gripped their mate's much smaller one.
"Lie down."
Brent pointed at the mattress. Zane shook his head.
"I will not watch our son born to this world lying on my fucking back like a pussy."
"Stop," Tanya said the word on a sigh. Using the sheet, she wiped her forehead.
"We're not fighting, Sainwen."
Brent rubbed her thighs. He could actually see how her belly tightened, becoming smaller and more compact as another contraction hit. Zane shuffled closer to her side.
"I'm so proud of you, Isnar."
He swept her hair away from her face. Brent could see how the male was sweating, how pain was etched into his every movement. If he put himself into Zane's shoes, he would be doing the same. His respect for his partner grew. Big time. "This is a big one." Tanya bit back down on her lip, breaking it open again. "Oh, God," she grunted loudly as she pushed. The area showing the baby's head widened. For the next few contractions, nothing more seemed to happen. Part of him became fearful that there was a problem, while another part felt relief that this seemed to be slowing down. "Here we go again." Tanya gripped her thighs and pulled back. At first, there was the familiar panting and grunting, mixed in with the sound of her pushing, and then she screamed and pulled her thighs back at the same time. The whole top of the baby's head came out, just slipped out. Tanya put a hand between her legs and gasped.
"His head is half out."
The words were choked as strong emotions coursed through him.
"You're doing great."
Zane continued to give words of encouragement. He glanced over at Brent, and they locked eyes for a second. "That's good," Becky said. "You need to protect her perineum. Put your hand on the piece of skin between Tanya's vagina and her anus. Put pressure there to try and keep it from tearing." The healer was talking quickly. He did as she instructed. "The head should slowly ease out over the next few contractions. Use your other hand to support the baby." "I can't believe this. Oh, God." Tanya sounded like she was in awe, but she still sounded a little panicked. He didn't want her worrying. Not right now. Zane immediately cupped her chin.
"You are so freaking awesome."
Maybe not the best choice of words, but they had the desired effect. His female relaxed. She licked her lips and closed her eyes. "Are you still there?" Becky was still talking to him.
"Sorry," he growled. "Say that again."
"Once his head is out, you need to check that the cord is not wrapped around his neck. If it is, tell me immediately." Brent felt a surge of adrenaline course through him, wanting to act against a perceived foe. He sucked in a lungful of air, trying to calm the fuck down. Chances are he will be absolutely fine. Tanya was grunting again. She pulled her legs back and pushed. It took 3 more contractions, and his son's little head was out. Unbe-fucking-leavable. His heart raced.
"His head is out."
He barely managed a choked whisper. When he looked over at Tanya, she was smiling and crying and then worrying, but Zane was there to talk her through it.
There was nothing around his neck. At least, I can't see anything.
Fuck, right now he wished he'd attended classes or gone to fucking medical school. It sucked to feel so utterly helpless. Good, that's good, Brandt. What is the baby's coloring like? Becky asked. He felt his brow crease.
What do you mean?
Is he blue or normal? A bit pale?
I think he's normal. He looks normal.
Good. That's awesome. He could hear the relief in her voice. It helped to calm him. You're doing a good job. We're still 20 minutes away. I'm not going to be there in time.
Be careful out there,
he growled. He would never forgive himself if something happened to them. The only consolation was that he didn't think they would be targets. Those fuckers had specifically wanted them, the Kings. We will be fine. Listen to me. Her voice became tense. It's important that... There was the sound of static.
You're breaking up. Becky!
Fucking cell phone signal. Tanya was pushing again, bearing down hard. Her face was red. Her eyes were clamped shut. Leaning down, Brandt pushed on the skin below where his baby's head was protruding and supported the little one like Becky had told him. He only hoped that he was doing it right. His son's head was turning from down to sideways. Brandt gulped down a lump in his throat as he saw the baby's face. Eyes scrunched shut, tiny little nose. Fucking perfect. He must have made some sort of noise because Tanya asked him something. He lifted his eyes to her. What? Is he okay? Her torn-up lip quivered.
He's perfect. So perfect.
His voice was thick with emotion, but he didn't care. Not right now.
Just a few more pushes, sweetness. We're nearly there.
For a moment, Zane looked unstable, like he might topple over at any second. Then he righted himself. Tanya growled, baring her little fangs. Her shirt was pulled up over her belly, barely covering her breasts. On a loud grunt, she pulled her legs back and started pushing. One of the baby's shoulders slowly became visible. Brandt used both hands to cradle the little one, fighting temptation to pull his son free. Somehow, he instinctively knew that it wasn't the right thing to do.
That's it, Sanewin. He's nearly here.
Brandt could hear Becky talking, but he couldn't do anything about it. Lift the baby towards Tanya, she shouted, her voice coming from somewhere on the bed, where he had dropped the phone earlier. He lifted, and the other shoulder popped out, quickly followed by his whole body. Brandt made a growling noise. He was working hard to keep a handle on his emotions. Tanya was laughing and sobbing, but he couldn't take his eyes off the little person in his hands. The baby's eyes opened just a crack, and he kicked out his little legs. Brandt choked out a laugh, which came out sounding more like a sob. Then the little one balled up his fists and gave an almighty yell. It was deafening. It was music to his fucking ears. Brandt! Brandt! Becky was screaming. The phone lay somewhere between his legs on the mattress. Put the baby onto Tanya's chest. Brandt! Fuck! What's happening? It was only when he looked up that he realized his face was wet. He was crying. Weeping was a more apt description. Years had passed since he'd last shed a tear. So long he couldn't even remember the last time. Not when his father had died, and not even when his mother had passed. Yet here he was, bawling his eyes out. It felt like the most natural thing in the world. When he looked up, tears were streaming down Zane's face. Yet it didn't look strange in the least. Tanya was openly sobbing. His little human. Fuck, his heart filled with so much love that he didn't think he would be able to contain it. His son, their son, continued to cry.
He's perfect,
were his choked words as he placed the little one on his mate's chest. Oh, my word. Tanya hiccuped and sniffed as she looked down. My little boy. Her eyes lifted to him. He looks okay. Brandt! Fucking hell! Brandt! Becky shouted. Zane put his big hand over Tanya's.
You did it,
he whispered. He still had tears rolling down his bruised, bashed-up cheeks.
Our son.
His words were filled with awe. Brandt wiped his face, trying to pull himself together. He picked up the phone.
Yeah?
Becky made a sound of relief. Make sure he is skin to skin with Tanya. Zane must have heard the request because he ripped Tanya's shirt and helped to pull it off of her. He should be on his stomach with his head to the side. Is he moving?
Yeah, he was stretching and kicking after he was born, and he's moving one of his arms now. Is everything okay?
Everything is fine. Although she sounded calm, her questions still worried him. Go to the stash of medical supplies and get the oxygen. Open the valve, hold the holes in the mask closed until the bag fills, and then put the mask about 2 inches away from the baby's mouth.
Why? What's wrong?
Panic seized him. Just when he thought everything was going to be okay. Nothing. It's just a precaution. By the sound of his earlier crying, I would say he's going to be just fine. He could hear that she was smiling.
Are you sure?
Was she keeping something from him? Yes. I'm about 10 minutes away. Keep an eye out for a change in his coloring. If his lips or the tips of his fingers become blue-tinged, let me know.
You're freaking me out.
I'm doing my job, Brand. I know it all seems intimidating, but trust me when I say that it's just precautionary. A premature baby does not cry like your son just did.
My son?
Brand whispered. He clenched his teeth. Oh my God, Tanya whispered. Zane gave a grunt. There was a wide grin on his face.
He's nursing.
That's great. Becky sounded relieved. It's a really good sign. I can't believe Tanya. Becky was openly laughing. Your mate doesn't do things in half measures, does she?
No, she doesn't.
Pride warmed him and filled him. She couldn't just give birth like the rest of the world. Oh, no. The healer was still laughing. She sounded like she pulled herself together. You did an amazing job. Then the phone went dead. He was going to erect a cell phone tower close to the cabin, so fucking help him. Brant jumped up to go and fetch the small tank of oxygen. Doing as Becky had said, he watched as the bag inflated before putting the mask in the vicinity of their son's face. Tanya was crying again softly. I can't believe it. He's so perfect. Zane must have pulled a blanket over her and the baby. His female's finger was clasped between the little one's chubby fingers. His skin was a healthy pink, and he made suckling noises as he drank from her breast. His tiny eyes were wide open. It suddenly hit him. The shape of the baby's eyes, even the little one's nose. He glanced at Zane, seeing the same dark eyes staring back at him. The baby was Zane's. Brant sucked in a deep breath, waiting for pain and possessiveness, for anger to rise up in him. He'd dreaded this, had prayed for the child to be his. Him. Prayed. On his fucking knees. Something did happen, but it was not what he had expected. A clench deep inside him. It didn't matter. The baby was just as much his. It was theirs, and they were going to be just fucking fine. Brant smiled before looking down at his mate. I love you. He kissed her lips, which had mostly healed. Next, he kissed his son on the top of his head. So soft, so perfect. The light sprinkling of hair tickled his lips. Thank you, Tanya murmured. Thank you both. I couldn't have done it without the two of you.
Any time, sweetness.
Zane kissed Tanya in much the same way that Brant had done. His big hand still enveloped the tiny infant, their son. Fuck if his heart didn't leap in his chest.
In fact, I look forward to doing it again. Maybe with less drama next time.
Tanya made a pained noise. No way. Don't even talk about it next time. I might never let you near me with that thing again. That goes for both of you. She was giggling as she spoke.
Oh, you will, sweetness. You will.
Zane chuckled, and Brant couldn't help but to join in. His phone rang.
Everything is fine. The baby is doing great,
Brant said. He was grinning like an idiot, but didn't give two continentals. You need to cut the cord. Go to the medical supplies and fetch the first aid kit. Inside the bag, you will find a pair of sharp scissors and 2 clamps.
I'm on it.
Brant smiled at his mate and walked across the room. I should be there by the time Tanya's contractions start up again. He almost stumbled.
Why would that happen?
Relax, Brant. Tanya still needs to pass the placenta. It is perfectly normal, and although a bit irritating, it's not nearly as painful. Thank fuck. He pulled in a lungful of air. There was a sound of sweet little hiccups. Tanya laughed softly, and Zane gave a chuckle.
He looks just like Brant when he does that,
Zane said. Brant could hear that he meant it. He's so perfect and handsome, just like his daddy's, his mate whispered. Smiling, Brant grabbed the supplies and headed back to the bed. Chapter 16. It had been 2 crazy weeks filled to the brim with diapers, baby clothes, and sleepless nights. Tanya had never been happier. She didn't know what had possessed them to put the nursery in a separate room. Although right next door, you had to leave the suite to access it. There was no way that any of them was letting little Sam out of their sight. Sam, named after her little brother that had died too soon, so many years ago. It was something she'd thought about during her pregnancy, but didn't feel that her mates would go for. She was wrong. The name suited their little boy. Dark hair and dark eyes, the little one was already so much like his father's in so many ways. He could be demanding as hell and had a little temper. There was a light inside of him, a softer side of him as well that reminded her of her late brother, too. Sam slept in their bedroom, which they converted. Their bed was currently in the middle of the living area. At least they were right there if he needed anything. Tanya felt her heart swell with untold love and joy, and she looked down at her son nursing at her breast. 2 weeks, and he was already bigger and stronger. It was hard work. Getting up all hours of the night wasn't easy, but it was worth it. Her mates helped out more than their fair share, doting over the baby at every turn. It turned out that Zane was with a vampire female when she had called him that day. The female was indeed Alexandra, only there was nothing sexual about the encounter. The female had accosted Zane and made a comment that had sparked his attention. Something about her efforts being worth it. Her mate had interrogated Alexandra, which was what he was doing when Tanya had called. The idiot vampire had been the cause of the whole uproar. Alexandra had spread rumors to the general female populace that the kings were going to evoke the lore, that anyone who wanted in on the action should head to the castle and make it known that they were eligible and interested. Alexandra had been left in the dungeon for the better part of a week and would still be there if Tanya hadn't requested that Zane let her out. There was a part of her that wanted to see the idiot woman rot, but that wouldn't be right. Quite frankly, Alexandra was a non-entity in her life. The animosity she had harbored was gone, and only pity remained. There was a soft popping noise as her son let go of her breast. He made a contented sigh as he drifted deeper to sleep. Then Zane was leaning over her.
"Let me take him to bed, Isnar."
He held out his hands.
"No way."
Tanya hadn't realized that a whisper could sound so menacing.
"It's my turn to put him down," Brent growled. "No fucking way."
Zane whispered back.
"I'm here already. I'm doing it. Touch that baby and I'll tear your arm off."
Tanya had to roll her eyes. "Please stop. You're going to wake him up. I was hoping for a nap." She yawned to emphasize the fact. Brent's eyes softened.
"Fine,"
he grumbled, glancing Zane's direction.
"It's my turn next."
Zane nodded as he lifted Sam. The baby always looked so tiny in their big arms. Safely in the crook of his arm, Zane disappeared into the next room. Minutes later, he closed the door behind him and returned with the baby monitor. "Just leave the door open a crack. Don't worry about that." She gestured to the device in his hand. Zane shook his head.
"The little one needs his sleep, and you need something else entirely."
Oh my. His eyes heated as they tracked her body. Just like that, everything in her tightened. "I do." Her voice sounded a little breathy.
"Yeah, you do."
Brant's eyes were so dark. He wasn't wearing a shirt. She'd been too busy with the baby earlier to notice. How had she not noticed his thick biceps, broad shoulders, and abs that could put most vampire males to shame? She chewed on her lower lip, feeling a little self-conscious. Although she had healed up within hours of giving birth and was physically fine, she still didn't feel comfortable in her own skin yet. Truth be told, she still had a few fat rolls. Her belly was not as distended as the books had warned, and she didn't have any stretch marks. This was a freaking miracle considering how big she had been. She suspected that it was another positive to being mated to 2 vampires. Her being stronger with extra abilities, like advanced healing, had done the trick. Still, she wasn't herself. Her breasts were freaking-normous. Becky teased her about it. Her friend told her that she could feed a whole army of babies with those suckers. Even though she had a rack on her, Tanya was sure she was just jealous, damn it. 2 weeks, and they hadn't had sex, not even once. She hadn't even thought about sex, which was weird. Right now, she swallowed hard. An image of the 3 of them tangled up in the sheets hit her. Heat flooded her system. Zane gave a feral grin as he hooked his thumbs into his jean pockets. His gray shirt pulled tight around his chest and arms, everywhere.
"It's time, sweetness."
His jaw tightened as his nostrils flared. She ran a hand down her crumpled pajamas. There was spit up on the one shoulder. Tanya pulled a hand through her hair. It was a ratty bird's nest. Had she even showered this morning? Yes. No. Maybe? Her chest was rising and falling in quick succession.
"Stop," Zane growled.
"Stop what?" She raised her eyebrows, trying to look innocent.
Stop overanalyzing this, Sainwin. We want you.
Brant took a step towards her.
We want you bad.
Zane narrowed his dark eyes on her. Tanya swallowed hard.
Don't worry about what you are wearing because it's coming off anyway.
Brant gave her the once-over, his gaze moving slowly over each of her curves, which were a little too abundant at the moment.
And don't worry about your hair, sweetness. We plan on leaving it heavily tousled. You might need to brush it for hours to get the knots out.
His voice was deep. It did obscene things to her.
Get onto the bed,
Zane commanded.
Know that we want you, that we are more attracted to you now than ever before, and that's one hell of a damned lot.
Brant took another step towards her. He licked his lips.
Take off your clothes.
Heat suffused her cheeks. What if they didn't like what they saw? They both took another step towards her, their intense gazes firmly on her. Their nostrils were flared, their muscles bunched. They looked hungry, like they were stalking prey, their sole focus on her. Her heart rate picked up. Her clit throbbed and her heavy breasts ached. They wanted her. Their raw need was evoking this response from her. Taking a deep breath, she went to the buttons on her pajama top, undoing each one. Their breathing picked up. Zane made a little grunting noise as she reached the last button. You would swear she was doing a striptease, that she was the most beautiful woman, female, in the world. To them she was. It was a heady feeling. She slowly slipped the garment from her shoulders, feeling the fabric slide against her nipples.
Fuck me, Zane groaned. We're damned lucky,
Brant said, his eyes still on hers. His gaze dropped to her breasts, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. His eyes started glowing, making him look even more handsome.
Now the pants,
a husky growl. Zane swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed as his throat worked. Tanya leaned down, pushing the pajama bottoms over her thighs and stepping out of them. She stood tall, thrusting out the twins. Zane made a pained noise. Brant had clenched his hands into fists at his sides.
On the bed, Sainwin. Now.
Zane sounded angry.
Open your legs. I need to taste your sweet pussy.
It was Brant's turn to groan in anguish.
Can't fucking wait.
Taking her lip between her teeth, she moved over to the bed and lay down. She moved to the middle of the bed and opened her legs.
Wide, sweetness,
Zane growled, as he pulled off his pants, yanking his shirt off with a tear. Shredded material fell to his feet as he walked towards her. He positioned himself between her legs. His shoulders forced them wider as he leaned in. His hot tongue laved over her tight bundle of nerves. Oh, God, she groaned. She wasn't going to last very long.
Like that?
His lips moved over her heated flesh and he licked again. Her back bowed and she made a whimpering noise. Yes, she hissed. Brant leaned over her.
You are so fucking beautiful, he growled. I want to touch you.
His eyes were on her breasts. Tanya moaned as Zane began to lave her clit in earnest. She finally managed to nod as her back came off the bed. Her skin was overly tight. Her clit throbbed. She knew she was wet, ridiculously so.
Where to fucking start?
Brant growled. His mouth lowered. Zane slowed his assault on her, using just the very tip of his tongue in slow, buttery soft touches. Brant kissed his way up the underside of her breast, closing his mouth over her nipple where he gave a little nip. Her womb clenched. Her channel ached, needing to be filled. Oh, yes, she moaned. Brant suckled on her other breast. By now she was writhing and sweating, needing so badly to come, but Zane wasn't letting her. His soft touches kept her very much on the brink, but it wasn't enough to send her on a freefall. She moaned in frustration, just as Brant pulled back while cupping her breasts with both his hands. They were so sensitive that she had been worried that she wouldn't enjoy having them touched and fondled. It felt amazing, though. She arched into his hands.
Do you want more, sweetness?
Zane gave a soft tug on her clit, and her head fell back. So very nearly there. Yes, she groaned the word. Please. She wasn't beyond begging if she had to. Brant gave her breasts another squeeze before raking a thumb over her nipples. Please. Her voice was so husky that she barely recognized herself. When she looked up, she saw her two boys exchange a look. If she wasn't wet before, she would be soaked now. The look was heated.
I want inside of you, sweetness. Would you like my cock there?
Zane's finger brushed up against her sex. Just the tip of one of his fingers breached her. It felt so good. Yes, I do.
I want my cock so deep inside that you won't be able to tell where I start and you begin.
Brent growled, sounding angry. Shit, were they going to start fighting? Please, no. Things had been great. They were still both dominant alphas, but a much lighter atmosphere existed. A real friendship and camaraderie had grown from the birth of their son. It was like little Sam was the catalyst they had needed to pull them together. She didn't want to see it end now.
Do you want me inside, Sainwin? Deep inside?
Brent growled. She nodded.
Do you want me here?
The tip of Brent's finger breached her rear opening, causing her to cry out. That was unexpected. Zane chuckled. Brent pushed his finger a little deeper into her back end, and her eyes drifted shut. She grit her teeth against the assault.
You didn't answer me, Sainwin. Do you want me to take you here?
He withdrew his finger before carefully pushing it back in. At the same time, Zane pushed the finger that was still at her pussy deep inside her. She gasped. It felt too damned good.
Would you like us to take you at the same time?
Zane's eyes were glowing. Tanya didn't trust her voice. She couldn't believe this was really happening. Finally. She nodded.
We'll take it slow and easy.
Brent dropped a kiss on her temple.
This time we will. Zane growled. Enough with the talking. It's time you were screaming.
The baby. Zane glanced in the direction of the monitor.
Sam is just fine.
Zane sucked on her clit and fucked her a few times with his finger. Brent left his finger inside her ass. It almost had her coming. Then Brent was positioning her on her side. His pants were gone, and something glinted on the length of his thick cock. Lube, she realized with a start. He really was going to take her there. Excitement coursed through her veins. She'd thought she might be a little nervous, but she found she couldn't wait, was so turned on that she was panting. Her eyes moved to the long length of Zane's cock, and she licked her lips while opening her legs wider.
So greedy, sweetness. He growled. You never fail to amaze me.
He gave her a tight grin.
You do realize that you are going to come in less than 10 seconds, don't you?
Yes, she yelled as he thrust into her, keeping his eyes locked on her. They turned stormy, his mouth a thin line.
Still so fucking tight.
His voice sounded pained.
10 seconds.
Brent chuckled. The sound quickly turned into a moan as he placed his cock at her ass.
I doubt I'll last 5.
He pushed into her carefully. Zane began moving, slow, easy thrusts that had her panting. Brent clutched her breasts with both hands and thrust into her from behind. There was some pain, but there was mostly pleasure, and she moaned. Neither of them gave her any time to adjust or to recover. They both fucked her. Together, they both grunted. They both demanded and delivered. The pleasure was blinding. Too quick, too much, too good. Just like the three of them together. When her orgasm hit, they both drank from her at the same time. Her heart stopped. The whole world seemed to stop as her senses went into overdrive. She bit down on Zane to stop herself from screaming. He instantly tensed and jerked against her. Brent was already shouting out her name behind her. She could hear that he was trying to stay quiet. If she wasn't still in the throes of her orgasm, she would have laughed. So much for screaming down the castle walls. They'd never had such quiet sex before. She suspected that this was how it would be from here on out. When they finally came down from the dizzying heights, they were panting and sweating and grinning like fools, all three of them. Now this was the real thing. She finally had her vampire sandwich. "I want to do that again," she said between hard breaths. Zane chuckled, his chest tight against hers.
"Of course you do, sweetness. It's one of the many things we love about you. I think you should nap first."
Brent nuzzled into her neck. It was not lost on her how hard he still was inside of her. "There is still plenty of time. I want more. Can we swap places?" She pulled a lip between her teeth. Zane grinned, looking like he was up to something.
"I don't think Brant wants me behind him."
His meaning was clear, and Brant sucked in a deep breath.
"Don't even fucking start."
She could hear that he was smiling. Zane kissed her sweetly.
"We could never say no to you, sweetness."
He pulled out and pushed back into her. Both her and Brant groaned.
"We should swap places, though," Brant growled. "If you think our female's pussy is tight, you should try her ass."
His dick throbbed inside her. It was Zane's turn to moan.
"Let's do it."
His eyes turned serious.
"Then you need to get some sleep."
Tanya nodded, feeling so happy she could burst. Chapter 17. 1 month later. Zane held little Sam in his arms. The minuscule weight of his son felt like heaven to him. His little boy had just drifted off to sleep. It had been a very long morning after all. It wasn't every day that a royal vampire heir was introduced to the Covens. Hard work for a newborn. He looked down at the tiny form sleeping in his arms and then across the room at his little human. Brent was at her side, and they were talking with Xavier and Esrel. The vampire prince had his arm firmly around his mate. He didn't think he'd ever seen a couple more in love, more glued together at the hip, than those two. Esrel looked up adoringly at Xavier, and Zane shook his head. He had to smile. His eyes locked with the alpha wolf, who smiled as well. Ward made his way over, weaving between the milling guests. The male held an older baby in his arms. The little girl was a spitting image of her father. She smiled, a big toothless grin, and gurgled happily.
"Congratulations,"
Ward said. The alpha wolf leaned over to take a closer look at the sleeping baby in Zane's arms. It happened even before he could stop it. A low growl from deep down in his chest sounded. Zane quickly cleared his throat.
"That kind of slipped out."
He gave Ward a tight smile. The male grinned.
"That hectic need to protect does lessen after a while, but not by much. I do understand."
He looked down at his own child and then glanced across the room at his mate, who had a little boy of the same age in her arms.
"I can't imagine how it must be with twins. 2 lots of diapers, 2 little personalities."
Zane shook his head in awe. Hell, it was hard enough having one. Rewarding, but hard, damned work. The alpha gave another toothy grin.
"Oh yes, and it doesn't get any easier. Another month, 2 at most, and they'll be crawling."
His eyes widened, and he huffed out a lungful of air.
"I'm nervous and not afraid to admit it."
Zane choked out a laugh.
"Will they turn into little wolf fur balls and run off in separate directions?"
Ward shook his head.
"Nah, they won't be able to shift for a long time yet, thank God."
His face turned serious.
"I hear you've started up a program designed to get human women to mate with your most eligible males."
Zane's grip tightened on the baby. He had to force himself to relax. Although relations with the wolves were on a much better footing, they were still different species. Technically, both vying for control of the non-humans. The breeding program was a need-to-know only.
"Yeah, you heard right."
It was no use denying it entirely, though. Adverts for the program had been a regular feature in the Sweetwater local newspaper. Ward nodded his head, looking intrigued.
"Aren't you a little worried that things could go wrong? You wolves take human mates. It's working for you, so why not for us?"
Truth was, Zane was more than a little worried. Although they had planned this for months, things could very definitely go wrong. There was no doubt in his mind that it was only the strongest of their elite team that deserved a place in the breeding program, but with that came a danger. The human women were very definitely at risk. They were small and weak. Combine that with sex and blood drinking, and you had a potentially lethal situation. It was imperative that every rule and every regulation be followed at every turn. There was no doubt that the benefits, namely growth in the vampire population, were worth the risk. If all the laid-out plans were adhered to, the risk would be greatly minimized. Without the program, their numbers would dwindle. They would lose top species status and have to step down as rulers. The thought of bowing down to the wolves or the elves was unacceptable. Wasn't going to fucking happen on his watch. Thing was, should anything go wrong, they would be in deep, deep shit. The clock was ticking. The time for action had arrived. Though they could not lose sight of the fact that there were humans out there that hated them, that hated the idea of their women mating and breeding with vampires. These humans were looking for any excuse to pounce. Some of them might not even need an excuse. He looked down at his son, feeling adrenaline surge.
"Wolves taking human females and vampires taking human females are not quite the same thing."
Ward kept his expression neutral. Since he was mated to a vampire female, he knew the drill, or at least had a damned good idea.
"Nothing will go wrong."
Zane clenched his jaw, wishing he could take it back. Ward raised his eyebrows. He didn't look convinced.
"Famous last words. I hope you are right."
This concludes Mated to the Vampire Kings by Charlene Hartnady. Narrated by Tatiana Sokolov. Copyright 2015 by Charlene Hartnady. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Charlene Hartnady and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.